Introduction of mutual aid, a factor of evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Enko. Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution, by Peter Kropotkin. Introduction. Two aspects of animal life impressed me most during the journeys which I made in my youth in eastern Siberia and northern Manchuria. One of them was the extreme severity of the struggle for existence which most species of animals have to carry on against an inclement nature, the enormous destruction of life which periodically results from natural agencies, and the consequent paucity of life over the vast territory which fell under my observation. And the other was, that even in those few spots where animal life teemed in abundance, I failed to find, although I was eagerly looking for it, that bitter struggle for the means of existence among animals belonging to the same species, which was considered by most Darwinists (though not always by Darwin himself) as the dominant characteristic of struggle for life and the main factor of evolution. The terrible snowstorms which sweep over the northern portion of Eurasia in the later part of the winter, and the glazed frost that often follows them, the frosts and the snowstorms which return every year in the second half of May, when the trees are already in full blossom and insect life swarms everywhere, the early frosts and occasionally the heavy snowfalls in July and August, which suddenly destroy myriads of insects, as well as the second broods of the birds in the prairies, the torrential rains due to the monsoons, which fall in more temperate regions in August and September, resulting in inundations on a scale which is only known in America and in Eastern Asia, and swamping on the plateaus areas as wide as European states, and finally the heavy snowfalls early in October, which eventually render a territory as large as France and Germany absolutely impracticable for ruminants, and destroy them by the thousand. These were the conditions under which I saw animal life struggling in northern Asia. They made me realize at an early date the overwhelming importance in nature of what Darwin described as the natural checks to over-multiplication, in comparison to the struggle between individuals of the same species for the means of subsistence, which may go on here and there to some limited extent, but never attains the importance of the former. Paucity of life, underpopulation, not overpopulation, being the distinctive feature of that immense part of the globe which we name Northern Asia. I conceive since then serious doubt, which subsequent study has only confirmed, as to the reality of that fearful competition for food and life within each species, which was an article of faith with most Darwinists, and consequently as to the dominant part which this sort of competition was supposed to play in the evolution of new species. On the other hand, wherever I saw animal life in abundance, as for instance on the lakes where scores of species and millions of individuals came together to rear their progeny, in the colonies of rodents, in the migrations of birds which took place at that time on a truly American scale along the Missouri, and especially in a migration of fallow deer which are witnessed on the Amur, and during which scores of thousands of these intelligent animals came together from an immense territory, flying before the coming deep snow in order to cross the Amur where it is narrowest. In all these scenes of animal life which passed before my eyes, I saw mutual aid and mutual support carried on to an extent which made me suspect in it a feature of the greatest importance for the maintenance of life, the preservation of each species and its further evolution. And finally I saw among the semi-wild cattle and horses in Transbaikalia, among the wild ruminants everywhere, the squirrels and so on, that when animals have to struggle against scarcity of food in consequence of one of the above-mentioned causes, the whole of that portion of the species which is affected by the calamity comes out of the ordeal so much impoverished in vigour and health that no progressive evolution of the species can be based upon such periods of keen competition. Consequently, when my attention was drawn later on to the relations between Darwinism and sociology, I could agree with none of the works and pamphlets that had been written upon this important subject. They all endeavoured to prove that man, owing to his higher intelligence and knowledge, may mitigate the harshness of the struggle for life between men. But they all recognized at the same time that the struggle for the means of existence of every animal against all its congeners, and of every man against all other men, was a law of nature. This view, however, I could not accept, because I was persuaded that to admit a pitiless inner war for life within each species, and to see in that war a condition of progress, was to admit something which not only had not yet been proved, but also lacked confirmation from direct observation. On the contrary, a lecture on the law of mutual aid, which was delivered at a Russian Congress of Naturalists in January 1880 by the well-known zoologist Professor Kessler, the then dean of the St. Petersburg University, struck me as throwing a new light on the whole subject. Kessler's idea was that besides the law of mutual struggle there is in nature the law of mutual aid, which for the success of the struggle for life, and especially for the progressive evolution of a species, is far more important than the law of mutual contest. This suggestion, which was in reality nothing but a further development of the ideas expressed by Darwin himself in The Descent of Man, seemed to me so correct and of so great an importance that since I became acquainted with it (in 1883), I began to collect materials for further developing the idea, which Kessler had only cursorily sketched in his lecture, but had not lived to develop. He died in 1881. In one point only I could not entirely endorse Kessler's views. Kessler alluded to parental feeding and care for progeny (see below Chapter 1), as to the source of mutual inclinations in animals. However, to determine how far these two feelings have really been at work in the evolution of sociable instincts, and how far other instincts have been at work in the same direction, seems to me a quite distinct and a very wide question, which we hardly can discuss yet. It will be only after we have well established the facts of mutual aid in different classes of animals, and their importance for evolution, that we shall be able to study what belongs in the evolution of sociable feelings to parental feelings, and what to sociability proper, the latter having evidently its origin at the earliest stages of the evolution of the animal world, perhaps even at the colony stages. I consequently directed my chief attention to establishing first of all the importance of the mutual aid factor of evolution, leaving to ulterior research the task of discovering the origin of the mutual aid instinct in nature. The importance of the mutual aid factor, if its generality could only be demonstrated, did not escape the naturalist genius so manifest in Goethe. When Ackermann told once to Goethe, it was in 1827, that two little wren fledglings which had run away from him were found by him next day in the nest of robin redbreasts (Röfkelchen), which fed the little ones, together with their own youngsters, Goethe grew quite excited about this fact. He saw in it a confirmation of his pantheistic views, and said, if it be true that this feeding of a stranger goes through all nature as something having the character of a general law, then many an enigma would be solved. He returned to this matter on the next day, and most earnestly entreated Ackermann (who was, as is known, a zoologist), to make a special study of the subject, adding that he would surely come to quite invaluable treasuries of results. Gesprach, edition of 1848, volume 3rd, pages 219-221. Unfortunately, this study was never made, although it is very possible that Brehm, who has accumulated in his works such rich materials relative to mutual aid among animals, might have been inspired by Goethe's remark. Several works of importance were published in the years 1872 to 1886, dealing with the intelligence and the mental life of animals. They are mentioned in a footnote in Chapter 1 of this book. And three of them dealt more especially with the subject under consideration, namely Les Sociétés Animales by Espinasse (Paris, 1877), La lutte pour l'existence et l'association pour la lutte, et lecture by J. L. Lanessan open bracket, April 1881, close bracket, and Louis Buchner's book, Leben und Lebensleben in der Tierwelt, of which the first edition appeared in 1882 or 1883, and a second, much enlarged, in 1885. But excellent though each of these works is, they leave ample room for a work in which mutual aid would be considered not only as an argument in favour of a pre-human origin of moral instincts, but also as a law of nature and a factor of evolution. Espinasse devoted his main attention to such animal societies (open bracket, ants, bees, close bracket) as are established upon a physiological division of labour, and though his work is full of admirable hints in all possible directions, it was written at a time when the evolution of human societies could not yet be treated with the knowledge we now possess. La Naissance lecture has more the character of a brilliantly laid out general plan of a work in which mutual support would be dealt with, beginning with rocks in the sea, and then passing in review the world of plants, of animals, and men. As to Buchner's work, suggestive though it is enriched in facts, I could not agree with its leading idea. The book begins with a hymn to love, and nearly all its illustrations are intended to prove the existence of love and sympathy among animals. However, to reduce animal sociability to love and sympathy means to reduce its generality and its importance, just as human ethics, based upon love and personal sympathy, only have contributed to narrow the comprehension of the moral feeling as a whole. It is not love to my neighbour whom I often do not know at all which induces me to seize a pail of water and to rush towards his house when I see it on fire. It is a far wider, even though more vague feeling or instinct of human solidarity and sociability which moves me. So it is also with animals. It is not love and not even sympathy, open bracket, understood in its proper sense, close bracket, which induces a herd of ruminants or of horses to form a ring in order to resist an attack of wolves. Not love which induces wolves to form a pack for hunting, not love which induces kittens or lambs to play, or a dozen of species of young birds to spend their days together in the autumn, and it is neither love nor personal sympathy which induces many thousand fallow deer scattered over a territory as large as France to form into a score of separate herds, all marching towards a given spot in order to cross there a river. It is a feeling infinitely wider than love or personal sympathy, an instinct that has been slowly developed among animals and men in the course of an extremely long evolution, and which has taught animals and men alike the force they can borrow from the practice of mutual aid and support, and the joys they can find in social life. The importance of this distinction will be easily appreciated by the student of animal psychology, and the more so by the student of human ethics. Love, sympathy, and self-sacrifice certainly play an immense part in the progressive development of our moral feelings, but it is not love and not even sympathy upon which society is based in mankind. It is a conscience, be it only at the stage of an instinct of human solidarity. It is the unconscious recognition of a force that is borrowed by each man from the practice of mutual aid, of the close dependency of everyone's happiness upon the happiness of all, and of a sense of justice or equality which brings the individual to consider the rights of every other individual as equal to his own. Upon this broad and necessary foundation the still higher moral feelings are developed. But this subject lies outside the scope of the present work, and I shall only indicate here a lecture, Justice and Morality, which I delivered in reply to Huxley's Ethics, and in which the subject has been treated at some length. Consequently, I thought that a book written on mutual aid as a law of nature and a factor of evolution might fill an important gap. When Huxley issued in 1888 his Struggle for Life manifesto, open bracket, Struggle for Existence and its Bearing upon Men, close bracket, which to my appreciation was a very incorrect representation of the facts of nature as one sees them in the bush and in the forest, I communicated with the editor of the 19th century, asking him whether he would give the hospitality of his review to an elaborate reply to the views of one of the most prominent Darwinists, and Mr. James Knowles received the proposal with fullest sympathy. I also spoke of it to W. Bates. "Yes, certainly, that is true Darwinism," was his reply. "It is horrible what they have made of Darwin. Write these articles, and when they are printed I will write to you a letter which you may publish." Unfortunately, it took me nearly 7 years to write these articles, and when the last was published Bates was no longer living. After having discussed the importance of mutual aid in various classes of animals, I was evidently bound to discuss the importance of the same factor in the evolution of man. This was the more necessary as there are a number of evolutionists who may not refuse to admit the importance of mutual aid among animals, but who, like Herbert Spencer, will refuse to admit it for man. For primitive men, they maintain, war of each against all was the law of life. In half of this assertion, which has been too willingly repeated without sufficient criticism since the times of Hobbes, is supported by what we know about the early phases of human development, is discussed in the chapters given to the savages and the barbarians. The number and importance of mutual aid institutions, which were developed by the creative genius of the savage and half-savage masses during the earliest clan period of mankind, and still more during the next village community period, and the immense influence which these early institutions have exercised upon the subsequent development of mankind down to the present times, induced me to extend my researches to the later historical periods as well, especially to study that most interesting period, the three medieval city republics, of which the universality and influence upon our modern civilization have not yet been duly appreciated. And finally, I have tried to indicate in brief the immense importance which the mutual support instincts inherited by mankind from its extremely long evolution play even now in our modern society, which is supposed to rest upon the principle every one for himself and the state for all, but which it never has succeeded nor will succeed in realizing. It may be objected to this book that both animals and men are represented in it under too favourable an aspect, that their sociable qualities are insisted upon, while their antisocial and self-asserting instincts are hardly touched upon. This was, however, unavoidable. We have heard so much lately of the harsh, pitiless struggle for life, which was said to be carried on by every animal against all other animals, every savage against all other savages, and every civilized man against all his co-citizens, and these assertions have so much become an article of faith that it was necessary, first of all, to oppose to them a wide series of facts showing animal and human life under a quite different aspect. It was necessary to indicate the overwhelming importance which sociable habits play in nature and in the progressive evolution of both the animal species and human beings, to prove that they secure to animals a better protection from their enemies, very often facilities for getting food and (winter provisions, migrations, etc.), longevity, therefore a greater facility for the development of intellectual faculties, and that they have given to men, in addition to the same advantages, the possibility of working out those institutions which have enabled mankind to survive in its hard struggle against nature and to progress notwithstanding all the vicissitudes of its history. It is a book on the law of mutual aid, viewed as one of the chief factors of evolution, not on all factors of evolution and their respective values. And this first book had to be written before the latter could become possible. I should certainly be the last to underrate the part which the self-assertion of the individual has played in the evolution of mankind. However, this subject requires, I believe, a much deeper treatment than the one it has hitherto received. In the history of mankind, individual self-assertion has often been, and continually is, something quite different from, and far larger and deeper than, the petty, unintelligent narrow-mindedness which was, with a large class of writers, goes for individualism and self-assertion. Nor have history-making individuals been limited to those whom historians have represented as heroes. My intention, consequently, is, if circumstances permit it, to discuss separately the part taken by the self-assertion of the individual in the progressive evolution of mankind. I can only make in this place the following general remark. When the mutual aid institutions, the tribe, the village community, the guilds, the medieval city began in the course of history to lose their primitive character, to be invaded by parasitic growths, and thus to become hindrances to progress, the revolt of individuals against these institutions took two different aspects. Part of those who rose up strove to purify the old institutions, or to work out a higher form of commonwealth based upon the same mutual aid principles. They tried, for instance, to introduce the principle of compensation instead of the lex talionis, and later on the pardon of offences, or a still higher ideal of equality before the human conscience in lieu of compensation according to class value. But at the very same time another portion of the same individual rebels endeavoured to break down the protective institutions of mutual support with no other intention but to increase their own wealth and their own powers. In this three-cornered contest between the two classes of revolted individuals and the supporters of what existed lies the real tragedy of history. But to delineate that contest and honestly to study the part played in the evolution of mankind by each one of these three forces would require at least as many years as it took me to write this book. Of works dealing with nearly the same subject which have been published since the publication of my articles on mutual aid among animals, I must mention the Lowell Lectures on the Ascent of Man by Henry Drummond (London 1894), and The Origin and Growth of the Moral Instinct by A. Sutherland (London 1898). Both are constructed chiefly on the lines taken in Buchner's Love, and in the second work the parental and familial feeling as the sole influence at work in the development of the moral feelings has been dealt with at some length. A third work dealing with men and treated on similar lines is The Principles of Sociology by Professor F.A. Giddings, the first edition of which was published in 1896 at New York and London, and the leading ideas of which were sketched by the author in a pamphlet in 1894. I must leave, however, to literary critics the task of discussing the points of contact, resemblance or divergence between these works and mine. The different chapters of this book were published first in the 19th century (Mutual Aid Among Animals) in September and November 1890, Mutual Aid Among Savages in April 1891, Mutual Aid Among the Barbarians in January 1892, Mutual Aid in the Medieval City in August and September 1894, and Mutual Aid amongst Modern Men in January and June 1896. In bringing them out in a book form, my first intention was to embody in an appendix the mass of materials as well as the discussion of several secondary points which had to be omitted in the review articles. It appeared, however, that the appendix would double the size of the book, and I was compelled to abandon, or at least to postpone, its publication. The present appendix includes the discussion of only a few points which have been the matter of scientific controversy during the last few years, and into the text I have introduced only such matter as could be introduced without altering the structure of the work. I am glad of this opportunity for expressing to the editor of the 19th century, Mr. James Knowles, my very best thanks both for the kind hospitality which he offered to these papers in his review, as soon as he knew their general idea, and the permission he kindly gave me to reprint them. Bromley, Kent, 1902. End of introduction. Recording by Enko. Chapter 1 of Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Enko. Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution by Peter Kropotkin. Chapter 1. Mutual Aid Among Animals. The conception of struggle for existence as a factor of evolution, introduced into science by Darwin and Wallace, has permitted us to embrace an immensely wide range of phenomena in one single generalization, which soon became the very basis of our philosophical, biological, and sociological speculations. An immense variety of facts, adaptations of function and structure of organic beings to their surroundings, physiological and anatomical evolution, intellectual progress, and moral development itself, which we formerly used to explain by so many different causes, were embodied by Darwin in one general conception. We understood them as continued endeavours, as a struggle against adverse circumstances for such a development of individuals, races, species, and societies as would result in the greatest possible fullness, variety, and intensity of life. It may be that at the outset Darwin himself was not fully aware of the generality of the factor which he first invoked for explaining one series only of facts relative to the accumulation of individual variations in incipient species. But he foresaw that the term which he was introducing into science would lose its philosophical and its only true meaning if it were to be used in its narrow sense only, that of a struggle between separate individuals for the sheer means of existence. And at the very beginning of his memorable work he insisted upon the term being taken in its large and metaphorical sense, including dependence of one being on another, and including (which is more important) not only the life of the individual, but success in living progeny. Origin of Species, Chapter 3rd, page 62 of first edition. While he himself was chiefly using the term in its narrow sense for his own special purpose, he warned his followers against committing the error (which he seems once to have committed himself) of overrating its narrow meaning. In the Descent of Man he gave some powerful pages to illustrate its proper wide sense. He pointed out how, in numberless animal societies, the struggle between separate individuals for the means of existence disappears, how struggle is replaced by cooperation, and how that substitution results in the development of intellectual and moral faculties which secure to the species the best conditions for survival. He intimated that in such cases the fittest are not the physically strongest nor the cunningest, but those who learn to combine so as mutually to support each other, strong and weak alike, for the welfare of the community. Those communities, he wrote, which included the greatest number of the most sympathetic members would flourish best and rear the greatest number of offspring. Second edition, page 163. The term, which originated from the narrow Malthusian conception of competition between each and all, thus lost its narrowness in the mind of one who knew nature. Unhappily, these remarks, which might have become the basis of most fruitful researches, were overshadowed by the masses of facts gathered for the purpose of illustrating the consequences of a real competition for life. Besides, Darwin never attempted to submit to a closer investigation the relative importance of the two aspects under which the struggle for existence appears in the animal world, and he never wrote the work he proposed to write upon the natural checks to over-multiplication, although that work would have been the crucial test for appreciating the real purport of individual struggle. Nay, on the very pages just mentioned, amidst data disproving the narrow Malthusian conception of struggle, the old Malthusian leaven reappeared, namely in Darwin's remarks as to the alleged inconveniences of maintaining the weak in mind and body in our civilized societies (Chapter 5). As if thousands of weak-bodied and infirm poets, scientists, inventors, and reformers, together with other thousands of so-called fools and weak-minded enthusiasts, were not the most precious weapons used by humanity in its struggle for existence by intellectual and moral arms, which Darwin himself emphasized in those same chapters of Descent of Man. It happened with Darwin's theory, as it always happens with theories having any bearing upon human relations. Instead of widening it according to his own hints, his followers narrowed it still more, and while Herbert Spencer starting on independent but closely allied lines, attempted to widen the inquiry into that great question, who are the fittest, especially in the appendix to the third edition of the Data of Ethics. The numberless followers of Darwin reduced the notion of struggle for existence to its narrowest limits. They came to conceive the animal world as a world of perpetual struggle against half-starved individuals, thirsting for one another's blood. They made modern literature resound with the war cry of woe to the vanquished, as if it were the last word of modern biology. They raised the pitiless struggle for personal advantages to the height of a biological principle which men must submit to as well, under the menace of otherwise succumbing in a world based upon mutual extermination. Leaving aside the economists who know of natural science but a few words borrowed from second-hand vulgarizers, we must recognize that even the most authorized exponents of Darwin's views did their best to maintain those false ideas. In fact, if we take Huxley, who certainly is considered as one of the ablest exponents of the theory of evolution, were we not taught by him, in a paper on the struggle for existence and its bearing upon man, that, from the point of view of the moralist, the animal world is on about the same level as a gladiator's show. The creatures are fairly well treated and said to fight hereby the strongest, the swiftest and the cunningest live to fight another day. The spectator has no need to turn his thumb down, as no quarter is given. Or further down in the same article, did he not tell us that, as among animals, so among primitive men, the weakest and stupidest went to the wall, while the toughest and shrewdest, those who were best fitted to cope with their circumstances, but not the best in another way, survived. Life was a continuous free fight, and beyond the limited and temporary relations of the family, the Hobbesian war of each against all was the normal state of existence. Footnote 19th century, February 1888, page 165. Close footnote. In how far this view of nature is supported by fact will be seen from the evidence which will be here submitted to the reader as regards the animal world, and as regards primitive man. But it may be remarked at once that Huxley's view of nature had as little claim to be taken as a scientific deduction as the opposite view of Rousseau, who saw in nature but love, peace and harmony destroyed by the accession of man. In fact, the first walk in the forest, the first observation upon any animal society, or even the perusal of any serious work dealing with animal life (D'Aubigny's, Audubon's, Le Vaillant's, no matter which), cannot but set the naturalist thinking about the part taken by social life in the life of animals, and prevent him from seeing in nature nothing but a field of slaughter, just as this would prevent him from seeing in nature nothing but harmony and peace. Rousseau had committed the error of excluding the beak and claw fight from his thoughts, and Huxley committed the opposite error. But neither Rousseau's optimism nor Huxley's pessimism can be accepted as an impartial interpretation of nature. As soon as we study animals, not in laboratories and museums only, but in the forest and the prairie, in the steppe and the mountains, we at once perceive that though there is an immense amount of warfare and extermination going on amidst various species, and especially amidst various classes of animals, there is, at the same time, as much or perhaps even more of mutual support, mutual aid and mutual defense amidst animals belonging to the same species, or, at least, to the same society. Sociability is as much a law of nature as mutual struggle. Of course, it would be extremely difficult to estimate, however roughly, the relative numerical importance of both these series of facts. But if we resort to an indirect test and ask nature, who are the fittest, those who are continually at war with each other, or those who support one another, we at once see that those animals which acquire habits of mutual aid are undoubtedly the fittest. They have more chances to survive, and they attain in their respective classes the highest development of intelligence and bodily organization. If the numberless facts which can be brought forward to support this view are taken into account, we may safely say that mutual aid is as much a law of animal life as mutual struggle, but that, as a factor of evolution, it most probably has a far greater importance inasmuch as it favours the development of such habits and characters as ensure the maintenance and further development of the species, together with the greatest amount of welfare and enjoyment of life for the individual with the least waste of energy. Of the scientific followers of Darwin, the first, as far as I know, who understood the full purport of mutual aid as a law of nature and the chief factor of evolution, was a well-known Russian zoologist, the late Dean of St. Petersburg University, Professor Kessler. He developed his ideas in an address which he delivered in January 1880, a few months before his death, at a congress of Russian naturalists. But like so many good things published in the Russian tongue, only that remarkable address remains almost entirely unknown. Leaving aside the pre-Darwinian writers like Thusnell, Fee, and many others, several works containing many striking instances of mutual aid, chiefly, however, illustrating animal intelligence, were issued previously to that date. I may mention those of Rousseau, Les facultés étalées des animaux, 2 volumes, Brussels 1872, L. Buchner's Aus dem Geistesleben der Tiere, second edition in 1877, and Maximilian Perthes Über das Seelenleben der Tiere, Leipzig 1876. Espinasse published his most remarkable work, Les Sociétés Animales, in 1877, and in that work he pointed out the importance of animal societies and their bearing upon the preservation of species, and entered upon a most valuable discussion of the origin of societies. In fact, Espinasse's book contains all that has been written since upon mutual aid, and many good things besides. If I nevertheless make a special mention of Kessler's address, it is because he raised mutual aid to the height of a law much more important in evolution than the law of mutual struggle. The same ideas were developed next year (in April 1881) by G. Lanessan in a lecture published in 1882 under this title, La lutte pour l'existence et l'association pour la lutte. J. Romain's capital work, Animal Intelligence, was issued in 1882 and followed next year by The Mental Evolution in Animals. About the same time (1883), Buchner published another work, Leben und Lebensleben in der Tierwelt, a second edition of which was issued in 1885. The idea, as seen, was in the air. As a zoologist of old standing, he felt bound to protest against the abuse of a term, the struggle for existence, borrowed from zoology, or at least against overrating its importance. Zoology, he said, and those sciences which deal with men continually insist upon what they call the pitiless law of struggle for existence, but they forget the existence of another law which may be described as the law of mutual aid, which law, at least for the animals, is far more essential than the former. He pointed out how the need of living progeny necessarily brings animals together, and the more the individuals keep together, the more they mutually support each other, and the more are the chances of a species for surviving, as well as for making further progress in its intellectual development. All classes of animals, he continued, and especially the higher ones, practice mutual aid, and he illustrated his idea by examples borrowed from the life of the burrowing beetles and the social life of birds and some mammalia. The examples were few, as might have been expected in a short opening address, but the chief points were clearly stated, and after mentioning that in the evolution of mankind mutual aid played a still more prominent part, Professor Kessler concluded as follows: I obviously do not deny the struggle for existence, but I maintain that the progressive development of the animal kingdom, and especially of mankind, is favoured much more by mutual support than by mutual struggle. All organic beings have two essential needs, that of nutrition and that of propagating the species. The former brings them to a struggle and to mutual extermination, while the needs of maintaining the species bring them to approach one another and to support one another. But I am inclined to think that in the evolution of the organic world, in the progressive modification of organic beings, mutual support among individuals plays a much more important part than their mutual struggle. Memoirs (3 Rudi of the St. Petersburg Society of Naturalists, Volume 11th, 1880. The correctness of the above views struck most of the Russian zoologists present, and Sayevetsov, whose work is well known to ornithologists and geographers, supported them and illustrated them by a few more examples. He mentioned some of the species of falcons which have an almost ideal organization for robbery, and nevertheless are in decay, while other species of falcons which practice mutual help do thrive. Take on the other side a sociable bird, the duck, he said. It is poorly organized on the whole, but it practices mutual support, and it almost invades the earth, as may be judged from its numberless varieties and species. The readiness of the Russian zoologists to accept Kessler's views seems quite natural, because nearly all of them have had opportunities of studying the animal world in the wide uninhabited regions of northern Asia and East Russia, and it is impossible to study like regions without being brought to the same ideas. I recollect myself the impression produced upon me by the animal world of Siberia when I explored the Vitim regions in the company of so accomplished a zoologist as my friend Polyakov was. We both were under the fresh impression of the origin of species, but we vainly looked for the keen competition between animals of the same species, which the reading of Darwin's work had prepared us to expect, even after taking into account the remarks of the third chapter (page 54). We saw plenty of adaptations for struggling, very often in common, against the adverse circumstances of climate, or against various enemies, and Polyakov wrote many a good page upon the mutual dependency of carnivores, ruminants, and rodents in their geographical distribution. We witnessed numbers of facts of mutual support, especially during the migrations of birds and ruminants, but even in the Amur and Usuri regions, where animal life swarms in abundance, facts of real competition and struggle between higher animals of the same species came very seldom under my notice, though I eagerly searched for them. The same impression appears in the works of most Russian zoologists, and it probably explains why Kessler's ideas were so welcomed by the Russian Darwinists, whilst like ideas are not in vogue amidst the followers of Darwin in Western Europe. The first thing which strikes us as soon as we begin studying the struggle for existence under both its aspects, direct and metaphorical, is the abundance of facts of mutual aid, not only for rearing progeny, as recognized by most evolutionists, but also for the safety of the individual and for providing it with the necessary food. With many large divisions of the animal kingdom, mutual aid is the rule. Mutual aid is met with even amidst the lowest animals, and we must be prepared to learn some day, from the students of microscopical pond life, facts of unconscious mutual support, even from the life of microorganisms. Of course, our knowledge of the life of the invertebrates, save the termites, the ants, and the bees, is extremely limited, and yet, even as regards the lower animals, we may glean a few facts of well ascertained cooperation. The numberless associations of locusts, Vanessae, Cincidellae, Cicadae, and so on, are practically quite unexplored, but the very fact of their existence indicates that they must be composed on about the same principles as the temporary associations of ants or bees for purposes of migration. As to the beetles, we have quite well observed facts of mutual help amidst the burying beetles (Necrophorus). They must have some decaying organic matter to lay their eggs in, and thus to provide their larvae with food. But that matter must not decay very rapidly, so they are wont to bury in the ground the corpses of all kinds of small animals which they occasionally find in their rambles. As a rule, they live an isolated life, but when one of them has discovered the corpse of a mouse or of a bird which it hardly could manage to bury itself, it calls 4, 6, or 10 other beetles to perform the operation with united efforts. If necessary, they transport the corpse to a suitable soft ground, and they bury it in a very considerate way, without caroling as to which of them will enjoy the privilege of laying its eggs in the buried corpse. And when Gleditch attached a dead bird to to a cross made out of two sticks, or suspended a toad to a stick planted in the soil, the little beetles would in the same friendly way combine their intelligences to overcome the artifice of man. The same combination of efforts has been noticed among the dung beetles. Even among animals standing at a somewhat lower stage of organization, we may find like examples. Some land crabs of the West Indies and North America combine in large swarms in order to travel to the sea and to deposit therein their spawn, and each such migration implies concert, cooperation, and mutual support. As to the big Molucca crab (Limulus), I was struck in 1882 at the Brighton Aquarium with the extent of mutual assistance which these clumsy animals are capable of bestowing upon a comrade in case of need. One of them had fallen upon its back in a corner of the tank, and its heavy saucepan-like carapace prevented it from returning to its natural position. The more so as there was in the corner an iron bar, which rendered the task still more difficult. Its comrades came to the rescue, and for 1 hour's time I watched how they endeavoured to help their fellow prisoner. They came to at once, pushed their friend from beneath, and after strenuous efforts succeeded in lifting it upright. But then the iron bar would prevent them from achieving the work of rescue, and the crab would again heavily fall upon its back. After many attempts, one of the helpers would go in the depth of the tank and bring 2 other crabs, which would begin with fresh forces the same pushing and lifting of their helpless comrade. We stayed in the aquarium for more than 2 hours, and when leaving we again came to cast a glance upon the tank. The work of rescue still continued. Since I saw that, I cannot refuse credit to the observation quoted by Dr. Erasmus Darwin, namely, that the common crab during the moulting season stations as sentinel an unmoulted or hard-shelled individual to prevent marine enemies from injuring moulted individuals in their unprotected state. George G. Romanes, Animal Intelligence, 1st edition, page 233. Facts illustrating mutual aid amidst the termites, the ants, and the bees are so well known to the general reader, especially through the works of Romanes, L. Buchner, and Sir John Lubbock, that I may limit my remarks to a very few hints. Pierre Houbert's Les Fourmis Indiguées, Genève, 1861. Forrest's Recherches sur les fourmis de la Suisse, Zurich, 1874, and G. T. Mogridge's Harvesting Ants and Trapdoor Spiders, London, 1873 and 1874, ought to be in the hands of every boy and girl. See also Blanchard's Métamorphose des Insectes, Paris, 1868, G. H. Fabre's Souvenirs entomologiques, Paris, 1886, Ebrard's Études des mœurs des fourmis, Genève, 1864, Sir John Lubbock's Ants, Bees and Wasps, and so on. If we take an ant's nest, we not only see that every description of work, rearing of progeny, foraging, building, rearing of aphids, and so on, is performed according to the principles of voluntary mutual aid, we must also recognize with Forel that the fundamental feature of the life of many species of ants is the fact and the obligation for every ant of sharing its food, already swallowed and partly digested, with every member of the community which may apply for it. 2 ants belonging to 2 different species, or to 2 hostile nests, when they occasionally meet together, will avoid each other. But 2 ants belonging to the same nest, or to the same colony of nests, will approach each other, exchange a few movements with the antenna, and if one of them is hungry or thirsty, and especially if the other has its crop full, it immediately asks for food. The individual thus requested never refuses. It sets apart its mandibles, takes a proper position, and regurgitates a drop of transparent fluid, which is licked up by the hungry ant. Regurgitating food for other ants is so prominent a feature in the life of ants (at liberty) and it so constantly recurs both for feeding hungry comrades and for feeding larvae that Forel considers the digestive tube of the ants as consisting of two different parts, one of which, the posterior, is for the special use of the individual, and the other, the anterior part, is chiefly for the use of the community. If an ant which has its crop full has been selfish enough to refuse feeding a comrade, it will be treated as an enemy, or even worse. If the refusal has been made while its kinsfolk were fighting with some other species, they will fall back upon the greedy individual with greater vehemence than even upon the enemies themselves. And if an ant has not refused to feed another ant belonging to an enemy species, it will be treated by the kinsfolk of the latter as a friend. All this is confirmed by most accurate observation and decisive experiments. Forel's Recherche, pages 244, 275, 278. Huber's description of the process is admirable. It also contains a hint as to the possible origin of the instinct. Popular edition, pages 158-160. See Appendix 2. In that immense division of the animal kingdom, which embodies more than 1,000 species, and is so numerous that the Brazilians pretend that Brazil belongs to the ants, not to men, competition amidst the members of the same nest or the colony of nests does not exist. However terrible the wars between different species, and whatever the atrocities committed at wartime, mutual aid within the community, self-devotion grown into a habit, and very often self-sacrifice for the common welfare of the rule. The ants and termites have renounced the Hobbesian war, and they are the better for it. Their wonderful nests, their buildings, superior in relative size to those of man, their paved roads and overground vaulted galleries, their spacious halls and granaries, their cornfields, harvesting and malting of grain. The agriculture of the ants is so wonderful that for a long time it has been doubted. The fact is now so well proved by Mr. Moggridge, Dr. Lincecum, Mr. Colonel Sykes, and Dr. Jordan that no doubt is possible. See an excellent summary of evidence in Mr. Romanes's work. See also Die Pilzgärten einiger Südamerikanische Amazon by Elf Mueller in Schimpers Botan mit Ostdentropen 6, 1893. Their rational methods of nursing their eggs and larvae, and of building special nests for rearing the aphides, whom Linnaeus so picturesquely described as the cows of the ants, and finally their courage, pluck, and superior intelligence, all these are the natural outcome of the mutual aid which they practice at every stage of their busy and laborious lives. That mode of life also necessarily resulted in the development of another essential feature of the life of ants, the immense development of individual initiative, which in its turn evidently led to the development of that high and varied intelligence which cannot but strike the human observer. This second principle was not recognized at once. Former observers often spoke of kings, queens, managers, and so on, but since Huber and Forel have published their minute observations, no doubt is possible as to the free scope left for every individual's initiative in whatever the ants do, including their wars. If we knew no other facts from animal life than what we know about the ants and the termites, we already might safely conclude that mutual aid (which leads to mutual confidence, the first condition for courage), and individual initiative (the first condition for intellectual progress), are two factors infinitely more important than mutual struggle in the evolution of the animal kingdom. In fact, the ant thrives without having any other protective features which cannot be dispensed with by animals living an isolated life. Its colour renders it conspicuous to its enemies, and the lofty nests of many species are conspicuous in the meadows and forests. It is not protected by a hard carapace, and its stinging apparatus, however dangerous when hundreds of stings are plunged into the flesh of an animal, is not of a great value for individual defense, while the eggs and larvae of the ants are a dainty for a great number of the inhabitants of the forest. And yet the ants in their thousands are not much destroyed by the birds, not even by the ant-eaters, and they are dreaded by most stronger insects. When Forel emptied a bagful of ants in a meadow, he saw that the crickets ran away. abandoning their holes to be sacked by the ants. The grasshoppers and the crickets fled in all directions. The spiders and the beetles abandoned their prey in order not to become prey themselves. Even the nests of the wasps were taken by the ants, after a battle during which many ants perished for the safety of the commonwealth. Even the swiftest insects cannot escape, and Forel often saw butterflies, gnats, flies, and so on, surprised and killed by the ants. Their force is in mutual support and mutual confidence. And if the ant, apart from the still higher developed termites, stands at the very top of the whole class of insects for its intellectual capacities, if its courage is only equalled by the most courageous vertebrates, and if its brain, to use Darwin's words, is one of the most marvelous atoms of matter in the world, perhaps more so than the brain of man, is it not due to the fact that mutual aid has entirely taken the place of mutual struggle in the communities of ants? The same is true as regards the bees. These small insects, which so easily might become the prey of so many birds, and whose honey has so many admirers in all classes of animals, from the beetle to the bee, also have none of the protective features derived from mimicry or otherwise, without which an isolatedly living insect hardly could escape wholesale destruction, and yet, owing to the mutual aid they practice, they obtain the wide extension which we know and the intelligence we admire. By working in common, they multiply their individual forces. By resorting to a temporary division of labor combined with the capacity of each bee to perform every kind of work when required, they attain such a degree of well-being and safety as no isolated animal can ever expect to achieve, however strong or well-armed it may be. In their combinations they are often more successful than man, when he neglects to take advantage of a well-planned mutual assistance. Thus, when a new swarm of bees is going to leave the hive in search of a new abode, a number of bees will make a preliminary exploration of the neighborhood, and if they discover a convenient dwelling place, say an old basket or anything of the kind, they will take possession of it, clean it and guard it, sometimes for a whole week, till the swarm comes to settle therein. But how many human settlers will perish in new countries simply for not having understood the necessity of combining their efforts? By combining their individual intelligences, they succeed in coping with adverse circumstances, even quite unforeseen and unusual, like those bees of the Paris exhibition, which fastened with their resinous propolis the shutter to a glass plate fitted in the wall of their hive. Besides, they display none of the sanguinary proclivities and love of useless fighting with which many writers so readily endow animals. The sentries which guard the entrance to the hive pitilessly put to death the robbing bees which attempt entering the hive, but those stranger bees which come to the hive by mistake are left unmolested, especially if they come laden with pollen or are young individuals which can easily go astray. There is no more warfare than is strictly required. The sociability of the bees is the more instructive as predatory instincts and laziness continue to exist among the bees as well, and reappear each time that their growth is favoured by some circumstances. It is well known that there always are a number of bees which prefer a life of robbery to the laborious life of a worker, and that both periods of scarcity and periods of an unusually rich supply of food lead to an increase of the robbing class. When our crops are in and there remains but little to gather in our meadows and fields, robbing bees become of more frequent occurrence, while on the other side, about the sugar plantations of the West Indies and the sugar refineries of Europe, robbery, laziness, and very often drunkenness become quite usual with the bees. We thus see that antisocial instincts continue to exist amidst the bees as well, but natural selection continually must eliminate them, because in the long run the practice of solidarity proves much more advantageous to the species than the development of individuals endowed with predatory inclinations. The cunningest and the shrewdest are eliminated in favour of those who understand the advantages of sociable life and mutual support. Certainly neither the ants, nor the bees, nor even the termites have risen to the conception of a higher solidarity embodying the whole of a species. In that respect, they evidently have not attained a degree of development which we do not find even among our political, scientific, and religious leaders. Their social instincts hardly extend beyond the limits of the hive or the nest. However, colonies of no less than 200 nests, belonging to two different species (Formica exsecta and F. praesyllabris), have been described by Forel on Mount Tendre and Mount Saleve, and Forel maintains that each member of these colonies recognizes every other member of the colony, and that they all take part in common defense, while in Pennsylvania Mr. McCook saw a whole nation of from 1,600 to 1,700 nests of the mound-making ant, all living in perfect intelligence, and Mr. Bates has described the hillocks of the termites covering large surfaces in the campus, some of the nests being the refuge of 2 or 3 different species, and most of them being connected by vaulted galleries or arcades. H. W. Bates, The Naturalist on the River Amazons, Second, 59 sec. Some stepped towards the amalgamation of larger divisions of the species for purposes of mutual protection are thus met with even among the invertebrate animals. Going now over to higher animals, we find far more instances of undoubtedly conscious mutual help for all possible purposes, though we must recognize at once that our knowledge even of the life of higher animals still remains very imperfect. A large number of facts have been accumulated by first-rate observers, but there are whole divisions of the animal kingdom of which we know almost nothing. Trustworthy information as regards fishes is extremely scarce, partly owing to the difficulties of observation, and partly because no proper attention has yet been paid to the subject. As to the mammalia, Kessler already remarked how little we know about their manners of life. Many of them are nocturnal in their habits, others conceal themselves underground, and those ruminants whose social life and migrations offer the greatest interest do not let men approach their herds. It is chiefly upon birds that we have the widest range of information, and yet the social life of very many species remains but imperfectly known. Still, we need not complain about the lack of well ascertained facts, as will be seen from the following. I need not dwell upon the associations of male and female for rearing their offspring, for providing it with food during their first steps in life, or for hunting in common, though it may be mentioned by the way that such associations are the rule even with the least sociable carnivores and rapacious birds, and that they derive a special interest from being the field upon which tenderer feelings develop even amidst otherwise most cruel animals. It may also be added that the rarity of associations larger than that of the family among the carnivores and the birds of prey, though mostly being the result of their very modes of feeding, can also be explained to some extent as a consequence of the change produced in the animal world by the rapid increase of mankind. At any rate, it is worthy of note that there are species living a quite isolated life in densely inhabited regions, while the same species, or the nearest congeners, are gregarious in uninhabited countries. Wolves, foxes, and several birds of prey may be quoted as instances in point. However, associations which do not extend beyond the family bonds are of relatively small importance in our case, the more so as we know numbers of associations for more general purposes such as hunting, mutual protection, and even simple enjoyment of life. Audubon already mentioned that eagles occasionally associate for hunting, and his description of the 2 bald eagles, male and female, hunting on the Mississippi is well known for its graphic powers. But one of the most conclusive observations of the kind belongs to Sievertsoff. While studying the fauna of the Russian steppes, he once saw an eagle belonging to an altogether gregarious species (the white-tailed eagle Hyactus albicilla), rising high in the air for half an hour. It was describing its wide circles in silence, when at once its piercing voice was heard. Its cry was soon answered by another eagle which approached it, and was followed by a third, a fourth, and so on, till 9 or 10 eagles came together and soon disappeared. In the afternoon, Sievertsoff went to the place whereto he saw the eagles flying, concealed by one of the undulations of the steppe. He approached them and discovered that they had gathered around the corpse of a horse, the old ones, which as a rule begin the meal first, such are their rules of propriety, already were sitting upon the haystacks of the neighborhood and kept watch, while the younger ones were continuing the meal, surrounded by bands of crows. From this and like observations, Syevertsoff concluded that the white-tailed eagles combine for hunting. When they all have risen to a great height, they are enabled, if they are 10, to survey an area of at least 25 miles square, and as soon as anyone has discovered something, he warns the others. And Syevertsoff, Periodical Phenomena in the Life of Mammalia, Birds and Reptiles of Voronezh, Moscow, 1855, in Russian, Of course, it might be argued that a simple instinctive cry of the first eagle, or even its movements, would have had the same effect of bringing several eagles to the prey. But in this case there is strong evidence in favor of mutual warning, because the 10 eagles came together before descending towards the prey, and Syevertsoff had later on several opportunities of ascertaining that the white-tailed eagles always assembled for devouring a corpse, and that some of them (the younger ones first) always keep watch while the others are eating. In fact, the white-tailed eagle, one of the bravest and best hunters, is a gregarious bird altogether, and Brehm says that when kept in captivity it very soon contracts an attachment to its keepers. Sociability is a common feature with very many other birds of prey. The Brazilian kite, one of the most impudent robbers, is nevertheless a most sociable bird. Its hunting associations have been described by Darwin and other naturalists, and it is a fact that when it has seized upon a prey which is too big, it calls together 5 or 6 friends to carry it away. After a busy day, when these kites retire for their night rest to a tree or to the bushes, they always gather in bands, sometimes coming together from distances of 10 or more miles, and they often are joined by several other vultures, especially the percnopters, their true friends, D'Aubigny says. In another continent, in the Transcaspian deserts, they have, according to Zarodny, the same habit of nesting together. The sociable vulture, one of the strongest vultures, has received its very name from its love of society. They live in numerous bands, and decidedly enjoy society. Numbers of them join in their high flights for sport. They live in very good friendship, Le Vaillant says, and in the same cave I sometimes found as many as 3 nests close together. A. Brehm, Life of Animals, Fed. 477, all quotations after the French edition. The Urubu vultures of Brazil are as, or perhaps even more, sociable than rooks. Bates, page 151. The little Egyptian vultures live in close friendship. They play in bands in the air, they come together to spend the night, and in the morning they all go together to search for their food, and never does the slightest quarrel arise among them. Such is the testimony of Brehm, who had plenty of opportunities of observing their life. The red-throated falcon is also met with in numerous bands in the forests of Brazil, and the kestrel (Tynonculus sancris), when it has left Europe and has reached in the winter the prairies and forests of Asia, gathers in numerous societies. In the steppes of South Russia it is (or rather was) so sociable that Nordman saw them in numerous bands with other falcons (Falco tynonculus, F. ozulen, and F. subeteo), coming together every fine afternoon about 4 o'clock, and enjoying their sports till late in the night. They set off flying all at once in a quite straight line towards some determined point, and having reached it, immediately returned over the same line to repeat the same flight. Catalogue raisonné des oiseaux de la faune pontique in Demidov's Voyage, abstracts in Brehm, 3rd, 360. During the migrations, birds of prey often associate. One flock which H. Seebohm saw crossing the Pyrenees represented a curious assemblage of 8 kites, 1 crane, and a peregrine falcon. The Birds of Siberia, 1901, page 417. To take flights in flocks for the mere pleasures of the flight is quite common among all sorts of birds. In the Humber district especially, C.H. Dixon writes, vast flights of dunlins often appear upon the mud flats towards the end of August and remain for the winter. The movements of these birds are most interesting, as a vast flock wheels and spreads out or closes up with as much precision as drilled troops. Scattered among them are many odd stints and sanderlings and ring-plovers. Birds in the Northern Shires, page 207. It would be quite impossible to enumerate here the various hunting associations of birds, but the fishing associations of the pelicans are certainly worthy of notice for the remarkable order and intelligence displayed by these clumsy birds. They always go fishing in numerous bands, and after having chosen an appropriate bay, they form a wide half circle in face of the shore and narrow it by paddling towards the shore, catching all fish that happen to be enclosed in the circle. On narrow rivers and canals, they even divide into two parties, each of which draws up on a half circle, and both paddle to meet each other, just as if two parties of men dragging two long nets should advance to capture all fish taken between the nets when both parties come to meet. As the night comes, they fly to their resting places, always the same for each flock, and no one has ever seen them fighting for the possession of either the bay or the resting place. In South America, they gather in flocks of from 40 to 50,000 individuals, part of which enjoy sleep while the others keep watch, and others again go fishing. Max Perty, Weber das Seelenleben der Tiere. Leipzig, 1876, pages 87-103. And finally, I should be doing an injustice to the much calumniated house sparrows if I did not mention how faithfully each of them shares any food it discovers with all members of the society to which it belongs. The fact was known to the Greeks, and it has been transmitted to posterity, how a Greek orator once exclaimed, I quote from memory, "While I am speaking to you, a sparrow has come to tell to other sparrows that a slave has dropped on the floor a sack of corn, and they all go there to feed upon the grain." The more one is pleased to find this observation of all confirmed in a recent little book by Mr. Gurney, who does not doubt that the house sparrows always inform each other as to where there is some food to steal. He says, "When a stack has been thrashed ever so far from the yard, the sparrows in the yard have always had their crops full of the grain." G. H. Gurney, The House Sparrow, London, 1885, page 5. True, the sparrows are extremely particular in keeping their domains free from the invasions of strangers. Thus the sparrows of the Jardin du Luxembourg bitterly fight all other sparrows which may attempt to enjoy their turn of the garden and its visitors, but within their own communities they fully practice mutual support, though occasionally there will be of course some quarrelling even amongst the best friends. Hunting and feeding in common is so much the habit in the feathered world that more quotations hardly would be needful. It must be considered as an established fact. As to the force derived from such associations, it is self-evident. The strongest birds of prey are powerless in face of the associations of our smallest bird pets. Even eagles, even the powerful and terrible booted eagle and the martial eagle, which is strong enough to carry away a hare or a young antelope in its claws, are compelled to abandon their prey to bands of those beggars, the kites, which give the eagle a regular chase as soon as they see it in possession of a good prey. The cats will also give chase to the swift fishing hawk and rob it of the fish it has captured, but no one ever saw the kites fighting together for the possession of the prey so stolen. On the Kerguelen Island, Dr. Coues saw the gulls to Buphogus, the sea hen of the sealers, pursue, make them disgorge their food, while on the other side the gulls and the terns combined to drive away the sea hen as soon as it came near to their abodes, especially at nesting time. Dr. Elliot Coues, Birds of the Kerguelen Island, in Smithsonian Miscellaneous Collections, Volume 13, No. 2, page 11. The little but extremely swift lapwings (Vanellus cristatus), boldly attack the birds of prey. To see them attacking a buzzard, a kite, a crow, or an eagle is one of the most amusing spectacles. One feels that they are sure of victory, and one sees the anger of the bird of prey. In such circumstances, they perfectly support one another, and the courage grows with their numbers. Brehm, 4th, 567. The lapwing has well merited the name of a good mother which the Greeks gave to it, for it never fails to protect other aquatic birds from the attacks of their enemies. But even the little white wagtails Motacilla alba, whom we well know in our gardens, and whose whole length hardly attains 8 inches, compel the sparrowhawk to abandon its hunt. I often admired the courage and agility the old Brehm wrote, and I am persuaded that the falcon alone is capable of capturing any of them. When a band of wagtails has compelled a bird of prey to retreat, they make the air resound with the triumphant cries, and after that they separate. They thus come together for the special purpose of giving chase to their enemy, just as we see it when the whole bird population of a forest has been raised by the news that a nocturnal bird has made its appearance during the day, and all together birds of prey and small inoffensive singers set to chase the stranger and make it return to its concealment. What an immense difference between the force of a kite, a buzzard, or a hawk, and such small birds as the meadow wagtail! And yet these little birds, by their common action and courage, prove superior to the powerfully winged and armed robbers. In Europe the wagtails not only chase the birds of prey which might be dangerous to them, but they chase also the fishing hawk, rather for fun than for doing it any harm, while in India, according to Dr. Jordan's testimony, the jackdaws chase the Govinda kite for simple matter of amusement. Prince Wyatt saw the Brazilian eagle Urbitinga surrounded by numberless flocks of toucans and caciques (a bird nearly akin to our rook), which mocked it. The eagle, he adds, usually supports these insults very quietly, but from time to time it will catch one of these mockers. In all such cases the little birds, though very much inferior in force to the bird of prey, prove superior to it by their common action. As to the house sparrows, a New Zealand observer, Mr. T.W. Kirk, described as follows the attack of these impudent birds upon an unfortunate hawk. He heard one day a most unusual noise, as though all the small birds of the country had joined in one grand carol. Looking up he saw a large hawk (C. Gouldi, a carrion feeder), being buffeted by a flock of sparrows. They kept dashing at him in scores, and from all points at once. The unfortunate hawk was quite powerless. At last, approaching some scrub, the hawk dashed into it and remained there, while the sparrows congregated in groups round the bush, keeping up a constant chattering and noise. Paper read before the New Zealand Institute, Nature, October 10, 1891. However, the most striking effects of common life for the security of the individual, for its enjoyment of life, and for the development of its intellectual capacities are seen in two great families of birds, the cranes and the parrots. The cranes are extremely sociable and live in most excellent relations, not only with their congeners, but also with most aquatic birds. Their prudence is really astonishing, so also their intelligence. They grasp the new conditions in a moment and act accordingly. Their sentries always keep watch around a flock which is feeding or resting, and the hunters know well how difficult it is to approach them. If man has succeeded in surprising them, they will never return to the same place without having sent out one single scout first, and a party of scouts afterwards, and when the reconnoitring party returns and reports that there is no danger, a second group of scouts is sent out to verify the first report, before the whole band moves. With kindred species the cranes contract real friendship, and in captivity there is no bird, save the also sociable and highly intelligent parrot, which enters into such real friendship with man. It sees in man not a master but a friend, and endeavours to manifest it. Brehm concludes from a wide personal experience. The crane is in continual activity from early in the morning till late in the night, but it gives a few hours only in the morning to the task of searching its food, chiefly vegetable. All the remainder of the day is given to society life. It picks up small pieces of wood or small stones, throws them in the air and tries to catch them. It bends its neck, opens its wings, dances, jumps, runs about, and tries to manifest by all means its good disposition of mind, and always it remains graceful and beautiful. Brehm 4th 671 sec. As it lives in society, it has almost no enemies, and though Brehm occasionally saw one of them captured by a crocodile, he wrote that except the crocodile he knew no enemies of the crane. It eschews all of them by its proverbial prudence, and it attains as a rule a very old age. No wonder that for the maintenance of a species the crane need not rear a numerous offspring. It usually hatches but 2 eggs. As to its superior intelligence, it is sufficient to say that all observers are unanimous in recognizing that its intellectual capacities remind one very much of those of man. The other extremely sociable bird, the parrot, stands as known at the very top of the whole feathered world for the development of its intelligence. Brehm has so admirably summed up the manners of life of the parrot that I cannot do better than translate the following sentence. Except in the pairing season, they live in very numerous societies or bands. They choose a place in the forest to stay there, and thence they start every morning for their hunting expeditions. The members of each band remain faithfully attached to each other, and they share in common good or bad luck. All together they repair in the morning to a field, or to a garden, or to a tree, to feed upon fruits. They post sentries to keep watch over the safety of the whole band, and are attentive to their warnings. In case of danger, all take to flight, mutually supporting each other, and all simultaneously return to their resting place. In a word, they always live closely united. They enjoy society of other birds as well. In India, the jays and crows come together from many miles round to spend the night in company with the parrots in the bamboo thickets. When the parrots start hunting, they display the most wonderful intelligence, prudence, and capacity of coping with circumstances. Take for instance a band of white kakadus in Australia. Before starting to plunder a cornfield, they first send out a reconnoitring party which occupies the highest trees in the vicinity of the field, while other scouts perch upon the intermediate trees between the field and the forest and transmit the signals. If the report runs all right, a score of kakadus will separate from the bulk of the land, take a flight in the air, and then fly towards the trees nearest to the field. They also will scrutinize the neighborhood for a long while, and only then will they give the signal for general advance, after which the whole band starts at once and plunders the field in no time. The Australian settlers have the greatest difficulties in beguiling the prudence of the parrots, but if man with all his art and weapons has succeeded in killing some of them, the kakadus become so prudent and watchful that they henceforward baffle all stratagems. Or Landenfeld in Der Zoologist Garten 1889. There can be no doubt that it is the practice of life in society which enables the parrots to attain that very high level of almost human intelligence and almost human feelings which we know in them. Their high intelligence has induced the best naturalists to describe some species, namely the grey parrot, as the birdman. As to their mutual attachment, it is known that when a parrot has been killed by a hunter, the others fly over the corpse of their comrade with shrieks of complaints, and themselves fall the victims of their friendship. As Audubon said, and when two captive parrots, though belonging to two different species, have contracted mutual friendship, the accidental death of one of the two friends has sometimes been followed by the death from grief and sorrow of the other friend. It is no less evident that in their societies they find infinitely more protection than they possibly might find in any ideal development of beak and claw. Very few birds of prey or mammals dare attack any but the smallest species of parrots, and Brehm is absolutely right in saying of the parrots, as he also says of the cranes and the sociable monkeys, that they hardly have any enemies besides men, and he adds, it is most probable that the larger parrots succumb chiefly to old age rather than die from the claws of any enemies. Only man, owing to his still more superior intelligence and weapons, also derived from association, succeeds in partially destroying them. Their very longevity would thus appear as a result of their social life. Could we not say the same as regards their wonderful memory, which also must be favoured in its development by society, life, and by longevity accompanied by a full enjoyment of bodily and mental faculties till a very old age? As seen from the above, the war of each against all is not the law of nature. Mutual aid is as much a law of nature as mutual struggle, and that law will become still more apparent when we have analyzed some of the associations of birds and those of the mammalia. A few hints as to the importance of the law of mutual aid for the evolution of the animal kingdom have already been given in the preceding pages, but their purport will still better appear when, after having given a few more illustrations, we shall be enabled presently to draw therefrom our conclusions. End of chapter 1. Recording by Enko. If you would like to send me an email, you can reach me at enkobilal@yahoo.com. That's enkobilal@yahoo.com. First part of chapter 2 of Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Enko. Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution by Peter Kropotkin. First part of chapter 2, Mutual Aid among Animals, open bracket, continued, close bracket. As soon as spring comes back to the temperate zone, myriads and myriads of birds which are scattered over the warmer regions of the south come together in numberless bands, and full of vigour and joy hasten northwards to rear their offspring. Each of our hedges, each grove, each ocean cliff, and each of the lakes and ponds with which Northern America, Northern Europe, and Northern Asia are dotted, tell us at that time of the year the tale of what mutual aid means for the birds, what force, energy, and protection it confers to every living being, however feeble and defenseless it otherwise might be. Take, for instance, one of the numberless lakes of the Russian and Siberian steppes. Its shores are peopled with myriads of aquatic birds belonging to at least a score of different species, all living in perfect peace, all protecting one another. For several hundred yards from the shore the air is filled with gulls and terns as with snowflakes on a winter day. Thousands of plovers and sandcoursers run over the beach, searching their food, whistling, and simply enjoying life. Further on almost each wave, a duck is rocking, while higher up you notice the flocks of the Kazaki ducks. Exuberant life swarms everywhere. Open footnote. Sievetzov's Periodical Phenomena, page 251. Close footnote. And here are the robbers, the strongest, the most cunning ones, those ideally organized for robbery, and you hear their hungry, angry, dismal cries as for hours in succession they watch the opportunity of snatching from this mass of living beings one single unprotected individual. But as soon as they approach, their presence is signaled by dozens of voluntary sentries and hundreds of girls and terns set to chase the robber. Maddened by hunger, the robber soon abandons his usual precautions. He suddenly dashes into the living mass, but attacked from all sides, he again is compelled to retreat. From sheer despair he falls upon the wild ducks, but the intelligent social birds rapidly gather in a flock and fly away. If the robber is an ern, they plunge into the lake; if it is a falcon, or they raise a cloud of water dust and bewilder the assailant if it is a kite. Open footnote. Seferlitz, quoted by Brehm, 4th, 760. Close footnote. And while life continues to swarm on the lake, the robber flies away with cries of anger, and looks out for carrion, or for a young bird or a field mouse, not yet used to obey in time the warnings of its comrades. In the face of an exuberant life, the ideally armed robber must be satisfied with the off-fall of that life. Further north, in the Arctic archipelagos, you may sail along the coast for many miles and see all the ledges, all the cliffs and corners of the mountain sides, up to a height of from 200 to 500 feet, literally covered with seabirds, whose white breasts show against the dark rocks as if the rocks were closely sprinkled with chalk specks. The air near and far is, so to say, full with fowls. Open footnote. The Arctic Voyages of A. E. Nordenskjöld, London, 1879. Page 135. See also the powerful description of the St. Kilda Islands by Mr. Dixon, open bracket, quoted by Seaborn, close bracket, and nearly all books of Arctic travel. Close footnote. Each of such bird mountains is a living illustration of mutual aid, as well as of the infinite variety of characters, individual and specific, resulting from social life. The oyster catcher is renowned for its readiness to attack the birds of prey. The barge is known for its watchfulness, and it easily becomes the leader of more placid birds. The turnstone, when surrounded by comrades belonging to more energetic species, is a rather timorous bird, but it undertakes to keep watch for the security of the commonwealth when surrounded by smaller birds. Here you have the dominative swans, there the extremely sociable kittiwake gulls, among whom carols are raw and short, the prepossessing polar guillemots, which continually caress each other, the egoist she-goose, who has repudiated the orphans of a killed comrade, and by her side another female who adopts anyone's orphans, and now paddles surrounded by 50 or 60 youngsters, whom she conducts and cares for as if they all were her own breed. Side by side with the penguins, which steal one another's eggs, you have the dotterels, whose family relations are so charming and touching that even passionate hunters recoil from shooting a female surrounded by her young ones, or the eider ducks, among which, open bracket, like the velvet ducks or the corollas of the savannas, close bracket, several females hatch together in the same nest, or the lumps which sit in turn upon a common covey. Nature is variety itself, offering all possible varieties of characters from the basest to the highest, and that is why she cannot be depicted by any sweeping assertion. Still less can she be judged from the moralist's point of view, because the views of the moralist are themselves a result, mostly unconscious, of the observation of nature. Coming together at nesting time is so common with most birds that more examples are scarcely needed. Our trees are crowned with groups of crows' nests, Our hedges are full of nests of smaller birds, our farmhouses give shelter to colonies of swallows, our old towers are the refuge of hundreds of nocturnal birds, and pages might be filled with the most charming descriptions of the peace and harmony which prevail in almost all these nesting associations. As to the protection derived by the weakest birds from their unions, it is evident. That excellent observer, Dr. Quest, saw, for instance, the little cliff swallows nesting in the immediate neighborhood of the prairie falcon (Falco polyargus). The falcon had its nest on the top of one of the minarets of clay which are so common in the canyons of Colorado, while a colony of swallows nested just beneath. The little peaceful birds had no fear of a rapacious neighbor. They never let it approach to the colony. They immediately surrounded it and chased it so that it had to make off at once. Elliott Quest in Built-in U.S. Geological Survey of Territories, 4th, No. 7, page 556, 579, etc. Among the gulls (Lerus argentatus), Polyakov saw on a march in northern Russia that the nesting grounds of a very great number of these birds were always patrolled by one male, which warned the colony of the approach of danger. All birds rose in such case and attacked the enemy with great vigor. The females, which had 5 or 6 nests together on each knoll of the march, kept a certain order in leaving their nests in search of food. The fledglings, which otherwise are extremely unprotected and easily become the prey of the rapacious birds, were never left alone. (Family habits among the aquatic birds in Proceedings of the Zoological Section of St. Petersburg Society of Nature, December 17, 1874). Life in societies does not cease when the nesting period is over. It begins then in a new form. The young broods gather in societies of youngsters, generally including several species. Social life is practiced at that time chiefly for its own sake, partly for security, but chiefly for the pleasures derived from it. So we see in our forests the societies formed by the young nuthatches (Psittaceae), together with titmouses, chaffinches, wrens, tree creepers, or some woodpeckers. Bremvater, quoted by Abraham, 4th, 34 sequence. See also White's Natural History of Selborne, letter 11th. In Spain, the swallow is met with in company with kestrels, flycatchers, and even pigeons. In the far west of America, the young horned larks live in large societies, together with another lark (sprags), the skylark, the savanna sparrow, and several species of buntings and longspurs. Dr. Quest, Birds of Dakota and Montana in Built-in U.S. Survey of Territories, 4th, No. 7. In fact, it would be much easier to describe the species which live isolated than to simply name those species which join the autumnal societies of young birds, not for hunting or nesting purposes, but simply to enjoy life in society and to spend their time in pleasant sports after having given a few hours every day to find their daily food. And finally, we have that immense display of mutual aid among birds, their migrations, which I dare not even enter upon in this place. Sufficient to say that birds which have lived for months in small bands scattered over a wide territory gather in thousands. They come together at a given place for several days in succession before they start, and they evidently discuss the particulars of the journey. Some species will indulge every afternoon in flights preparatory to the long passage. All wait for their tardy congeners, and finally they start in a certain well-chosen direction, a fruit of accumulated collective experience, the strongest flying at the head of the band and relieving one another in that difficult task. They cross the seas in large bands consisting of both big and small birds, and when they return next spring they repair to the same spot, and in most cases each of them takes possession of the very same nest which it had built or repaired the previous year. It has often been intimated that larger birds may occasionally transport some of the smaller birds when they cross together the Mediterranean, but the fact still remains doubtful. On the other side, it is certain that some smaller birds join the bigger ones for migration. The fact has been noticed several times, and it was recently confirmed by L. Buxbaum at Ronheim. He saw several parties of cranes which had larks flying in the midst and on both sides of their migratory columns. (Der Zoologist Garten, 1886, page 133, close bracket, close footnote. This subject is so vast and yet so imperfectly studied. It offers so many striking illustrations of mutual aid habits, subsidiary to the main fact of migration, each of which would, however, require a special study, that I must refrain from entering here into more details. I can only cursorily refer to the numerous and animated gatherings of birds which take place always on the same spot before they begin their long journeys north or south, as always those which one sees in the north after the birds have arrived at their breeding places on the Yenisei or in the northern counties of England. For many days in succession, sometimes 1 month, they will come together every morning for 1 hour before flying in search of food, perhaps discussing the spot where they are going to build their nests. H. Seebohm and C. H. Dixon both mention this habit. And if during the migration their columns are overtaken by a storm, birds of the most different species will be brought together by common misfortune. The birds which are not exactly migratory, but slowly move northwards and southwards with the seasons, also perform these peregrinations in flocks. So far from migrating isolatedly in order to secure for each separate individual the advantages of better food or shelter which are to be found in another district, they always wait for each other and gather in flocks before they move north or south in accordance with the season. The fact is well known to every field naturalist, and with reference to England, several examples may be found in Charles Dickens's Among the Birds in Northern Shires. The chaffinches arrive during winter in vast flocks, and about the same time, that is in November, come flocks of bramblings. Redwings also frequent the same places, in similar large companies, and so on. Pages 165, 166. Going now over to mammals, the first thing which strikes us is the overwhelming numerical predominance of social species over those few carnivores which do not associate. The plateaus, the alpine tracts, and the steppes of the Old and New World are stocked with herds of deer, antelopes, gazelles, fallow deer, buffaloes, wild goats, and sheep, all of which are sociable animals. When the Europeans came to settle in America, they found it so densely peopled with buffaloes that pioneers had to stop their advance when a column of migrating buffaloes came to cross the route they followed. The march passed of the dense column lasting sometimes for 2 and 3 days, and when the Russians took possession of Siberia, we found it so densely peopled with deer, antelopes, squirrels, and other sociable animals, that the very conquest of Siberia was nothing but a hunting expedition which lasted for 200 years, while the grass plains of eastern Africa are still covered with herds composed of zebra, the hartebeest, and other antelopes. Not long ago the small streams of northern America and northern Siberia were peopled with colonies of beavers, and up to the 17th century like colonies swarmed in northern Russia. The flatlands of the 4 great continents are still covered with countless colonies of mice, ground squirrels, marmots, and other rodents. In the lower latitudes of Asia and Africa, the forests are still the abode of numerous families of elephants, rhinoceroses, and numberless societies of monkeys. In the far north, the reindeer aggregate in numberless herds, while still further north we find the herds of the musk oxen and numberless bands of polar foxes. The coasts of the ocean are enlivened by flocks of seals and morsels, its waters by shoals of sociable cetaceans, and even in the depths of the great plateau of Central Asia we find herds of wild horses, wild donkeys, wild camels, and wild sheep. All these mammals live in societies and nations, sometimes numbering hundreds of thousands of individuals, although now, after 3 centuries of gunpowder civilization, we find but the debris of the immense aggregations of old. How trifling in comparison with them are the numbers of the carnivores, and how false therefore is the view of those who speak of the animal world as if nothing were to be seen in it but lions and hyenas plunging their bleeding teeth into the flesh of their victims. One might as well imagine that the whole of human life is nothing but a succession of war massacres. Association and mutual aid are the rule with mammals. We find social habits even among the carnivores, and we can only name the cat tribe (lions, tigers, leopards, etc.) as a division, the members of which decidedly prefer isolation to society, and are but seldom met with even in small groups. And yet even among lions this is a very common practice to hunt in company. S.W. Baker, Wild Beasts, etc., Volume 1, page 316. The 2 tribes of the civets (Viverridea) and the weasels (Mustelidea) might also be characterized by their isolated life. But it is a fact that during the last century the common weasel was more sociable than it is now. It was seen then in larger groups in Scotland and in the Unterwalden canton of Switzerland. As to the great tribe of the dogs, it is eminently sociable, and association for hunting purposes may be considered as eminently characteristic of its numerous species. It is well known, in fact, that wolves gather in packs for hunting, and Trusty left an excellent description of how they draw up in a half circle, surround a cow which is grazing on a mountain slope, and then suddenly appearing with a loud barking, make it roll in the abyss. Trusty Tierleben der Alpenwelt, page 404. Audubon in the 30s also saw the Labrador wolves hunting in packs, and one pack following a man to his cabin and killing the dogs. During severe winters, the packs of wolves grow so numerous as to become a danger for human settlements, as was the case in France some 45 years ago. In the Russian steppes they never attack the horses otherwise than in packs, and yet they have to sustain bitter fights, during which the horses (according to Cole's testimony), sometimes assume offensive warfare, and in such cases, if the wolves do not retreat promptly, they run the risk of being surrounded by the horses and killed by their hoofs. The prairie wolves (Canis latrans) are known to associate in bands of from 20 to 30 individuals when they chase a buffalo occasionally separated from its herd. Rousseau's Études, 2nd, 463. Jackals, which are most courageous and may be considered as one of the most intelligent representatives of the dog tribe, always hunt in packs. Thus united, they have no fear of the bigger carnivores. For their hunting associations, see Sir E. Tennant's Natural History of Ceylon, quoted in Romanet's Animal Intelligence, page 432. As to the wild dogs of Asia (the colzoons or dhouls), Williamson saw their large packs attacking all larger animals, save elephants and rhinoceroses, and overpowering bears and tigers. Hyenas always live in societies and hunt in packs, and the hunting organizations of the painted lycaons are highly praised by Cumming. Nay, even foxes, which as a rule live isolated in our civilized countries, have been seen combining for hunting purposes. See Emil Hutter's letter in L. Buchner's Liebe. As to the polar fox, it is, or rather was in Steller's time, one of the most sociable animals, and when one reads Steller's description of the war that was waged by Bering's unfortunate crew against these intelligent small animals, one does not know what to wonder at most: the extraordinary intelligence of the foxes, and the mutual aid they displayed in digging out food concealed under cairns or stored upon a pillar (one fox will climb on its top and throw the food to its comrades beneath), or the cruelty of men, driven to despair by the numerous packs of foxes. Even some bears live in societies where they are not disturbed by men. Thus Steller saw the black bear of Kamchatka in numerous packs, and the polar bears are occasionally found in small groups. Even the unintelligent insectivores do not always disdain association. However, it is especially with the rodents, the ungulata, and the ruminants that we find a highly developed practice of mutual aid. The squirrels are individualists to a great extent. Each of them builds its own comfortable nest and accumulates its own provision. Their inclination are towards family life, and Brehm found that a family of squirrels is never so happy as when the two broods of the same year can join together with their parents in a remote corner of a forest. And yet they maintain social relations. The inhabitants of the separate nests remain in a close intercourse, and when the pine cones become rare in the forest they inhabit, they emigrate in bands. As to the black squirrels of the Far West, they are eminently sociable. Apart from the few hours given every day to foraging, they spend their lives in playing in numerous parties. And when they multiply too rapidly in a region, they assemble in bands almost as numerous as those of locusts, and move southwards, devastating the forest, the fields, and the gardens, while foxes, polecats, falcons, and nocturnal birds of prey follow their thick columns and live upon the individuals remaining behind. The ground squirrel, a closely akin genus, is still more sociable. It is given to hoarding, and stores up in its subterranean holes large amounts of edible roots and nuts, usually plundered by men in the autumn. According to some observers, it must know something of the joys of a miser, and yet it remains sociable. It always lives in large villages, and Audubon, who opened some dwellings of the Haki in the winter, found several individuals in the same apartment. They must have stored it with common efforts. The large tribe of the marmots, which includes the three large genuses of Arctomys, Cynomys, and Spermophilus, is still more sociable and still more intelligent. They also prefer having each one its own dwelling, but they live in big villages. That terrible enemy of the crops of South Russia, the suslik, of which some 10 millions are exterminated every year by man alone, lives in numberless colonies, and while the Russian provincial assemblies gravely discuss the means of getting rid of this enemy of society, it enjoys life in its thousands in the most joyful way. Their play is so charming that no observer could refrain paying them a tribute of praise, and from mentioning the melodious concerts arising from the sharp whistlings of the males and the melancholic whistlings of the females before suddenly returning to his citizen's duties. He begins inventing the most diabolic means for the extermination of the little robbers. All kinds of rapacious birds and beasts of prey having proved powerless, the last word of science in this warfare is the inoculation of cholera. The villages of the prairie dogs in America are one of the loveliest sights. As far as the eye can embrace the prairie, it sees heaps of earth, and on each of them a prairie dog stands, engaged in a lively conversation with its neighbors by means of short barkings. As soon as the approach of man is signaled, all plunge in a moment into their dwellings, all have disappeared as by enchantment. But if the danger is over, the little creatures soon reappear. Whole families come out of their galleries and indulge in play. The young ones scratch one another, they worry one another, and display their gracefulness while standing upright, and in the meantime the old ones keep watch. They go visiting one another, and the beaten footpaths which connect all their heaps testify to the frequency of the visitations. In short, the best naturalists have written some of their best pages in describing the associations of the prairie dogs of America, the marmots of the Old World, and the polar marmots of the alpine regions. And yet I must make, as regards the marmots, the same remark as I have made when speaking of the bees. They have maintained their fighting instincts, and these instincts reappear in captivity. But in their big associations, in the face of free nature, the unsociable instincts have no opportunity to develop, and the general result is peace and harmony. Even such harsh animals as the rats, which continually fight in our cellars, are sufficiently intelligent not to quarrel when they plunder our larders, but to aid one another in their plundering expeditions and migrations, and even to feed their invalids. As to the beaver rats or musk rats of Canada, they are extremely sociable. Audubon could not but admire their peaceful communities, which require only being left in peace to enjoy happiness. Like all sociable animals, they are lively and playful. They easily combine with other species, and they have attained a very high degree of intellectual development. In their villages, always disposed on the shores of lakes and rivers, they take into account the changing level of water. Their dome-shaped houses, which are built of peat and clay interwoven with reeds, have separate corners for organic refuse, and their halls are well carpeted at winter time. They are warm and nevertheless well ventilated. As to the beavers, which are endowed as known with a most sympathetic character, their astounding dams and villages, in which generations live and die without knowing of any enemies but the otter and man, so wonderfully illustrate what mutual aid can achieve for the security of the species and the evolution of intelligence, that they are familiar to all interested in animal life. Let me only remark that with the beavers, the muskrats, and some other rodents, we already find the feature which will also be distinctive of human communities, that is, work in common. I pass in silence the two large families which include the jerboa, the chinchilla, the biscacha, and the tushkan or underground hare of South Russia, though all these small rodents might be taken as excellent illustrations of the pleasures derived by animals from social life. With regard to the biscacha, it is very interesting to note that these highly sociable little animals not only live peaceably together in each village, but that whole villages visit each other at nights. Sociability is thus extended to the whole species, not only to a given society or to a nation as we saw it with the ants. When the farmer destroys a viscacha burrow and buries the inhabitants under a heap of earth, other viscachas, we are told by Hudson, come from a distance to dig out those that are buried alive. (LC, page 311). This is a widely known fact in La Plata, verified by the author. Precisely the pleasures, because it is extremely difficult to say what brings animals together, the needs of mutual protection, or simply the pleasure of feeling surrounded by their congeners. At any rate, our common hares, which do not gather in societies for life in common, and which are not even endowed with intense parental feelings, cannot live without coming together for play. Dietrich de Winkel, who is considered to be among the best acquainted with the habits of hares, describes them as passionate players, becoming so intoxicated by their play that a hare has been known to take an approaching fox for a playmate. Handbuch für Jäger und Jagdberechtigte, quoted by Bram Sagan, 223. As to the rabbit, it lives in societies, and its family life is entirely built upon the image of the old patriarchal family, the young ones being kept in absolute obedience to the father and even the grandfather. Buffon's Histoire Naturelle. And here we have the example of two very closely allied species which cannot bear each other, not because they live upon nearly the same food as like cases are too often explained, but most probably because the passionate, eminently individualist hare cannot make friends with that placid, quiet, and submissive creature, the rabbit. Their tempers are too widely different not to be an obstacle to friendship. Life in societies is again the rule with the large family of horses, which includes the wild horses and donkeys of Asia, the zebras, the mustangs, the cimarrons of the pampas, and the half-wild horses of Mongolia and Siberia. They all live in numerous associations, made up of many studs, each of which consists of a number of males under the leadership of a male. These numberless inhabitants of the Old and the New World, badly organized on the whole for resisting both their numerous enemies and the adverse conditions of climate, would soon have disappeared from the surface of the earth were it not for their sociable spirit. When a beast of prey approaches them, several studs unite at once. They repulse the beast and sometimes chase it, and neither the wolf nor the bear, not even the lion, can capture a horse or even a zebra as long as they are not detached from the herd. When a drought is burning the grass in the prairies, they gather in hordes of sometimes 10,000 individuals strong, and migrate. And when a snowstorm rages in the steppes, each stud keeps close together and repairs to a protected ravine. But if confidence disappears, or the group has been seized by panic and disperses, the horses perish and the survivors are found after the storm half dying from fatigue. Union is the chief arm in the struggle for life, and man is the chief enemy. Before his increasing numbers, the ancestors of our domestic horse (the Equus Przewalski, so named by Polyakov) have preferred to retire to the wildest and least accessible plateaus on the outskirts of Tibet, where they continue to live surrounded by carnivores under a climate as bad as that of the Arctic regions, but in a region inaccessible to man. In connection with the horses, it is worthy of notice that the quagga zebra, which never comes together with the doe zebra, nevertheless lives on excellent terms not only with ostriches, which are very good sentries, but also with gazelles, several species of antelopes, and gnus. We thus have a case of mutual dislike between the quagga and the doe, which cannot be explained by competition for food. The fact that the quagga lives together with ruminants feeding on the same grass as itself excludes that hypothesis, and we must look for some incompatibility of character, as in the case of the hare and the rabbit. Cf. among others, Clive Phillips Hawley's Big Game Shooting (Badminton Library), which contains excellent illustrations of various species living together in East Africa. Many striking illustrations of social life could be taken from the life of the reindeer, and especially of that large division of ruminants which might include the roebucks, the fallow deer, the antelopes, the gazelles, the ibex, and in fact the whole of the three numerous families of the antilopids, the caprids, and the ovids. Their watchfulness over the safety of their herds against attacks of carnivores, the anxiety displayed by all individuals in a herd of chamois as long as all of them have not cleared a difficult passage over rocky cliffs, the adoption of orphans, the despair of a gazelle whose mate or even comrade of the same sex has been killed, the plays of youngsters, and many other features could be mentioned. But perhaps the most striking illustration of mutual support is given by the occasional migrations of fallow deer, such as I saw once on the Amur, when I crossed the high plateau and its border ridge, the Great King Gun, on my way from Transbaikalia to Mergen, and further travelled over the high prairies on my way to the Amur. I could ascertain how thinly people with fallow deer these mostly uninhabited regions are. Our Tungus hunter, who was going to marry and therefore was prompted by the desire of getting as many furs as he possibly could, was beating the hillsides all day long on horseback in search of deer. His efforts were not rewarded by even so much as one fallow deer killed every day, and he was an excellent hunter. 2 years later I was travelling up the Amur, and by the end of October reached the lower end of that picturesque gorge which the Amur pierces in the Dus Alin (Little Kingan), before it enters the lowlands where it joins the Sungari. I found the Cossacks in the villages of that gorge in the greatest excitement, because thousands and thousands of fallow deer were crossing the Amur where it is narrowest in order to reach the lowlands. For several days in succession, upon a length of some 40 miles of the river, the Cossacks were butchering the deer as they crossed the Amur, in which already floated a good deal of ice. Thousands were killed every day, and the exodus nevertheless continued. Like migrations were never seen either before or since, and this one must have been called for by an early and heavy snowfall in the Great Kingan, which compelled the deer to make a desperate attempt at reaching the lowlands in the east of the Dus Mountains. Indeed, a few days later, the Dus Alin was also buried up under snow 2 or 3 feet deep. Now when one imagines the immense territory, almost as big as Great Britain, from which the scattered groups of deer must have gathered for a migration which was undertaken under the pressure of exceptional circumstances, and realizes the difficulties which had to be overcome before all the deer came to the common idea of crossing the Amur further south, where it is narrowest, one cannot but deeply admire the amount of sociability displayed by these intelligent animals. If we remember that the buffaloes of North America displayed the same powers of combination, one saw them grazing in great numbers in the plains, but these numbers were made up by an infinity of small groups which never mixed together, and yet when necessity arose, all groups, however scattered over an immense territory, came together and made up those immense columns, numbering hundreds of thousands of individuals, which I mentioned on a preceding page. I also ought to say a few words at least about the compound families of the elephants, their mutual attachment, their deliberate ways in posting sentries, and the feelings of sympathy developed by such a life of close mutual support. According to Samuel W. Baker, elephants combine in larger groups than the compound family. I have frequently observed, he wrote, in the portion of Ceylon known as the Park Country, the tracks of elephants in great numbers which have evidently been considerable herds that have joined together in a general retreat from a ground which they considered insecure. Wild Beasts and Their Ways, Volume 1st, page 102. I might mention the sociable feelings of those disreputable creatures, the wild boars, and find a word of praise for their powers of association in the case of an attack by a beast of prey. Pigs attacked by wolves do the same. Hudson, L.C. The hippopotamus and the rhinoceros too would occupy a place in a work devoted to animal sociability. Several striking pages might be given to the sociability and mutual attachment of the seals and the walruses, and finally one might mention the most excellent feelings existing among the sociable cetaceans. But I have to say yet a few words about the societies of monkeys, which acquire an additional interest from their being the link which will bring us to the societies of primitive man. It is hardly needful to say that those mammals, which stand at the very top of the animal world and most approach man by their structure and intelligence, are eminently sociable. Evidently we must be prepared to meet with all varieties of character and habits in so great a division of the animal kingdom, which includes hundreds of species. But all things considered, it must be said that sociability, action in common, mutual protection, and a high development of those feelings which are the necessary outcome of social life are characteristic of most monkeys and apes. From the smallest species to the biggest ones, sociability is a rule to which we know but a few exceptions. The nocturnal apes prefer isolated life. The capuchins open bracket, Cebus capucinus, close bracket. The monos and the howling monkeys live but in small families, and the orang-utans have never been seen by A or Wallace otherwise than either solitary or in very small groups of 3 or 4 individuals, while the gorillas seem never to join in bands. But all the remainder of the monkey tribe, the chimpanzees, the sajus, the sakis, the mandrills, the baboons, and so on, are sociable in the highest degree. They live in great bands and even join with other species than their own. Most of them become quite unhappy when solitary. The cries of distress of each one of the band immediately bring together the whole of the band, and they boldly repulse the attacks of most carnivores and birds of prey. Even eagles do not dare attack them. They plunder our fields always in bands, the old ones taking care for the safety of the commonwealth. The little titties, whose childish sweet faces so much humbled, embrace and protect one another when it rains, rolling their tails over the necks of their shivering comrades. Several species display the greatest solicitude for their wounded, and do not abandon a wounded comrade during a retreat till they have ascertained that it is dead and that they are helpless to restore it to life. Thus James Forbes narrated in his Oriental Memoirs a fact of such resistance in reclaiming from his hunting party the dead body of a female monkey, that one fully understands why the witnesses of this extraordinary scene resolved never again to fire at one of the monkey race. Open footnote. Romanes Animal Intelligence, page 472. Close footnote. In some species, several individuals will combine to overturn a stone in order to search for ants' eggs under it. The hamadryas not only pose sentries, but have been seen making a chain for the transmission of the spoil to a safe place, and their courage is well known. Brehm's description of a regular fight which his caravan had to sustain before the hamadryas would let it resume its journey in the valley of the Mensa in Abyssinia has become classical. Open footnote. Brehm, First 82, Darwin's Descent of Man, Chapter 3rd, the Kozlov expedition of 1899-1901, have also had to sustain in northern Tibet a similar fight. Close footnote. The playfulness of the tailed apes and the mutual attachment which reigns in the families of chimpanzees also are familiar to the general reader, and if we find among the highest apes 2 species, the orangutan and the gorilla, which are not sociable, we must remember that both, limited as they are to very small areas, the one in the heart of Africa and the other in the 2 islands of Borneo and Sumatra, have all the appearance of being the last remnants of formerly much more numerous species. The gorilla at least seems to have been sociable in olden times, if the apes mentioned in the Periplus really were gorillas. We thus see, even from the above brief review, that life in societies is no exception in the animal world. It is the rule, the law of nature, and it reaches its fullest development with the higher vertebrates. Those species which live solitary or in small families only are relatively few, and their numbers are limited. Nay, it appears very probable that apart from a few exceptions, those birds and mammals which are not gregarious now were living in societies before men multiplied on the earth and waged a permanent war against them, or destroyed the sources from which they formerly derived food. On ne s'associe pas pour mourir was the sound remark of Espinas, and Houzeau, who knew the animal world of some parts of America when it was not yet affected by man, wrote to the same effect. Association is found in the animal world at all degrees of evolution, and according to the grand idea of Herbert Spencer, so brilliantly developed in Perrier's Colony Animale, colonies are at the very origin of evolution in the animal kingdom. But in proportion as we ascend the scale of evolution, we see association growing more and more conscious. It loses its purely physical character. It ceases to be simply instinctive. It becomes reasoned. With the higher vertebrates, it is periodical, or is resorted to for the satisfaction of a given want, propagation of a species, migration, hunting, or mutual defense. It even becomes occasional when birds associate against a robber, or mammals combine under the pressure of exceptional circumstances to emigrate. In this last case, it becomes a voluntary deviation from habitual moods of life. The combination sometimes appears in 2 or more degrees: the family first, then the group, and finally the association of groups habitually scattered but uniting in case of need, as we saw it with the bisons and other ruminants. It also takes higher forms, guaranteeing more independence to the individual without depriving among it other benefits of social life. With most rodents, the individual has its own dwelling, which it can retire to when it prefers being left alone, but the dwellings are laid out in villages and cities so as to guarantee to all inhabitants the benefits and joys of social life. And finally, in several species, such as rats, marmots, hares, etc., sociable life is maintained, notwithstanding the quarrelsome or otherwise egotistic inclinations of the isolated individual. Thus it is not imposed, as is the case with ants and bees, by the very physiological structure of the individuals. It is cultivated for the benefits of mutual aid or for the sake of its pleasures, and this, of course, appears with all possible gradations and with the greatest variety of individual and specific characters, the very variety of aspects taken by social life being a consequence and for us a further proof of its generality. Footnote. The more strange was it to read in the previously mentioned article by Huxley the following paraphrase of a well-known sentence of Rousseau: "The first man who substituted mutual peace for that of mutual war, whatever the motive which impelled them to take that step, created society." (19th century, February 1888, page 165). Society has not been created by man, it is anterior to man. End of the first part of chapter 2. Recording by Enko. If you would like to send me an email, you can reach me at enkobilal@yahoo.com. That's enkobilal@yahoo.com. Second part of chapter 2 of Mutual Aid, a factor of evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Enko. Mutual Aid, a factor of evolution, by Peter Kropotkin. Second part of chapter 2, Mutual Aid among animals, (continued). Sociability, that is, the need of the animal of associating with its like, the love of society for society's sake, combined with the joy of life, only now begins to receive due attention from the zoologist. Such monographs as the chapter on music and dancing in nature, which we have in Hudson's Naturalist on the La Plata, and Carl Gross' Play of Animals, have already thrown a considerable light upon an instinct which is absolutely universal in nature. We know at the present time that all animals, beginning with the ants, going on to the birds, and ending with the highest mammals, are fond of plays, wrestling, running after each other, trying to capture each other, teasing each other, and so on. And while many plays are, so to speak, a school for the proper behavior of the young in mature life, there are others which, apart from their utilitarian purposes, are, together with dancing and singing, mere manifestations of an excess of forces, the joy of life, and a desire to communicate in some way or another with other individuals of the same or of other species; in short, a manifestation of sociability proper, which is the distinctive feature of all the animal world. Not only numerous species of birds possess the habit of assembling together, in many cases always at the same spot, to indulge in antics and dancing performances, but W. H. Hudson's experience is that nearly all mammals and birds (probably there are really no exceptions) indulge frequently in more or less regular or set performances, with or without sound, or composed of sound exclusively (page 264). Whether the feeling be fear, experienced at the appearance of a bird of prey, or a fit of gladness which bursts out when the animals are in good health and especially when young, or merely the desire of giving play to an excess of impressions and of vital power, the necessity of communicating impressions, of playing, of chattering, or of simply feeling the proximity of other kindred living beings, pervades nature, and is, as much as any other physiological function, a distinctive feature of life and impressionability. This need takes a higher development and attains a more beautiful expression in mammals, especially amidst their young, and still more among the birds, but it pervades all nature, and has been fully observed by the best naturalists, including Pierre Huber, even amongst the ants, and it is evidently the same instinct which brings together the big columns of butterflies which have been referred to already. The habit of coming together for dancing and of decorating the places where the birds habitually perform their dances is of course well known from the pages that Darwin gave to this subject in The Descent of Man (chapter 13). Visitors of the London Zoological Gardens also know the bower of the satin bower bird, but this habit of dancing seems to be much more widely spread than was formerly believed, and Mr. W. Hudson gives in his masterwork on La Plata the most interesting description, which must be read in the original, of complicated dances performed by quite a number of birds, rails, jacanas, lapwings, and so on. The habit of singing in concert, which exists in several species of birds, belongs to the same category of social instincts. It is most strikingly developed with the chakor (Shona chavaris), to which the English have given the most unimaginative misnomer of crested screamer. These birds sometimes assemble in immense flocks, and in such cases they frequently sing all in concert. W. H. Hudson found them once in countless numbers, ranged all round a pampas lake in well-defined flocks of about 500 birds in each flock. Presently, he writes, one flock near me began singing, and continued their powerful chant for 3 or 4 minutes. When they ceased, the next flock took up the strains, and after it the next, and so on, until once more the notes of the flocks on the opposite shore came floating strong and clear across the water, then passed away, growing fainter and fainter, until once more the sound approached me travelling round to one side again. On another occasion, the same writer saw a whole plain covered with an endless flock of chakars, not in close order, but scattered in pairs and small groups. About 9 o'clock in the evening, suddenly the entire multitude of birds covering the marsh for miles around burst forth in a tremendous evening song. It was a concert well worth riding 100 miles to hear. For the choruses of monkeys, see Brehm. It may be added that, like all sociable animals, the chakor easily becomes tame and grows very attached to man. They are mild-tempered birds, and very rarely quarrel, we are told, although they are well provided with formidable weapons. Life in societies renders these weapons useless. That life in societies is the most powerful weapon in the struggle for life, taken in its widest sense, has been illustrated by several examples on the foregoing pages, and could be illustrated by any amount of evidence, if further evidence were required. Life in societies enables the feeblest insects, the feeblest birds, and the feeblest mammals to resist or to protect themselves from the most terrible birds and beasts of prey. It permits longevity. It enables the species to rear its progeny with the least waste of energy, and to maintain its numbers, albeit a very slow birth rate. It enables the gregarious animals to migrate in search of new abodes. Therefore, while fully admitting that force, swiftness, protective colours, cunningness, and endurance to hunger and cold, which are mentioned by Darwin and Wallace, are so many qualities making the individual or the species the fittest under certain circumstances, we maintain that under any circumstances sociability is the greatest advantage in the struggle for life. Those species which willingly or unwillingly abandon it are doomed to decay, while those animals which know best how to combine have the greatest chances of survival and of further evolution, although they may be inferior to others in each of the faculties enumerated by Darwin and Wallace, save the intellectual faculty. The highest vertebrates, and especially mankind, are the best proof of this assertion. As to the intellectual faculty, while every Darwinist will agree with Darwin that it is the most powerful arm in the struggle for life, and the most powerful factor of further evolution, he also will admit that intelligence is an eminently social faculty. Language, imitation, and accumulated experience are so many elements of growing intelligence, of which the unsociable animal is deprived. Therefore we find, at the top of each class of animals, the ants, the parrots, and the monkeys, all combining the greatest sociability with the highest development of intelligence. The fittest are thus the most sociable animals, and sociability appears as the chief factor of evolution, both directly, by securing the well-being of the species while diminishing the waste of energy, and indirectly, by favouring the growth of intelligence. Moreover, it is evident that life in societies would be utterly impossible without a corresponding development of social feelings, and especially of a certain collective sense of justice growing to become a habit. If every individual were constantly abusing its personal advantages without the others interfering in favor of the wronged, no society life would be possible, and feelings of justice develop, more or less, with all gregarious animals. Whatever the distance from which the swallows or the cranes come, each one returns to the nest it has built or repaired last year. If a lazy sparrow intends appropriating the nest which a comrade is building, or even steals from it a few sprays of straw, the group interferes against the lazy comrade, and it is evident that without such interference being the rule, no nesting association of birds could exist. Separate groups of penguins have separate resting places and separate fishing abodes, and do not fight for them. The droves of cattle in Australia have particular spots to which each group repairs to rest and from which it never deviates, and so on. Haygarth, Bush Life in Australia, page 58. We have any numbers of direct observations of the peace that prevails in the nesting associations of birds, the villages of the rodents, and the hordes of grass-eaters, while on the other side we know of few sociable animals which so continually carol as the rats in our cellars do, or as the mouses which fight for the possession of a sunny place on the shore. Sociability thus puts a limit to physical struggle, and leaves room for the development of better moral feelings. The high development of parental love in all classes of animals, even with lions and tigers, is generally known. As to the young birds and mammals, whom we continually see associating, sympathy, not love, attains a further development in their associations. Leaving aside the really touching facts of mutual attachment and compassion which have been recorded as regards domesticated animals and with animals kept in captivity, we have a number of well-certified facts of compassion between wild animals at liberty. Max Purty and L. Buchner have given a number of such facts. To quote but a few instances, a wounded badger was carried away by another badger, suddenly appearing on the scene. Rats have been seen feeding a blind couple (Seelenleben, Tertiary, page 64, sequence). Brehm himself saw two crows feed in a hollow tree, a third crow, which was wounded. Its wound was several weeks old. Hostfriend, 1874, 715, Buchner's Liebe, 203. Mr. Bliff saw Indian crows feeding 2 or 3 blind comrades, and so on. G.C. Wood's narrative of a weasel which came to pick up and to carry away an injured comrade enjoys a well-merited popularity. Men and Beast, page 344. So also the observation of Captain Stransbury on his journey to Utah, which is quoted by Darwin. He saw a blind pelican which was fed and well fed by other pelicans upon fishes which had to be brought from a distance of 30 miles. L. H. Morgan, The American Beaver, 1868, page 272, Descent of Man, chapter 4th. And when a horde of vicunas was hotly pursued by hunters, H. A. Weddell saw more than once during his journey to Bolivia and Peru the strong males covering the retreat of the horde, and lagging behind in order to protect the retreat. As to facts of compassion with wounded comrades, they are continually mentioned by all field zoologists. Such facts are quite natural. Compassion is a necessary outcome of social life, but compassion also means a considerable advance in general intelligence and sensibility. It is the first step towards the development of higher moral sentiments. It is, in its turn, a powerful factor of further evolution. If the views developed on the preceding pages are correct, the question necessarily arises: in how far are they consistent with the theory of struggle for life as it has been developed by Darwin, Wallace, and their followers? And I will now briefly answer this important question. First of all, no naturalist will doubt that the idea of a struggle for life carried on through organic nature is the greatest generalization of our century. Life is struggle, and in that struggle the fittest survive. But the answers to the questions, by which arms is this struggle chiefly carried on, and who are the fittest in the struggle, will widely differ according to the importance given to the two different aspects of the struggle: the direct one, for food and safety among separate individuals, and the struggle which Darwin described as metaphorical, the struggle, very often collective, against adverse circumstances. No one will deny that there is within each species a certain amount of real competition for food, at least at certain periods. But the question is whether competition is carried on to the extent admitted by Darwin or even by Wallace, and whether this competition has played in the evolution of the animal kingdom the part assigned to it. The idea which permeates Darwin's work is certainly one of real competition going on within each animal group for food, safety, and possibility of living and offspring. He often speaks of regions being stocked with animal life to their full capacity, and from that overstocking he infers the necessity of competition. But when we look in his work for real proofs of that competition, we must confess that we do not find them sufficiently convincing. If we refer to the paragraph entitled "Struggle for Life Most Severe Between Individuals and Varieties of the Same Species," we find in it none of that wealth of proof and illustrations which we are accustomed to find in whatever Darwin wrote. The struggle between individuals of the same species is not illustrated under that heading by even one single instance. It is taken as granted, and the competition between closely allied animal species is illustrated by but 5 examples, out of which one at least (relating to the 2 species of thrushes) now proves to be doubtful. One species of swallow is said to have caused the decrease of another swallow species in North America. The recent increase of the missel thrush in Scotland has caused the decrease of the song thrush. The brown rat has taken the place of the black rat in Europe. In Russia, the small cockroach has everywhere driven before it its greater congener, and in Australia the imported hive bee is rapidly exterminating the small, stingless bee. 2 other cases, but relative to domesticated animals, are mentioned in the preceding paragraph. While recalling these same facts, A.R. Wallace remarks in a footnote relative to the Scottish thrushes, "Professor A. Newton, however, informs me that these species do not interfere in the way here stated" (Darwinism, page 34). As to the brown rat, it is known that owing to its amphibian habits, it usually stays in the lower parts of human dwellings (low cellars, sewers, etc.), as also on the banks of canals and rivers. It also undertakes distant migrations in numberless bands. The black rat, on the contrary, prefers staying in our dwellings themselves under the floor, as well as in our stables and barns. It thus is much more exposed to be exterminated by man, and we cannot maintain, with any approach to certainty, that the black rat is being either exterminated or starved out by the brown rat and not by man. But when we look for more details in order to ascertain how far the decrease of one species was really occasioned by the increase of the other species, Darwin, with his usual fairness, tells us we can dimly see why the competition should be most severe between allied forms which fill nearly the same place in nature, but probably in no case could we precisely say why one species has been victorious over another in the great battle of life. As to Wallace, who quotes the same facts under a slightly modified heading (Struggle for Life between closely allied animals and plants often most severe), he makes the following remark, which gives quite another aspect to the facts above quoted. He says: "In some cases, no doubt, there is actual war between the two, the stronger killing the weaker, but this is by no means necessary, and there may be cases in which the weaker species physically may prevail by its power of more rapid multiplication, its better withstanding vicissitudes of climate, or its greater cunning in escaping the attacks of common enemies. In such cases, what is described as competition may be no competition at all. One species succumbs, not because it is exterminated or starved out by the other species, but because it does not well accommodate itself to new conditions which the other does." The term "struggle for life" is again used in its metaphorical sense, and may have no other. As to the real competition between individuals of the same species, which is illustrated in another place by the cattle of South America during a period of drought, its value is impaired by its being taken from among domesticated animals. Bisons emigrate in like circumstances in order to avoid competition. However severe the struggle between plants, and this is amply proved, we cannot but repeat Wallace's remark to the effect that plants live where they can, while animals have to a great extent the power of choice of their abode. So that we again are asking ourselves, to what extent does competition really exist within each animal species? Upon what is the assumption based? The same remark must be made concerning the indirect argument in favor of a severe competition and struggle for life within each species, which may be derived from the extermination of transitional varieties so often mentioned by Darwin. It is known that for a long time Darwin was worried by the difficulty which he saw in the absence of a long chain of intermediate forms between closely allied species, and that he found the solution of this difficulty in the supposed extermination of the intermediate forms. But it may be urged that when several closely allied species inhabit the same territory, we surely ought to find at the present time many transitional forms. By my theory, these allied species are descended from a common parent, and during the process of modification each has become adapted to the conditions of life of its own region, and has supplanted and exterminated its original parent form and all the transitional varieties between its past and present states. Origin of Species, 6th edition, page 144, also page 137, 296, all paragraph on extinction, close footnote. However, an attentive reading of the different chapters in which Darwin and Wallace speak of this subject soon brings one to the conclusion that the word extermination does not mean real extermination. The same remark which Darwin made concerning his expression struggle for existence evidently applies to the word extermination as well. It can by no means be understood in its direct sense, but must be taken in its metaphoric sense. If we start from the supposition that a given idea is stuck with animals to its fullest capacity, and that a keen competition for the sheer means of existence is consequently going on between all the inhabitants, each animal being compelled to fight against all its congeners in order to get its daily food, then the appearance of a new and successful variety would certainly mean, in many cases (though not always), the appearance of individuals which are enabled to seize more than their fair share of the means of existence, and the result would be that those individuals would starve both the parental form which does not possess the new variation and the intermediate forms which do not possess it in the same degree. It may be that at the outset Darwin understood the appearance of new varieties under this aspect; at least the frequent use of the word extermination conveys such an impression. But both he and Wallace knew nature too well not to perceive that this is by no means the only possible and necessary course of affairs. If the physical and the biological conditions of a given area, the extension of the area occupied by a given species, and the habits of all the members of the latter remained unchanged, then the sudden appearance of a new variety might mean the starving out and the extermination of all the individuals which were not endowed in a sufficient degree with the new feature by which the new variety is characterized. But such a combination of conditions is precisely what we do not see in nature. Each species is continually tending to enlarge its abode. Migration to new abodes is the rule with the slow snail, as with the swift bird. Physical changes are continually going on in every given area, and new varieties among animals consist in an immense number of cases, perhaps in the majority, not in the growth of new weapons for snatching the food from the mouth of its congeners. Food is only one out of 100 of various conditions of existence, but as Wallace himself shows in a charming paragraph on the divergence of characters (Darwinism, page 107), in forming new habits, moving to new abodes, and taking to new sorts of food. In all such cases there will be no extermination, even no competition, the new adaptation being a relief from competition, if it ever existed, and yet there will be after a time an absence of intermediate links, in consequence of a mere survival of those which are best fitted for the new conditions. As surely as under the hypothesis of extermination of the parental form, it hardly need be added that if we admit with Spencer all the Lamarckians and Darwin himself the modifying influence of the surroundings upon the species, there remains still less necessity for the extermination of the intermediate forms. The importance of migration and of the consequent isolation of groups of animals for the origin of new varieties and ultimately of new species, which was indicated by Maurice Wagner, was fully recognized by Darwin himself. Consequent researchers have only accentuated the importance of this factor, and they have shown how the largeness of the area occupied by a given species, which Darwin considered with full reason so important, important for the appearance of new varieties can be combined with the isolation of parts of a species in consequence of local geological changes or of local barriers. It would be impossible to enter here into the discussion of this wide question, but a few remarks will do to illustrate the combined action of these agencies. It is known that portions of a given species will often take to a new sort of food. The squirrels, for instance, when there is a scarcity of cones in the large forests, remove to the fir tree forests, and this change of food has certainly well-known physiological effects on the squirrels. If this change of habits does not last, if next year the cones are again plentiful in the dark woods, no new variety of squirrels will evidently arise from this cause. But if part of the wide area occupied by the squirrels begins to have its physical characters altered in consequence of, let us say, a milder climate or desiccation, which both bring about an increase of the pine forest in proportion to the large woods, and if some other conditions concur to induce the squirrels to dwell on the outskirts of the desiccating region, we shall have then a new variety, that is, an incipient new species of squirrels, without there having been anything that would deserve the name of extermination among the squirrels. A larger proportion of squirrels of the new, better adapted variety would survive every year, and the intermediate links would die in the course of time, without having been starved out by Malthusian competitors. This is exactly what we see going on during the great physical changes which are accomplished over large areas in Central Asia, owing to the desiccation which is going on there since the glacial period. To take another example, it has been proved by geologists that the present wild horse (Equus przewalski) has slowly been evolved during the later parts of the Tertiary and the Quaternary period, but that during this succession of ages its ancestors were not confined to some given limited area of the globe. They wandered over both the Old and New World, returning in all probability after a time to the pastures which they had in the course of their migrations formerly left. According to Madame Marie Pavlov, who has made a special study of this subject, they migrated from Asia to Africa, stayed there some time, and returned next to Asia. Whether this double migration be confirmed or not, the fact of a former extension of the ancestor of our horse over Asia, Africa, and America is settled beyond doubt. Consequently, if we do not find now in Asia all the intermediate links between the present wild horse and its Asiatic post-tertiary ancestors, this does not mean at all that the intermediate links have been exterminated. No such extermination has ever taken place. No exceptional mortality may even have occurred among the ancestral species. The individuals which belong to intermediate varieties and species have died in the usual course of events, often amidst plentiful food, and their remains were buried all over the globe. In short, if we carefully consider this matter, and carefully reread what Darwin himself wrote upon this subject, we see that if the word extermination be used at all in connection with transitional varieties, it must be used in its metaphoric sense. As to competition, this expression too is continually used by Darwin. See for instance the paragraph on extinction, as an image or as a way of speaking, rather than with the intention of conveying the idea of a real competition between two portions of the same species for the means of existence. At any rate, the absence of intermediate forms is no argument in favor of it. In reality, the chief argument in favor of a keen competition for the means of existence continually going on within every animal species is, to use Professor Jade's expression, the arithmetical argument borrowed from Malthus. But this argument does not prove it at all. We might as well take a number of villages in southeast Russia, the inhabitants of which enjoy plenty of food, but have no sanitary accommodation of any kind, and seeing that for the last 80 years the birth rate was 60 in the thousand, while the population is now what is 80 years ago, we might conclude that there has been a terrible competition between the inhabitants. But the truth is that from year to year the population remains stationary, for the simple reason that one third of the newborn died before before reaching the 6th month of life. One half died within the next 4 years, and out of each 100 born, only 17 also reached the age of 20. The newcomers went away before having grown to be competitors. It is evident that if such is the case with man, it is still more the case with animals. In the fevered world, the destruction of the eggs goes on such a tremendous scale that eggs are the chief food of several species in the early summer, not to say a word of the storms, the inundations which destroy nests by the million in America, and the sudden changes of weather which are fatal to the young mammals. Each storm, each inundation, each visit of a rat to a bird's nest, each sudden change of temperature take away those competitors which appear so terrible in theory. As to the facts of an extremely rapid increase of horses and cattle in America, of pigs and rabbits in New Zealand, and even of wild animals imported from Europe (where their numbers are kept down by men, not by competition), they rather seem opposed to the theory of overpopulation. If horses and cattle could so rapidly multiply in America, it simply proved that however numberless the buffaloes and other ruminants were at that time in the New World, its grass-eating population was far below what the prairies could maintain. If millions of intruders have found plenty of food without starving out the former population of the prairies, we must rather conclude that the Europeans found a want of grass-eaters in America, not an excess, and we have good reasons to believe that want of animal population is the natural state of things all over the world, but with but a few temporary exceptions to the rule. The actual numbers of animals in a given region are determined not by the highest feeding capacity of the region, but by what it is every year under the most unfavorable conditions, so that for that reason alone competition hardly can be a normal condition, but other causes intervene as well to cut down the animal population below even that low standard. If we take the horses and cattle which are grazing all the winter through in the steppes of Transbaikalia, we find them very lean and exhausted at the end of the winter. But they grow exhausted not because there is not enough food for all of them, the grass buried under a thin sheet of snow is everywhere in abundance, but because of the difficulty of getting it from beneath the snow, and this difficulty is the same for all horses alike. Besides, days of glazed frost are common in early spring, and if several such days come in succession, the horses grow still more exhausted. But then comes a snowstorm which compels the already weakened animals to remain without any food for several days, and very great numbers of them die. The losses during the spring are so severe that if the season has been more inclement than usual, they are even not repaired by the new breeds, the more so as all horses are exhausted, and the young foals are born in a weaker condition. The number of horses and cattle thus always remain beneath what they otherwise might be. All the year round there is food for 5 or 10 times as many animals, and yet their population increases extremely slowly. But as soon as the bureaucrat owner makes ever so small a provision of hay in the steppes and throws it open during days of glazed frost or heavier snowfall, he immediately sees the increase of his horde. Almost all free grass-eating animals, and many rodents in Asia and America being in very much the same conditions, we can safely say that their numbers are not kept down by competition, that at no time of the year they can struggle for food, and that if they never reach anything approaching to overpopulation, the cause is in the climate, not in competition. The importance of natural checks to overmultiplication, and especially their bearing upon the competition hypothesis, seems never to have been taken into due account. The checks, or rather, some of them are mentioned, but their action is seldom studied in detail. However, if we compare the action of the natural checks with that of competition, we must recognize at once that the latter sustains no comparison whatever with the other checks. Thus Mr. Bates mentions the really astounding numbers of winged ants which are destroyed during the exodus. The dead or half-dead bodies of the Formica de Fuego (Myrmica cerevisiae), which had been blown into the river during a gale, were heaped in a line and each or two in height and breadth, the line continuing without interruption for miles at the edge of the water. The naturalist on the river Amazons, 2nd, 85-95. Myriads of ants are thus destroyed amidst a nature which might support 100 times as many ants as are actually living. Dr. Altum, a German forester, who wrote a very interesting book about animals injurious to our forests, also gives many facts showing the immense importance of natural checks. He says that a succession of gales or cold and damp weather during the exodus of the pine moth open bracket, Bombix spiny, close bracket, destroy it to incredible amounts. And during the spring of 1871, all these moths disappeared at once, probably killed by a succession of cold nights. Open footnote. Dr. B. Altum, Wahlbestätigungen der Tiere und Gegenmittel, open bracket, Berlin 1889, close bracket, pages 207, sequence, close footnote. Many like examples relative to various insects could be quoted from various parts of Europe. Dr. Altum also mentions the bird enemies of the pine moth, and the immense amount of its eggs destroyed by foxes, but he adds that the parasitic fungi which periodically infest it are a far more terrible enemy than any bird, because they destroy the moth over very large areas at once. As to various species of mice, open bracket, Mus sylvaticus, Orvicola orvalis, and A. agrestis, close bracket, the same author gives a long list of their enemies, but he remarks, however, the most terrible enemies of mice are not other animals, but such sudden changes of weather as occur almost every year. Alternations of frost and warm weather destroy them in numberless quantities. One single sudden change can reduce thousands of mice to the number of a few individuals. On the other side, a warm winter or a winter which gradually steps in make them multiply in menacing proportions, notwithstanding every enemy. Such was the case in 1876 and 1877. Open footnote. Dr. B. Altum, Ut Supra, pages 13 and 187. Close footnote. Competition in the case of mice thus appears a quite trifling factor when compared with weather. Other facts to the same effect are also given as regards squirrels. As to birds, it is well known how they suffer from sudden changes of weather. Late snowstorms are as destructive of bird life on the English moors as they are in Siberia, and C.H. Dixon saw the red grouse suppressed during some exceptionally severe winters that they quitted the moors in numbers, and we have then known them actually to be taken in the streets of Sheffield. Persistent wet, he adds, is almost as fatal to them. On the other side, the contagious diseases which continually visit most animal species destroy them in such numbers that the losses often cannot be repaired for many years, even with the most rapidly multiplying animals. Thus, some 60 years ago, the suslik suddenly disappeared in the neighborhood of Sarepta in southeastern Russia, in consequence of some epidemics, and for years no susliks were seen in that neighborhood. It took many years before they became as numerous as they formerly were. Open footnote. A. Baker, in the Bulletin de la Société des Naturalistes de Moscou, 1889, page 625. Close footnote. Like facts, all tending to reduce the importance given to competition, could be produced in numbers. Of course, it might be replied, in Darwin's words, that nevertheless each organic being at some period of its life, during some season of the year, during each generation or at intervals, has to struggle for life and to suffer great destruction, and that the fittest survive during such periods of hard struggle for life. But if the evolution of the animal world were based exclusively or even chiefly upon the survival of the fittest during periods of calamities, if natural selection were limited in its action to periods of exceptional drought or sudden changes of temperature or inundations, retrogression would be the rule in the animal world. Those who survive a famine or a severe epidemic of cholera or smallpox or diphtheria, such as we see them in uncivilized countries, are neither the strongest nor the healthiest, nor the most intelligent. No progress could be based on those survivors, the less so as all survivors usually come out of the ordeal with an impaired health, like the Transbaikalian horses just mentioned, or the Arctic crews, or the garrison of a fortress which has been compelled to live for a few months on half rations, and comes out of its experience with broken health, and subsequently shows a quite abnormal mortality. All that natural selection can do in terms of calamities is to spare the individuals endowed with the greatest endurance for privations of all kinds. So it does among the Siberian horses and cattle. They are enduring, they can feed upon the polar birch in case of need, they resist cold and hunger, but no Siberian horse is capable of carrying half the weight which a European horse carries with ease. No Siberian cow gives half the amount of milk given by a Jersey cow, and no natives of uncivilized countries can bear a comparison with Europeans. They may better endure hunger and cold, but their physical force is very far below that of a well-fed European, and their intellectual progress is despairingly slow. A will cannot be productive of good, as Chernyshevsky wrote in a remarkable essay upon Darwinism. Open footnote. Ruskaya, Miss, September 1888. The Theory of Beneficency of Struggle for Life, being a preface to various treatises on botanics, zoology, and human life, by an old transformist. Happily enough, competition is not the rule either in the animal world or in mankind. It is limited among animals to exceptional periods, and natural selection finds better fields for its activity. Better conditions are created by the elimination of competition by means of mutual aid and mutual support. One of the most frequent modes in which natural selection acts is by adapting some individuals of a species to a somewhat different mode of life, whereby they are able to seize unappropriated places in nature. Origin of Species, page 145, in other words, to avoid competition. In the great struggle for life, for the greatest possible fullness and intensity of life, with the least waste of energy, natural selection continually seeks out the ways precisely for avoiding competition as much as possible. The ants combine in nests and nations, they pile up their stores, they rear their cattle and thus avoid competition, and natural selection picks out of the ants' family the species which know best how to avoid competition, with its unavoidably deleterious consequences. Most of our birds slowly move southwards as the winter comes, or gather in numberless societies and undertake long journeys, and thus avoid competition. Many rodents fall asleep when the time comes that competition should set in, while other rodents store food for the winter and gather in large villages for obtaining the necessary protection when at work. The reindeer, when the lichens are dry in the interior of a continent, migrate towards the sea. Buffaloes cross an immense continent in order to find plenty of food, and the beavers, when they grow numerous on a river, divide into two parties and go, the old ones down the river and the young ones up the river, and avoid competition. And when animals can neither fall asleep, nor migrate, nor lay in stores, nor themselves grow their food like the ants, they do what the titmouse does, and what Wallace (Darwinism, chapter 5) has so charmingly described. They resort to new kinds of food, and thus again avoid competition. Don't compete. Competition is always injurious to the species, and you have plenty of resources to avoid it. That is the tendency of nature, not always realized in full, but always present. That is the watchword which comes to us from the bush, the forest, the river, the ocean. Therefore combine, practice mutual aid. That is the surest means for giving to each and to all the greatest safety, the best guarantee of existence and progress, bodily, intellectual and moral. That is what nature teaches us, and that is what all those animals which have attained the highest position in their respective classes have done. That is also what man, the most primitive man, has been doing, and that is why man has reached the position upon which we stand now, as we shall see in the subsequent chapters devoted to mutual aid in human societies. End of the second part of chapter 2. Recording by Enko. If you would like to send me an email, you can reach me at enkobilal@yahoo.com. That's ENKOBILAL@yahoo.com. First part of chapter 3 of Mutual Aid, a factor of evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Enko. Mutual Aid, a factor of evolution, by Peter Kropotkin. First part of chapter 3, Mutual Aid among savages. The immense part played by mutual aid and mutual support in the evolution of the animal world has been briefly analyzed in the preceding chapters. We have now to cast a glance upon the part played by the same agencies in the evolution of mankind. We saw how few are the animal species which live an isolated life, and how numberless are those which live in societies, either for mutual defense, or for hunting and storing up food, or for rearing their offspring, or simply for enjoying life in common. We also saw that, though a good deal of warfare goes on between different classes of animals, or different species, or even different tribes of the same species, peace and mutual support are the rule within the tribe or the species, and that those species which best know how to combine and to avoid competition have the best chances of survival and of a further progressive development. They prosper, while the unsociable species decay. It is evident that it would be quite contrary to all that we know of nature if man were an exception to so general a rule. if a creature so defenseless as man was at his beginnings should have found his protection and his way to progress, not in mutual support like other animals, but in a reckless competition for personal advantages, with no regard to the interests of the species. To a mind accustomed to the idea of unity in nature, such a proposition appears utterly indefensible. And yet, improbable and unphilosophical as it is, it has never found a lack of supporters. There always were writers who took a pessimistic view of mankind. They knew it more or less superficially, through their own limited experience. They knew of history what the annalist, always watchful of wars, cruelty, and oppression, told of it, and little more besides, and they concluded that mankind is nothing but a loose aggregation of beings always ready to fight with each other, and only prevented from so doing by the intervention of some authority. Hobbes took that position, and while some of his 18th century followers endeavoured to prove that at no epoch of its existence, not even in its most primitive condition, mankind lived in a state of perpetual warfare, that men have been sociable even in the state of nature, and that want of knowledge, rather than the natural bad inclinations of men, brought humanity to all the horrors of its early historical life. His idea was, on the contrary, that the so-called state of nature was nothing but a permanent fight between individuals accidentally huddled together by the mere caprice of their bestial existence. True that science has made some progress since Hobbes' times, and that we have safer ground to stand upon than the speculation of Hobbes or Rousseau. But the Hobbesian philosophy has plenty of admirers still, and we have had of late quite a school of writers who, taking possession of Darwin's terminology rather than of his leading ideas, made of it an argument in favour of Hobbes' views upon primitive men, and even succeeded in giving them a scientific appearance. Huxley, as is known, took the lead of that school, and in a paper written in 1888 he represented primitive men as a sort of tigers or lions, deprived of all ethical conceptions, fighting out the struggle for existence to its bitter end, and living a life of continual free fight, to quote his own words, beyond the limited and temporary relations of the family. The Hobbesian war of each against all was the normal state of existence. Open footnote, 19th century, February 1888, page 165. Close footnote. It has been remarked more than once that the chief error of Hobbes, and the 18th century philosophers as well, was to imagine that mankind began its life in the shape of small, straggling families, something like the limited and temporary families of the bigger carnivores, while in reality it is now positively known that such was not the case. Of course, we have no direct evidence as to the modes of life of the first man-like beings. We are not yet settled even as to the time of their first appearance, geologists being inclined at present to see their traces in the Pliocene, or even the Miocene, deposits of the Tertiary period. But we have the indirect method which permits us to throw some light even upon that remote antiquity. A most careful investigation into the social institutions of the lowest races has been carried on during the last 40 years, and it has revealed among the present institutions of primitive folk some traces of still older institutions which have long disappeared, but nevertheless left unmistakable traces of their previous existence. A whole science devoted to the embryology of human institutions has thus developed in the hands of Bachofen, MacLennan, Morgan, Edwin Tyler, Main, Post, Kovalevsky, Lubbock, and many others, and that science has established beyond any doubt that mankind did not begin its life in the shape of small isolated families. Far from being a primitive form of organization, the family is a very late product of human evolution. As far as we can go back in the paleo-ethnology of mankind, we find men living in societies, in tribes similar to those of the highest mammals, and an extremely slow and long evolution was required to bring these societies to the gentile or clan organization, which in its turn had to undergo another also very long evolution before the first germs of family, polygamous or monogamous, could appear. Societies, bands or tribes, not families, were thus the primitive form of organization of mankind and its earliest ancestors. That is what ethnology has come to after its painstaking researchers, and in so doing it simply came to what might have been foreseen by the zoologists. None of the higher mammals, save a few carnivores and a few undoubtedly decaying species of apes (orangutans and gorillas), live in small families, isolatedly straggling in the woods. All others live in societies, and Darwin so well understood that isolatedly living apes never could have developed into man-like beings, that he was inclined to consider man as descended from some comparatively weak but social species like the chimpanzee, rather than from some stronger but unsociable species like the gorilla. The Descent of Man, end of chapter 2, pages 63 and 64 of the second edition. Zoology and paleoethnology are thus agreed in considering that the band, not the family, was the earliest form of social life. The first human societies simply were a further development of those societies which constitute the very essence of life of the higher animals. Anthropologists who fully endorse the above views as regards men nevertheless intimate sometimes that the apes live in polygamous families under the leadership of a strong and jealous male. I do not know how far that assertion is based upon conclusive observation, but the passage from Brehm's Life of Animals, which is sometimes referred to, can hardly be taken as very conclusive. It occurs in his general description of monkeys, but his more detailed descriptions of separate species either contradict it or do not confirm it. Even as regards the Cercopithecus, Brehm is affirmative in saying that they nearly always live in bands, and very seldom in families. (French edition, page 59). As to other species, the very numbers of their bands, always containing many males, render the polygamous family more than doubtful. Further observation is evidently wanted. If we now go over to positive evidence, we see that the earliest traces of man, dating from the glacial or the early post-glacial period, afford unmistakable proofs of men having lived even then in societies. Isolated finds of stone implements, even from the Old Stone Age, are very rare. On the contrary, wherever one flint implement is discovered, others are sure to be found, in most cases in very large quantities. At a time when men were dwelling in caves, or under occasionally protruding rocks, in company with mammals now extinct, and hardly succeeded in making the roughest sorts of flint hatchets, they already knew the advantages of life in societies. In the valleys of the tributaries of the Dordogne, the surface of the rocks is in some places entirely covered with caves, which were inhabited by Paleolithic men. Lubbock, Prehistoric Times, 5th edition, 1890. Sometimes the cave dwellings are superposed in stories, and they certainly recall much more the nesting colonies of swallows than the dens of carnivores. As to the flint implements discovered in those caves, to use Lubbock's words, one may say without exaggeration that they are numberless. The same is true of other Paleolithic stations. It also appears from Lartet's investigations that the inhabitants of the Aurignac region in the south of France partook of tribal meals at the burial of their dead, so that men lived in societies and had germs of a tribal worship even at that extremely remote epoch. The same is still better proved as regards the later part of the Stone Age. Traces of Neolithic men have been found in numberless quantities, so that we can reconstitute his manner of life to a great extent. When the ice cap (which must have spread from the polar regions as far south as Middle France, Middle Germany, and Middle Russia, and covered Canada as well as a good deal of what is now the United States), began to melt away, the surfaces freed from ice were covered first with swamps and marshes, and later on with numberless lakes. That extension of the ice cap is admitted by most of the geologists who have specially studied the glacial age. The Russian Geological Survey already has taken this view as regards Russia, and most German specialists maintain it as regards Germany. The glaciation of most of the central plateau of France will not fail to be recognized by the French geologists when they pay more attention to the glacial deposits altogether. Lakes filled all depressions of the valleys before their waters dug out those permanent channels which during a subsequent epoch became our rivers, and wherever we explore in Europe, Asia, or America the shores of the literally numberless lakes of that period, whose proper name would be the Lacustrine period, we find traces of Neolithic men. They are so numerous that we can only wonder at the relative density of population at that time. The stations of Neolithic men closely follow each other on the terraces which now mark the shores of the old lakes, and at each of those stations stone implements appear in such numbers that no doubt is possible as to the length of time during which they were inhabited by rather numerous tribes. Whole workshops of flint implements, testifying of the numbers of workers who used to come together, have been discovered by the archaeologists. Traces of a more advanced period, already characterized by the use of some pottery, are found in the shell heaps of Denmark. They appear, as is well known, in the shape of heaps from 5 to 10 feet thick, from 100 to 200 feet wide, and 1,000 feet or more in length, and they are so common along some parts of the seacoast that for a long time they were considered as natural growths. And yet they contain nothing but what has been in some way or other subservient to the use of man, and they are so densely stuffed with products of human industry that during a 2 days stay at Milgard, Lubbock dug out no less than 191 pieces of stone implements and 4 fragments of pottery. Open footnote. Prehistoric Times, pages 232 and 242. Close footnote. The very size and extension of the shell heaps prove that for generations and generations the coast of Denmark were inhabited by hundreds of small tribes, which certainly lived as peacefully together as the Fuegian tribes, which also accumulate like shell heaps, are living in our own times. As to the lake dwellings of Switzerland, which represent a still further advance in civilization, they yield still better evidence of life and work in societies. It is known that even during the Stone Age, the shores of the Swiss lakes were dotted with a succession of villages, each of which consisted of several huts, and was built upon a platform supported by numberless pillars in the lake. No less than 24 mostly Stone Age villages were discovered along the shores of Lake Leman, 32 in the Lake of Constance, 46 in the Lake of Neuchâtel, and so on, and each of them testifies to the immense amount of labor which was spent in common by the tribe, not by the family. It has even been asserted that the life of the lake dwellers must have been remarkably free of warfare, and so it probably was, especially if we refer to the life of those primitive folk who live until the present time in similar villages built upon pillars on the seacoast. It is thus seen, even from the above rapid hints, that our knowledge of primitive man is not so scanty after all, and that so far as it goes, it is rather opposed than favourable to the Hobbesian speculations. Moreover, it may be supplemented to a great extent by the direct observation of such primitive tribes as now stand on the same level of civilization as the inhabitants of Europe stood in prehistoric times. That these primitive tribes which we find now are not degenerated specimens of mankind who formerly knew a higher civilization, as it has occasionally been maintained, has sufficiently been proved by Edwin Tylor and Lubbock. However, to the arguments already opposed to the degeneration theory, the following may be added. Save a few tribes clustering in the less accessible highlands, the savages represent a girdle which encircles the more or less civilized nations, and they occupy the extremities of our continents, most of which have retained still or recently were bearing an early post-glacial character. Such are the Eskimos and their congeners in Greenland, Arctic America, and northern Siberia, and in the southern hemisphere the Australians, the Papuas, the Fuegians, and partly the Bushmen, while within the civilized area, like primitive folk, are only found in the Himalayas, the highlands of Australasia, and the plateaus of Brazil. Now it must be borne in mind that the glacial age did not come to an end at once over the whole surface of the earth. It still continues in Greenland. Therefore, at a time when the littoral regions of the Indian Ocean, the Mediterranean, or the Gulf of Mexico already enjoyed a warmer climate and became the seats of higher civilizations, immense territories in Middle Europe, Siberia, and Northern America, as well as in Patagonia, Southern Africa, and Southern Australasia, remained in early post-glacial conditions, which rendered them inaccessible to the civilized nations of the torrid and subtorrid zones. They were at that time what the terrible hermits of northwest Siberia are now, and their population, inaccessible to and untouched by civilization, retained the characters of early post-glacial men. Later on, when desiccation rendered these territories more suitable for agriculture, they were peopled with more civilized immigrants, and while part of their previous inhabitants were assimilated by the new settlers, another part migrated further and settled where we find them. The territories they inhabit now are still or recently were subglacial as to their physical features. Their arts and implements are those of the Neolithic age, and notwithstanding their racial differences and the distances which separate them, their modes of life and social institutions bear a striking likeness, so we cannot but consider them as fragments of the early post-glacial population of the now civilized area. The first thing which strikes us as soon as we begin studying primitive folk is the complexity of the organization of marriage relations under which they are living. With most of them, the family, in the sense we attribute to it, is hardly found in its germs. But they are by no means loose aggregations of men and women coming in a disorderly manner together in conformity with their momentary caprices. All of them are under a certain organization which has been described by Morgan in its general aspects as the Gentile or clan organization. Open footnote. Bachofen, Das Mutter Recht, Stuttgart, 1861. Lewis H. Morgan, Ancient Society, or Researchers in the Lines of Human Progress from Savagery Through Barbarism to Civilization, New York, 1877. G. F. McLennan, Studies in Ancient History, First Series, New Edition, 1886. Second Series, 1896. L. Fison and A. W. Howitt, Camilla Ra and Kuna Melbourne. These four writers, as has been very truly remarked by Giraud Telon, starting from different facts and different general ideas and following different methods, have come to the same conclusion. To Bachofen we owe the notion of the maternal family and the maternal succession. To Morgan the system of kinship, Malayan and Turanian, and a highly gifted sketch of the main phases of human evolution. To McLennan the law of exogeny, and to Fison and Howitt the quadro or scheme of the conjugal societies in Australia, all four end in establishing the same fact of the tribal origin of the family. When Bachofen first drew attention to the maternal family in his epoch-making work, and Morgan described the clan organization, both concurring to the almost general extension of these forms and maintaining that the marriage laws lie at the very basis of the consecutive steps of human evolution, they were accused of exaggeration. However, the most careful researchers prosecuted since by a phalanx of students of ancient law have proved that all races of mankind bear traces of having passed through similar stages of development of marriage laws, such as we now see in force among certain savages. See the works of Post, Dargun, Kovalevsky, Lubbock, and their numerous followers, Lippert, Muck, etc. To tell the matter as briefly as possible, there is little doubt that mankind has passed at its beginning through a stage which may be described as that of communal marriage, that is, the whole tribe had husbands and wives in common with but little regard to consanguinity. But it is also certain that some restrictions to that free intercourse were imposed at a very early period. Intermarriage was soon prohibited between the sons of one mother and her sisters, granddaughters and aunts. Later on it was prohibited between the sons and daughters of the same mother, and further limitations did not fail to follow. The idea of a gens or clan which embodied all presumed descendants from one stock (or rather all those who gathered in one group) was evolved, and marriage within the clan was entirely prohibited. It still remained communal, but the wife or the husband had to be taken from another clan. And when a gens became too numerous and subdivided into several gens, each of them was divided into classes (usually four), and marriage was permitted only between certain well-defined classes. That is the stage which we find now among the Kamilaroi-speaking Australians. As to the family, its first germs appeared amidst the clan organization. A woman who was captured in war from some other clan, and who formerly would have belonged to the whole gens, could be kept at a later period by the capturer under certain obligations towards the tribe. She may be taken by him to a separate hut after she had paid a certain tribute to the clan, and thus constitute within the gens a separate family, the appearance of which evidently was opening a quite new phase of civilization. Now, if we take into consideration that this complicated organization developed among men who stood at the lowest known degree of development, and that it maintained itself in societies knowing no kind of authority besides the authority of public opinion, we at once see how deeply enrooted social instincts must have been in human nature, even at its lower stages. A savage who is capable of living under such an organization, and of freely submitting to rules which continually clash with his personal desires, certainly is not a beast devoid of ethical principles, and knowing no rein to its patience. But the facts become still more striking if we consider the immense antiquity of the clan organization. It is now known that the primitive Semites, the Greeks of Homer, and the prehistoric Romans, the Germans of Tacitus, the early Celts, and the early Slavonians all have had their own period of clan organization closely analogous to that of the Australians, the Red Indians, the Eskimos, and other inhabitants of the savage girdle. For the Semites and the Aryans, see especially Professor Maxim Kovalevsky's Primitive Law (in Russian), Moscow 1886 and 1887. Also his lectures delivered at Stockholm (Tableau des origines et de l'évolution de la famille et de la propriété, Stockholm 1890), which represents an admirable review of the whole question. Cf. also a Post Die Gesetzgenossenschaft der UZ Oldenburg, 1875. Close footnote. So we must admit that either the evolution of marriage laws went on the same lines among all human races, or the rudiments of the clan rules were developed among some common ancestors of the Semites, the Aryans, the Polynesians, etc., before their differentiation into separate races place, and that these rules were maintained until now among races long ago separated from the common stock. Both alternatives imply, however, an equally striking tenacity of the institution, such a tenacity that no assaults of the individual could break it down through the scores of thousands of years that it was in existence. The very persistence of the clan organization shows how utterly false it is to represent primitive mankind as a disorderly agglomeration of individuals who only obey their individual passions and take advantage of their personal force and cunningness against all other representatives of the species. Unbridled individualism is a modern growth, but it is not characteristic of primitive mankind. Footnote. It would be impossible to enter here into a discussion of the origin of the marriage restrictions. Let me only remark that a division into groups similar to Morgan's Hawaiian exists among birds. The young broods live together separately from their parents. A like division might probably be traced among some mammals as well. As to the prohibition of relations between brothers and sisters, it is more likely to have arisen not from speculation about the bad effects of consanguinity, which speculations really do not seem probable, but to avoid the too easy precocity of like marriages. Under close cohabitation, it must have become of imperious necessity. I must also remark that in discussing the origin of new customs altogether, we must keep in mind that the savages, like us, have their thinkers and savants, wizards, doctors, prophets, etc., whose knowledge and ideas are in advance upon those of the masses, united as they are in their secret unions (another almost universal feature). They are certainly capable of exercising a powerful influence, and of enforcing customs the utility of which may not yet be recognized by the majority of the tribe. Going now over to the existing savages, we may begin with the Bushmen, who stand at a very low level of development, so low indeed that they have no dwellings and sleep in holes dug in the soil, occasionally protected by some screens. It is known that when Europeans settled in the territory and destroyed deer, the Bushmen began stealing the settlers' cattle, whereupon a war of extermination, too horrible to be related here, was waged against them. 500 Bushmen were slaughtered in 1774, 3,000 in 1808 and 1809 by the Farmers' Alliance, and so on. They were poisoned like rats, killed by hunters lying in ambush before the carcass of some animal, killed wherever met with. Colonel Collins in Phillips' Researches in South Africa, London, 1828, quoted by Waite, Sagan, 334. So that our knowledge of the Bushmen, being chiefly borrowed from those same people who exterminated them, is necessarily limited. But still we know that when the Europeans came, the Bushmen lived in small tribes (or clans), sometimes federated together, that they used to hunt in common, and divided the spoil without quarrelling, that they never abandoned their wounded, and displayed strong affection to their comrades. Liechtenstein has a most touching story about a Bushman, nearly drowned in a river, who was rescued by his companions. They took off their furs to cover him, and shivered themselves. They dried him, rubbed him before the fire, and smeared his body with warm grease till they brought him back to life. And when the Bushmen found in Johann van der Walt a man who treated them well, they expressed their thankfulness by a most touching attachment to that man. Liechtenstein's Reisen im Südlichen Afrika, 2nd pages 92-97, Berlin, 1811. Burchell and Moffat both represent them as good-hearted, disinterested, true to their promises, and grateful. Waite's Anthropologie der Naturvölker, 2nd, pages 335, sequence. See also Fritsch, Die Eingeborenen Afrikas, Breslau, 1872, pages 386, sequence. And Grey Jar in South Africa, also W. Blake. A Brief Account of Bushman Folklore, Cape Town, 1875. All qualities which could develop only by being practiced within the tribe. As to their love to children, it is sufficient to say that when a European wished to secure a Bushman woman as a slave, he stole her child. The mother was sure to come into slavery to share the fate of the child. Élisée Reclus, Géographie universelle, 13th, 475. Close footnote. The same social manners characterize the Hottentots, who are but a little more developed than the Bushmen. Lubbock describes them as the filthiest animals, and filthy they really are. A fur suspended to the neck and worn till it falls to pieces is all their dress. Their huts are a few sticks assembled together and covered with mats, with no kind of furniture within. And though they kept oxen and sheep, and seem to have known the use of iron before they made acquaintance with the Europeans, they still occupy one of the lowest degrees of the human scale. And yet those who knew them highly praised their sociability and readiness to aid each other. If anything is given to a Hottentot, he at once divides it among all present, a habit which, as is known, so much struck Darwin among the Fuegians. He cannot eat alone, and however hungry, he calls those who pass by to share his food, and when Colburn expressed his astonishment thereat, he received the answer, "That is Hottentot manner." But this is not Hottentot manner only, it is an old but universal habit among the savages. Colburn, who knew the Hottentots well and did not pass by their defects in silence, could not praise their tribal morality highly enough. "Their word is sacred," he wrote. "They know nothing of the corruptness and faithless arts of Europe. They live in great tranquillity and are seldom at war with their neighbours. They are all kindness and goodwill to one another." One of the greatest pleasures of the Hottentots certainly lies in their gifts and good offices to one another. The integrity of the Hottentots, their strictness and celerity in the exercise of justice, and their chastity are things in which they excel all or most nations in the world. P. Colburn, The Present State of the Cape of Good Hope. Translated from the German by Mr. Medley, London, 1731, volume 1st, pages 59, 71, 333, 336, etc. Tashar, Barrow and Modi, quoted in Waite's Anthropology, 2nd, 335 sequence, fully confirm Colburn's testimony. Let me only remark that when Colburn wrote that they are certainly the most friendly, the most liberal, and the most benevolent people to one another that ever appeared on the earth, first 332, he wrote a sentence which has continually appeared since in the description of savages. When first meeting with primitive races, the Europeans usually make a caricature of their life, but when an intelligent man has stayed among them for a longer time, he generally describes them as the kindest or the gentlest race on the earth. These very same words have been applied to the Ostiaks, the Samoyeds, the Eskimos, the Dayaks, the Aleuts, the Papuas, and so on, by the highest authorities. I also remember having read them applied to the Tunguses, the Chukchis, the Sioux, and several others. The very frequency of that high commendation already speaks volumes in itself. The natives of Australia do not stand on a higher level of development than their South African brothers. Their huts are of the same character. Very often simple screens are the only protection against cold winds. In their food they are most indifferent. They devour horribly petrified corpses, and cannibalism is resorted to in times of scarcity. When first discovered by Europeans, they had no implements but in stone or bone, and these were of the roughest description. Some tribes had even no canoes and did not know barter trade, and yet when their manners and customs were carefully studied, they proved to be living under that elaborate clan organizations which I have mentioned on a preceding page. The natives living in the north of Sydney and speaking the Kamilaroi language are best known under this aspect through the capital work of Lorimer Fison and A.W. Howitt, Kamilaroi and Konai, Melbourne, 1880. See also A.W. Howitt's further note on the Australian class systems in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1889, volume 18th, page 31, showing the wide extension of the same organization in Australia. The territory they inhabit is usually allotted between the different gens or clans, but the hunting and fishing territories of each clan are kept in common, and the produce of fishing and hunting belongs to the whole clan, so also the fishing and hunting implements. The folklore, manners, etc. of Australian Aborigines, Adelaide, 1879, page 11. The meals are taken in common. Like many other savages, they respect certain regulations as to the seasons when certain gums and grasses may be collected. Gray's Journals of 2 Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia, London, 1841, volume 2nd, pages 237-298. As to their morality altogether, we cannot do better than transcribe the following answers given to the questions of the Paris Anthropological Society by Lumholtz a missionary who sojourned in North Queensland. Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, 1888, volume 11th, page 652. I abridge the answers. The feeling of friendship is known among them. It is strong. Weak people are usually supported. Sick people are very well attended to. They never are abandoned or killed. These tribes are cannibals, but they very seldom eat members of their own tribe (when immolated on religious principles, I suppose). They eat strangers only. The parents love their children, play with them and pet them. Infanticide meets with common approval. Old people are very well treated, never put to death. No religion, no idols, only a fear of death. Polygamous marriage. Quarrels arising within the tribe are settled by means of duels fought with wooden swords and shields. No slaves, no culture of any kind, no pottery, no dress, save an apron sometimes worn by women. The clan consists of 200 individuals, divided into 4 classes of men and 4 of women, marriage being only permitted within the usual classes and never within the gens. For the Papuas, closely akin to the above, we have the testimony of G.L. Bink, who stayed in New Guinea, chiefly in Gilwing Bay, from 1871 to 1883. Here is the essence of his answers to the same questioner. Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, 1888, volume 11th, page 386. They are sociable and cheerful. They loaf very much, rather timid than courageous. Friendship is relatively strong among persons belonging to different tribes, and still stronger within the tribe. A friend will often pay the debt of his friend, the stipulation being that the latter would repay it without interest to the children of the lender. They take care of the ill and the old. Old people are never abandoned, and in no case are they killed, unless it be a slave who was ill for a long time. War prisoners are sometimes eaten. The children are very much petted and loved. Old and feeble war prisoners are killed, the others are sold as slaves. They have no religion, no gods, no idols, no authority of any description. The oldest man in the family is the judge. In cases of adultery, a fine is paid, and part of it goes to the Negoria (the community). The soil is kept in common, but the crop belongs to those who have grown it. They have pottery and no barter trade, the custom being that the merchant gives them the goods, whereupon they return to their houses and bring the native goods required by the merchant. If the latter cannot be obtained, the European goods are returned. The same is the practice with the Papuas of Kaimani Bay, who have a high reputation of honesty. It never happens that the Papua be untrue to his promise. Finch says in Neguinea un Sene Behonea, Bremen, 1865, page 829. They are headhunters, and in so doing they prosecute blood revenge. Sometimes, Finch says, the affair is referred to the Rajah of Namotat, who terminates it by imposing a fine. When well treated, the Papuas are very kind. Mikluko Makley, London on the eastern coast of New Guinea, followed by one single man, stayed for 2 years among tribes reported to be cannibals, and left them with regret. He returned again to stay 1 year more among them, and never had he any conflict to complain of. True that his rule was never, under no pretext whatever, to say anything which was not truth, nor make any promise which he could not keep. These poor creatures, who even do not know how to obtain fire, and carefully maintain it in their huts, live under their primitive communism without any chiefs, and within their villages they have no quarrels worth speaking of. They work in common just enough to get the food of the day. They rear their children in common, and in the evenings they dress themselves as coquettishly as they can and dance. Like all savages, they are fond of dancing. Each village has its bola or balai, the long house, long maison or grande maison, for the unmarried men, for social gatherings, and for the discussion of common affairs, again a trait which is common to most inhabitants of the Pacific Islands, the Eskimos, the Red Indians, and so on. Whole groups of villagers are on friendly terms, and visit each other en bloc. Unhappily, floods are not uncommon, not in consequence of overstocking of the area or keen competition and like inventions of a mercantile century, but chiefly in consequence of superstition. As soon as anyone falls ill, his friends and relatives come together, and deliberately discuss who might be the cause of the illness. All possible enemies are considered, everyone confesses of his own petty quarrels, and finally the real cause is discovered. An enemy from the next village has called it down, and a raid upon that village is decided upon. Therefore feuds are rather frequent, even between the coast villages, not to say a word of the cannibal mountaineers, who are considered as real witches and enemies, though on a closer acquaintance they prove to be exactly the same sort of people as their neighbors on the sea-coast. Is Vestia of the Russian Geographical Society, 1880, pages 161, sequence. Few books of travel give a better insight into the petty details of the daily life of savages than these scraps from Macley's notebooks. End of the first part of chapter 3. Recording by Enko. If you would like to send me an email, you can reach me at enkobilal@yahoo.com. That's ENKOBILAL@yahoo.com. Second part of chapter 3 of Mutual Aid, a factor of evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Enko. Mutual Aid, a factor of evolution, by Peter Kropotkin. Second part of chapter 3, Mutual Aid among savages. Many striking pages could be written about the harmony which prevails in the villages of the Polynesian inhabitants of the Pacific Islands, but they belong to a more advanced stage of civilization, so we shall now take our illustrations from the far north. I must mention, however, before leaving the southern hemisphere, that even the Fuegians, whose reputation has been so bad, appear under a much better light since they begin to be better known. A few French missionaries who stay among them know of no act of malevolence to complain of. In their clans, consisting of from 120 to 150 souls, they practice the same primitive communism as the Papuas. They share everything in common, and treat their old people very well. Peace prevails among these tribes. L.F. Marshall, in Mission Scientifique au Cap Horn, Paris, 1883, volume 1st, pages 183 to 201. With the Eskimos and their nearest congeners, the Tinklets, the Colossus and the Aleuts, we find one of the nearest illustrations of what men may have been during the glacial age. Their implements hardly differ from those of Paleolithic men, and some of the tribes do not yet know fishing. They simply spear the fish with a kind of harpoon. Captain Holmes' expedition to East Greenland. They know the use of iron, but they receive it from the Europeans, or find it on wrecked ships. Their social organization is of a very primitive kind, though they already have emerged from the stage of communal marriage, even under the Gentile restrictions. They live in families, but the family bonds are often broken. Husbands and wives are often exchanged. In Australia, whole clans have been seen exchanging all their wives in order to conjure a calamity (Post Studienzo and Wiklungestich de Familienrecht, 1890, page 342). More brotherhood is their specific against calamities. The families, however, remain united in clans, and how could it be otherwise? How could they sustain the hard struggle for life unless by closely combining their forces? So they do, and the tribal bonds are closest where the struggle for life is hardest, namely in northeast Greenland. The long house is the usual dwelling, and several families lodge in it, separated from each other by small partitions of rag furs, with a common passage in the front. Sometimes the house has the shape of a cross, and in such case a common fire is kept in the center. The German expedition, which spent a winter close by one of those long houses, could ascertain that no quarrel disturbed the peace, no dispute arose about the use of this narrow space throughout the long winter. Scolding or even unkind words are considered as a misdemeanor, if not produced under the legal form of process, namely the Nifsong. Dr. H. Rink, The Eskimo Tribes, page 26, Medelelzer on Groenland, volume 11, 1887, Close cohabitation and close interdependence are sufficient for maintaining century after century that deep respect for the interests of the community which is characteristic of Eskimo life. Even in the larger communities of Eskimos, public opinion forms the real judgment seat, the general punishment consisting in the offenders being shamed in the eyes of the people. Dr. Rink, Locke, page 24. Europeans grown in the respect of Roman law are seldom capable of understanding that force of tribal authority. In fact, Dr. Ring writes, it is not the exception but the rule that white men who have stayed for 10 or 20 years among the Eskimo return without any real addition to their knowledge of the traditional ideas upon which their social state is based. The white man, whether a missionary or a trader, is firm in his dogmatic opinion that the most vulgar European is better than the most distinguished native. The Eskimo tribes, page 31, close footnote. Eskimo life is based upon communism. What is obtained by hunting and fishing belongs to the clan, but in several tribes, especially in the west, under the influence of the Danes, private property penetrates into the institutions. However, they have an original means for obviating the inconveniences arising from a personal accumulation of wealth which would soon destroy the tribal unity. When a man has grown rich, he convokes the folk of his clan to a great festival, and after much eating distributes among them all his fortune. On the Yukon River, Dal saw an Alliant family distributing in this way 10 guns, 10 full fur dresses, 200 strings of beads, numerous blankets, 10 wolf furs, 200 beavers, and 500 zeppelins. After that they took off their festival dresses, gave them away, and putting on all rag furs, addressed a few words to their kinsfolk, saying that though they are now poorer than any one of them, they have won their friendship. Footnote, Dal, Alaska and its resources, Cambridge, US, 1870. Like distributions of wealth appear to be a regular habit with the Eskimos, and to take place at a certain season, after an exhibition of all that has been obtained during the year. Dal saw it in Alaska, Jacobsen at Ignitok in the vicinity of the Bering Strait, Gilbreth Prout mentions it among the Vancouver Indians, and Dr. Rink, who describes the periodical exhibitions just mentioned, adds, the principal use of the accumulation of personal wealth is for periodically distributing it. He also mentions (log cit. page 31), but destruction of property for the same purpose (of maintaining equality). In my opinion, these distributions reveal a very old institution, contemporaneous with the first apparition of personal wealth. They must have been a means for re-establishing equality among the members of a clan, after it had been disturbed by the enrichment of a few. The periodical redistribution of land and the periodical abandonment of all debts which took place in historical times with so many different races Semites, Aryans, etc., must have been a survival of that old custom, and the habit of either burying with the dead or destroying upon his grave all that belonged to him personally, a habit which we find among all primitive races, must have had the same origin. In fact, while everything that belongs personally to the dead is burnt or broken upon his grave, nothing is destroyed of what belonged to him in common with the tribe, such as boats or the communal implements of fishing. The destructions bears upon personal property alone. At a later epoch, this habit becomes a religious ceremony. It receives a mystical interpretation, and is imposed by religion when public opinion alone proves incapable of enforcing its general observance. And finally, it is substituted by either burning simple models of the dead man's property (as in China), or by simply carrying his property to the grave and taking it back to his house after the burial ceremony is over, a habit which still prevails with the Europeans as regards swords, crosses, and other marks of public distinction. See Appendix 8. The high standard of the tribal morality of the Eskimos has often been mentioned in general literature. Nevertheless, the following remarks upon the manners of the Aleuts, nearly akin to the Eskimos, will better illustrate savage morality as a whole. They were written after a 10-year stay among the Aleuts by a most remarkable man, the Russian missionary Veniaminov. I sum them up mostly in his own words. Endurability (he wrote) is their chief feature. It is simply colossal. Not only do they bathe every morning in the frozen sea, and stand naked on the beach, inhaling the icy wind, but their endurability, even when at hard work on insufficient food, surpasses all that can be imagined. During a protracted scarcity of food, the Aleut cares first for his children. He gives them all he has, and himself fasts. They are not inclined to stealing. That was remarked even by the first Russian immigrants. Not that they never steal. Every Aleut would confess having sometime stolen something, but it is always a trifle. The whole is so childish. The attachment of the parents to their children is touching, though it is never expressed in words or pettings. The Aleoute is with difficulty moved to make a promise, but once he has made it, he will keep it whatever may happen. An Aleoute made Veniaminoff a gift of dried fish, but it was forgotten on the beach in the hurry of the departure. He took it home. The next occasion to send it to the missionary was in January, and in November and December there was a great scarcity of food in the Aleoute encampment, but the fish was never touched by the starving people, and in January it was sent to its destination. Their code of morality is both varied and severe. It is considered shameful to be afraid of unavoidable death, to ask pardon from an enemy, to die without ever having killed an enemy, to be convicted of stealing, to capsize a boat in the harbour, to be afraid of going to sea in stormy weather, to be the first in a party on a long journey, to become an invalid in case of scarcity of food, to show greediness when spoil is divided, in which case everyone gives his own part to the greedy man to shame him, to divulge a public secret to his wife, being two persons on a hunting expedition, not to offer the best game to the partner, to boast of his own deeds, especially of invented ones, to scold anyone in scorn, also to beg to pet his wife in other people's presence, and to dance with her, to bargain personally. Selling must always be made through a third person, who settles the price. For a woman it is a shame not to know sewing, dancing, and all kinds of woman's work, to pet her husband and children, or even to speak to her husband in the presence of a stranger. Veniaminoff, Memoirs relative to the district of Unalashka (Russian), 3 volumes, St. Petersburg, 1840. Extracts in English from the above are given in Dawes, Alaska. A like description of the Australian's morality is given in Nature, 12, page 639. Such is Aleoute morality, which might also be further illustrated by their tales and legends. Let me also add that when Veniaminoff wrote in 1840, one murder only had been committed since the last century in a population of 60,000 people, and that among 1,800 Aleoutes not one single common law offence had been known for 40 years. This will not seem strange if we remark that scolding, scorning, and the use of rough words are absolutely unknown in Aleoute life. Even their children never fight, and never abuse each other in words. All they may say is, "Your mother does not know sewing," or "Your father is blind of one eye." It is most remarkable that several writers (Middendorf, Schrank, Ofinch) describe the Ostiaks and Samoyeds in almost the same words. Even when drunken, their quarrels are insignificant. For 100 years one single murder has been committed in the tundra. Their children never fight. Anything may be left for years in the tundra, even food and gin, and nobody will touch it, and so on. Gilbert Sprout never witnessed a fight between two sober natives of the 8 Indians of Vancouver Island. Quarrelling is also rare among their children (Rink, Lock, Sit), and so on. Many features of savage life remain, however, a puzzle to Europeans. The high development of tribal solidarity and the good feelings with which primitive folk are animated towards each other could be illustrated by any amount of reliable testimony, and yet it is not the less certain that those same savages practice infanticide, that in some cases they abandon their old people, and that they blindly obey the rules of blood revenge. We must then explain the coexistence of facts which to the European's mind seem so contradictory at the first sight. I have just mentioned how the Aleoute father starves for days and weeks, and gives everything eatable to his child, and how the Bushman mother becomes a slave to follow her child. And I might fill pages with illustrations of the really tender relations existing among the savages and their children. Travellers continually mention them incidentally. Here you read about the fond love of a mother, there you see a father wildly running through the forest, and carrying upon his shoulders his child bitten by a snake, or a missionary tells you the despair of the parents at the loss of a child whom he had saved a few years before from being immolated at its birth. You learn that the savage mothers usually nurse their children till the age of 4, and that in the New Hebrides, on the loss of especially the beloved child, its mother or aunt will kill herself to take care of it in the other world. Gill quoted in Galen and Waite's Anthropology, 5th, 641. See also pages 636 to 640, where many facts of parental and filial love are quoted, and so on. Like facts are met with by the score, so that when we see that these same loving parents practice infanticide, We are bound to recognize that the habit (whatever its ulterior transformations may be) took its origin under the sheer pressure of necessity, as an obligation towards the tribe, and a means for rearing the already growing children. The savages, as a rule, do not multiply without stint, as some English writers put it. On the contrary, they take all kinds of measures for diminishing the birth rate. A whole series of restrictions, which Europeans certainly would find extravagant, are imposed to that effect, and they are strictly obeyed. But notwithstanding that, primitive folk cannot rear all the children. However, it has been remarked that as soon as they succeed in increasing their regular means of subsistence, they at once begin to abandon the practice of infanticide. On the whole, the parents obey that obligation reluctantly, and as soon as they can afford it, they resort to all kinds of compromises to save the lives of their newborn. As has been so well pointed out by my friend Elie Reclus, Primitive Folk, London, 1891, they invent the lucky and unlucky days of births, and spare the children born on the lucky days. They try to postpone the sentence for a few hours, and then say that if the baby has lived one day it must live all its natural life. Gerland, Locke, 636. They hear the cries of the little ones coming from the forest, and maintain that if heard they forebode a misfortune for the tribe, and as they have no baby farming, no creatures for getting rid of the children, every one of them recoils before the necessity of performing the cruel sentence. They prefer to expose the baby in the wood rather than to take its life by violence. Ignorance, not cruelty, maintains infanticide, and instead of moralizing the savages with sermons, the missionaries would do better to follow the example of Veniaminoff, who every year till his old age crossed the Sea of Okhotsk in a miserable boat, or travelled on dogs among his Chukchis, supplying them with bread and fishing implements. He thus had really stopped infanticide. The same is true as regards what superficial observers describe as parricide. We just now saw that the habit of abandoning old people is not so widely spread as some writers have maintained it to be. It has been extremely exaggerated, but it is occasionally met with among nearly all savages, and in such cases it has the same origin as the exposure of children. When a savage feels that he is a burden to his tribe, when every morning his share of food is taken from the mouths of the children, and the little ones are not so stoical as their fathers, they cry when they are hungry, when every day he has to be carried across the stony beach or the virgin forest on the shoulders of younger people, there are no invalid carriages nor destitutes to wheel them in savage lands. He begins to repeat what the old Russian peasants say until nowadays: "Chujoy vek zayedayu pora na pokoi." I live other people's life. It is time to retire. And he retires. He does what the soldier does in a similar case. When the salvation of his detachment depends upon its further advance, and he can move no more, and knows that he must die if left behind, the soldier implores his best friend to render him the last service before leaving the encampment, and the friend, with shivering hands, discharges his gun into the dying body. So the savages do. The old man asks himself to die. He himself insists upon this last duty towards the community, and obtains the consent of the tribe. He digs out his grave. He invites his kinsfolk to the last parting meal. His father has done so. It is now his turn, and he parts with his kinsfolk with marks of affection. The savage so much considers death as part of his duties towards his community, that he not only refuses to be rescued (as Moffat has told), but when a woman who had to be immolated on her husband's grave was rescued by missionaries and was taken to an island, she escaped in the night, crossed a broad sea arm, swimming, and rejoined her tribe to die on the grave. Erskine, quoted in Gerland and Waite's Anthropology, 5th, 640. It has become with them a matter of religion. But the savages, as a rule, are so reluctant to take anyone's life otherwise than in fight, that none of them will take upon himself to shed human blood, and they resort to all kinds of stratagems which have been so falsely interpreted. In most cases they abandon the old man in the wood, after having given him more than his share of the common food. Arctic expeditions have done the same, when they no more could carry their invalid comrades. Live a few days more, maybe there will be some unexpected rescue. West European men of science, when coming across these facts, are absolutely unable to stand them. They cannot reconcile them with a high development of tribal morality, and they prefer to cast a doubt upon the exactitude of absolutely reliable observers, instead of trying to explain the parallel existence of the two sets of facts, a high tribal morality together with the abandonment of the parent and infanticide. But if these same Europeans were to tell a savage that people extremely amiable, fond of their own children, and so impressionable that they cry when they see a misfortune simulated on a stage, are living in Europe, within a stone's throw from dens in which children die from sheer want of food, the savage too would not understand them. I remember how vainly I tried to make some of my Tungus friends understand our civilization of individualism. They could not, and they resorted to the most fantastical suggestions. The fact is that a savage, brought up in the ideas of a tribal solidarity in everything for bad and for good, is as incapable of understanding a moral European who knows nothing of that solidarity as the average European is incapable of understanding the savage. But if our scientists had lived amidst a half-starving tribe which does not possess among them all one man's food for so much as a few days to come, he probably might have understood their motives. So also the savage, if he had stayed among us and received our education, maybe would understand our European indifference towards our neighbours, and our royal commissions for the prevention of baby farming. Stone houses make stony hearts, the Russian peasants say, but he ought to live in a stone house first. Similar remarks must be made as regards cannibalism, taking into account all the facts which were brought to light during a recent controversy on this subject at the Paris Anthropological Society, and many incidental remarks scattered throughout the savage literature. We are bound to recognize that practice was brought into existence by sheer necessity, but that it was further developed by superstition and religion into the proportions it attained in Fiji or in Mexico. It is a fact that until this day many savages are compelled to devour corpses in the most advanced state of putrefaction, and that in cases of absolute scarcity some of them have had to disinter and to feed upon human corpses, even during an epidemic. These are ascertained facts. But if we now transport ourselves to the conditions which man had to face during the glacial period, in a damp and cold climate, with but little vegetable food at his disposal, if we take into account the terrible ravages which scurvy still makes among underfed natives, and remember that meat and fresh blood are the only restoratives which they know, we must admit that man, who formerly was a granivorous animal, became a flesh-eater during the glacial period. He found plenty of deer at that time, but deer often migrate in the Arctic regions, and sometimes they entirely abandon a territory for a number of years. In such cases his last resources disappeared. During like hard trials, cannibalism has been resorted to even by Europeans, and it was resorted to by the savages. Until the present time they occasionally devour the corpse of their own dead. They must have devoured then the corpses of those who had to die. All people died, convinced that by their death they were rendering a last service to the tribe. This is why cannibalism is represented by some savages as of divine origin, as something that has been ordered by a messenger from the sky, but later on it lost its character of necessity and survived as a superstition, and meat had to be eaten in order to inherit their courage, and at a still later epoch the enemy's eye or heart was eaten for the same purpose, while among other tribes already having a numerous priesthood and a developed mythology, evil gods thirsty for human blood were invented, and human sacrifices required by the priests to appease the gods. In this religious phase of its existence, cannibalism attained its most revolting characters. Mexico is a well-known example, and in Fiji, where the king could eat any one of his subjects, we also find a mighty caste of priests, a complicated theology. W.T. Pritchard, Polynesian Reminiscences, London 1866, page 363. And a full development of autocracy, originated by necessity, Cannibalism became at a later period a religious institution, and in this form it survived long after it had disappeared from among tribes which certainly practiced it in former times, but did not attain the theocratical stage of evolution. The same remark must be made as regards infanticide and the abandonment of parents. In some cases they also have been maintained as a survival of olden times, as a religiously kept tradition of the past. I will terminate my remarks by mentioning another custom which also is a source of most erroneous conclusions. I mean the practice of blood revenge. All savages are under the impression that bloodshed must be revenged by blood. If anyone has been killed, the murderer must die. If anyone has been wounded, the aggressor's blood must be shed. There is no exception to the rule, not even for animals. So the hunter's blood is shed on his return to the village when he has shed the blood of an animal. That is the savage's conception of justice, a conception which yet prevails in Western Europe as regards murder. Now when both the offender and the offended belong to the same tribe, the tribe and the offended person settle the affair. Open footnote. It is remarkable, however, that in case of a sentence of death, nobody will take upon himself to be the executioner. Everyone throws his stone, or gives his blow with the hatchet, carefully avoiding to give a mortal blow. At a later epoch, the priest will stab the victim with a sacred knife. Still later it will be the king, until civilization invents the hired hangman. See Bastian's deep remarks upon this subject in Der Mensch in der Geschichte, 3rd Die Blue Track, pages 1 to 36. A remainder of this tribal habit, I am told by Professor E. Nice, has survived in military executions till our own times. In the middle portion of the 19th century, it was the habit to load the rifles of the 12 soldiers called out for shooting the condemned victim with 11 ball cartridges and 1 blank cartridge. As the soldiers never knew who of them had the latter, each one could console his disturbed conscience by thinking that he was not one of the murderers. But when the offender belongs to another tribe, and that tribe for one reason or another refuses a compensation, then the offended tribe decides to take the revenge itself. Primitive folk so much consider everyone's acts as a tribal affair, dependent upon tribal approval, that they easily think the clan responsible for everyone's acts. Therefore the due revenge may be taken upon any member of the offender's clan or relatives. In Africa and elsewhere too, it is a widely spread habit that if a theft has been committed, the next clan has to restore the equivalent of the stolen thing, and then look itself for the thief. A. H. Post, Africanist Jurisprudence, Leipzig, 1887, Volume 1, page 77. It may often happen, however, that the retaliation goes further than the offense. In trying to inflict a wound, they may kill the offender or wound him more than they intended to do, and this becomes a cause for a new feud, so that the primitive legislators were careful in requiring the retaliation to be limited to an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and blood for blood. See Professor M. Kovalevsky's Modern Customs and Ancient Law (Russian), Moscow 1886, Volume 2, which contains many important considerations upon this subject. It is remarkable, however, that with most primitive folk like thuds are infinitely rarer than might be expected, though with some of them they may attain abnormal proportions, especially with mountaineers who have been driven to the highlands by foreign invaders, such as the mountaineers of Caucasia, and especially those of Borneo, the Dayaks. With the Dayaks, we were told lately, the feuds had gone so far that a young man could neither marry nor be proclaimed of age before he had secured the head of an enemy. This horrid practice was fully described in a modern English work. See Colbuck, The Head Hunters of Borneo, London, 1881. I am told, however, by Sir Hugh Law, who was for a long time governor of Borneo, that the head hunting described in this book is grossly exaggerated. Altogether, my informant speaks of the Dayaks in exactly the same sympathetic terms as Ida Payfair. Let me add that Mary Kingsley speaks in her book on West Africa in the same sympathetic terms of the Fans, who had been represented formerly as the most terrible cannibals. It appears, however, that this affirmation was a gross exaggeration. Moreover, Dayak headhunting takes quite another aspect when we learn that the supposed headhunter is not actuated at all by personal passion. He acts under what he considers as a moral obligation towards his tribe, just as the European judge who, in obedience to the same evidently wrong principle of blood for blood, hands over the condemned murderer to the hangman. Both the Dayak and the judge would even feel remorse if sympathy moved them to spare the murderer. That is why the Dayaks, apart from the murders they commit when actuated by their conception of justice, are depicted by all those who know them as a most sympathetic people. Thus Karl Bock, the same author who has given such a terrible picture of head-hunting, writes, "As regards morality, I am bound to assign to the Dayaks a high place in the scale of civilization. Robberies and theft are entirely unknown among them. They also are very truthful. If I did not always get the whole truth, I always got at least nothing but the truth from them. I wish I could say the same of the Malays." Open bracket, pages 209 and 210. Close bracket. Bock's testimony is fully corroborated by that of Ida Pfeiffer. "I fully recognize," she wrote, "that I should be pleased longer to travel among them. I usually found them honest, good and reserved, much more so than any other nation I know." Open footnote. Ida Pfeiffer, Men's Well Trades, when 1856, volume 1st, page 116, sequence. See also Muller and Temminck's Dutch Possessions in Archipelagic India, quoted by Élisée Reclus in Géographie universelle. 13th. Close footnote. Stolz used almost the same language when speaking of them. The Dayaks usually have but one wife, and treat her well. They are very sociable, and every morning the whole clan goes out for fishing, hunting or gardening in large parties. Their villages consist of big huts, each of which is inhabited by a dozen families, and sometimes by several hundred persons, peacefully living together. They show great respect for their wives and are fond of their children, and when one of them falls ill, the women nurse him in turn. As a rule they are very moderate in eating and drinking. Such is the Dayak in his real daily life. It would be a tedious repetition if more illustrations from savage life were given. Wherever we go we find the same sociable manners, the same spirit of solidarity, and when we endeavour to penetrate into the darkness of past ages, we find the same tribal life, the same associations of men, however primitive, for mutual support. Therefore Darwin was quite right when he saw in men's social qualities the chief factor for his further evolution, and Darwin's vulgarizers are entirely wrong when they maintain the contrary. The small strength and speed of men (open bracket, he wrote, close bracket), his want of natural weapons, etc., are more than counterbalanced, firstly by his intellectual faculties (open bracket), which he remarked on another page have been chiefly or even exclusively gained for the benefit of the community, close bracket, and secondly by his social qualities, which led him to give and receive aid from his fellow men. Open footnote. Descent of Man, second edition, pages 63-64, close footnote. In the last century the savage and his life in the state of nature were idealized, but now men of science have gone to the opposite extreme, especially since some of them, anxious to prove the animal origin of man, but not conversant with the social aspects of animal life, began to charge the savage with all imaginable bestial features. It is evident, however, that this exaggeration is even more unscientific than Rousseau's idealization. The savage is not an ideal of virtue, nor is he an ideal of savagery, but the primitive man has one quality, elaborated and maintained by the very necessities of his hard struggle for life. He identifies his own existence with that of his tribe, and without that quality mankind never would have attained the level it has attained now. Primitive folk, as has been already said, so much identify their lives with that of a tribe, that each of their acts, however insignificant, is considered as a tribal affair. Their whole behavior is regulated by an infinite series of unwritten rules of propriety, which are the fruit of their common experience, as to what is good or bad, what is beneficial or harmful for their own tribe. Of course, the reasonings upon which their rules of propriety are based sometimes are absurd in the extreme. Many of them originate in superstition, and altogether in whatever the savage does, he sees but the immediate consequences of his acts. He cannot foresee their indirect and ulterior consequences, thus simply exaggerating a defect with which Bentham reproached civilized legislators. But absurd or not, the savage obeys the prescriptions of the common law, however inconvenient they may be. He obeys them even more blindly than the civilized man obeys the prescriptions of the written law. His common law is his religion, it is his very habit of living. The idea of the clan is always present to his mind, and self-restriction and self-sacrifice in the interests of the clan are of daily occurrence. If the savage has infringed one of the smaller tribal rules, he is prosecuted by the mockeries of the women. If the infringement is grave, he is tortured day and night by the fear of having called a calamity upon his tribe. If he has wounded by accident any one of his own clan, and thus has committed the greatest of all crimes, he grows quite miserable, he runs away in the woods, and is ready to commit suicide, unless the tribe absolves him by inflicting upon him physical pain, and sheds some of his own blood. See Bastian's Mens in der Geschichte, page 7, also Gray, Locke, 2nd, page 238. Within the tribe everything is shared in common. Every morsel of food is divided among all present, and if the savage is alone in the woods, he does not begin eating before he has loudly shouted thrice an invitation to anyone who may hear his voice to share his meal. Mikluko, Maclay, Locke, same habit with the Hottentots. In short, within the tribe, the rule of each for all is supreme, so long as the separate family has not yet broken up the tribal unity. But that rule is not extended to the neighboring clans or tribes, even when they are federated for mutual protection. Each tribe or clan is a separate unity. Just as among mammals and birds, the territory is roughly allotted among separate tribes, and except in times of war, the boundaries are respected. On entering the territory of his neighbors, one must show that he has no bad intentions. The louder one heralds his coming, the more confidence he wins, and if he enters a house, he must deposit his hatchet at the entrance. But no tribe is bound to share its food with the others. It may do so or it may not. Therefore the life of the savage is divided into two sets of actions, and appears under two different ethical aspects: the relations within the tribe and the relations with the outsiders, and (like our international law), the intertribal law widely differs from the common law. Therefore, when it comes to a war, the most revolting cruelties may be considered as so many claims upon the admiration of the tribe. This double conception of morality passes through the whole evolution of mankind, and maintains itself until now. We Europeans have realized some progress, not immense at any rate, in eradicating that double conception of ethics, but it also must be said that while we have in some measure extended our ideas of solidarity, in theory at least, over the nation, and partly over other nations as well, we have lessened the bonds of solidarity within our own nations, and even within our own families. The appearance of a separate family amidst the clan necessarily disturbs the established unity. A separate family means separate property and accumulation of wealth. We saw how the Eskimos obviate its inconveniences, and it is one of the most interesting studies to follow in the course of ages the different institutions (village communities, guilds, and so on) by means of which the masses endeavored to maintain the tribal unity, notwithstanding the agencies which were at work to break it down. On the other hand, the first rudiments of knowledge, which appeared at an extremely remote epoch, when they confounded themselves with witchcraft, also became a power in the hands of the individual which could be used against the tribe. They were carefully kept in secrecy, and transmitted to the initiated only in the secret societies of witches, shamans, and priors, which we find among all savages. By the same time, wars and invasions created military authority, as also castes of warriors, whose associations or clubs acquired great powers. However, at no period of man's life were wars the normal state of existence. While warriors exterminated each other, and the priors celebrated their massacres, the masses continued to live their daily life. They prosecuted their daily toil, and it is one of the most interesting studies to follow that life of the masses, to study the means by which they maintained their own social organization, which was based upon their own conceptions of equity, mutual aid, and mutual support, of common law, in a word, even when they were submitted to the most ferocious theocracy or autocracy in the state. End of the second part of chapter 3. Recording by Enko. If you would like to send me an email, you can reach me at enkobilal@yahoo.com. That's ENKOBILAL@yahoo.com. Chapter 4 of Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anchor. Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution by Peter Kropotkin. Chapter 4 Mutual Aid among the Barbarians. It is not possible to study primitive mankind without being deeply impressed by the sociability it has displayed since its very first steps in life. Traces of human societies are found in the relics of both the oldest and the latest Stone Age, and when we come to observe the savages whose manners of life are still those of Neolithic men, we find them closely bound together by an extremely ancient clan organization which enables them to combine their individually weak forces to enjoy life in common and to progress. Man is no exception in nature. He also is subject to the great principle of mutual aid, which grants the best chances of survival to those who best support each other in the struggle for life. These were the conclusions arrived at in the previous chapters. However, as soon as we come to a higher stage of civilization and refer to history which already has something to say about that stage, we are bewildered by the struggles and conflicts which it reveals. The old bonds seem entirely to be broken. Stems are seen to fight against stems, tribes against tribes, individuals against individuals, and out of this chaotic contest of hostile forces, mankind issues divided into castes, enslaved to despots, separated into states, always ready to wage war against each other. And with this history of mankind in his hands, the pessimist philosopher triumphantly concludes that warfare and oppression are the very essence of human nature, that the warlike and predatory instincts of man can only be restrained within certain limits by a strong authority which enforces peace and thus gives an opportunity to the few and nobler ones to prepare a better life for humanity in times to come. And yet, as soon as the everyday life of man during the historical period is submitted to a closer analysis, and so it has been of late by many patient students of very early institutions, it appears at once under quite a different aspect. Leaving aside the preconceived ideas of most historians and their pronounced predilection for the dramatic aspects of history, we see that the very documents they habitually peruse are such as to exaggerate the part of human life given to struggles and to underrate its peaceful moods. The bright and sunny days are lost sight of in the gales and storms. Even in our own time, the cumbersome records which we prepare for the future historian in our press, our law courts, our government officers, and even in our fiction and poetry, suffer from the same one-sidedness. They hand down to posterity the most minute descriptions of every war, every battle and skirmish, every contest and act of violence, every kind of individual suffering, but they hardly bear any trace of the countless acts of mutual support and devotion which every one of us knows from his own experience. They hardly take notice of what makes the very essence of our daily life, our social instincts and manners. No wonder then if the records of the past were so imperfect. The annalists of old never failed to chronicle the petty wars and calamities which harassed their contemporaries, but they paid no attention whatever to the life of the masses, although the masses chiefly used to toil peacefully, while the few indulged in fighting. The epic poems, the inscriptions on monuments, the treaties of peace, nearly all historical documents, bear the same character. They deal with breaches of peace, not with peace itself, so that the best intentioned historian unconsciously draws a distorted picture of the time he endeavours to depict. And to restore the real proportion between conflict and union, we are now bound to enter into a minute analysis of thousands of small facts and faint indications accidentally preserved in the relics of the past, to interpret them with the aid of comparative ethnology, and after having heard so much about what used to divide men, to reconstruct stone by stone the institutions which used to unite them. Ere long history will have to be rewritten on new lines, so as to take into account these two currents of human life, and to appreciate the part played by each of them in evolution. But in the meantime, we may avail ourselves of the immense preparatory work recently done towards restoring the leading features of the second current, so much neglected. From the better known periods of history, we may take some illustrations of the life of the masses in order to indicate the part played by mutual support during those periods, and in so doing we may dispense (open bracket for the sake of brevity) close bracket, from going as far back as the Egyptian or even the Greek and Roman antiquity. For in fact the evolution of mankind has not had the character of one unbroken series. Several times civilization came to an end in one given region, with one given race, and began anew elsewhere, among other races. But as each fresh start, it began again with the same clan institutions which we have seen among the savages, so that if we take the last start of our own civilization, when it began afresh in the first centuries of our era, among those whom the Romans called the barbarians, we shall have the whole scale of evolution, beginning with the giants and ending in the institutions of our own time. To these illustrations the following pages will be devoted. Men of science have not yet settled upon the causes which some 2000 years ago drove whole nations from Asia into Europe, and resulted in the great migrations of barbarians, which put an end to the West Roman Empire. One cause, however, is naturally suggested to the geographer as he contemplates the ruins of populous cities in the deserts of Central Asia, or follows the old beds of rivers now disappeared and the wide outlines of lakes now reduced to the size of mere ponds. It is desiccation, a quite recent desiccation, continued still at a speed which we formerly were not prepared to admit. Footnote. Numberless traces of post-Pliocene lakes now disappeared or found over Central, West and North Asia. Shells of the same species as those now found in the Caspian Sea are scattered over the surface of the soil as far east as halfway to Lake Aral, and are found in recent deposits as far north as Kazan. Traces of Caspian Gulf, formerly taken for old beds of the Amu, intersect the Turkoman territory. Deduction must surely be made for temporary, periodical oscillations, but with all that, desiccation is evident, and it progresses at a formerly unexpected speed, even in the relatively wet parts of southwest Siberia. The succession of reliable surveys recently published by Yadrintsev shows that villagers have grown up on what was, 80 years ago, the bottom of one of the lakes of the Chani group, while the other lakes of the same group, which covered hundreds of square miles some 50 years ago, are now mere ponds. In short, the desiccation of Northwest Asia goes on at a rate which must be measured by centuries instead of by the geological units of time of which we formerly used to speak. Against it man was powerless. When the inhabitants of northwest Mongolia and east Turkestan saw that water was abandoning them, they had no course open to them but to move down the broad valleys leading to the lowlands, and to thrust westwards the inhabitants of the plains. Whole civilizations had thus disappeared, as is proved now by the remarkable discoveries in Mongolia, on the Orkhon, and in the Lukchan depression (by Dimitri Clements). Stems after stems were thus thrown into Europe, compelling other stems to move and to remove for centuries in succession, westwards and eastwards, in search of new and more or less permanent abodes. Races were mixing with races during those migrations, aborigines with immigrants, Aryans with Ural Altaians, and it would have been no wonder if the social institutions which had kept them together in their mother countries had been totally wrecked during the stratification of races which took place in Europe and Asia. But they were not wrecked, they simply underwent the modification which was required by the new conditions of life. The Teutons, the Celts, the Scandinavians, the Slavonians and others, when they first came in contact with the Romans, were in a transitional state of social organization. The clan unions, based upon a real or supposed common origin, had kept them together for many thousands of years in succession. But these unions could answer their purpose so long only as there were no separate families within the gens or clan itself. However, for causes already mentioned, a separate patriarchal family had slowly but steadily developed within the clans, and in the long run it evidently meant the individual accumulation of wealth and power, and the hereditary transmission of both. The frequent migrations of the barbarians and the ensuing wars only hastened the division of the gens into separate families, while the dispersing of stems and their mingling with strangers offered singular facilities for the ultimate disintegration of those unions which were based upon kinship. The barbarians thus stood in a position of either seeing their clans dissolve into loose aggregations of families, of which the wealthiest, especially if combining sacerdotal functions or military repute with wealth, would have succeeded in imposing their authority upon the others, or of finding out some new form of organization based upon some new principle. Many stems had no force to resist disintegration. They broke up and were lost for history, but the more vigorous ones did not disintegrate. They came out of the ordeal with a new organization, the village community, which kept them together for the next 15 centuries or more. The conception of a common territory appropriated or protected by common efforts was elaborated, and it took the place of the vanishing conceptions of common descent. The common gods gradually lost their character of ancestors and were endowed with a local territorial character. They became the gods or saints of a given locality. The land was identified with its inhabitants. Territorial unions grew up instead of the consanguine unions of all, and this new organization evidently offered many advantages under the given circumstances. It recognized the independence of the family and even emphasized it, the village community disclaiming all rights of interference in what was going on within the family enclosure. It gave much more freedom to personal initiative. It was not hostile in principle to union between men of different descent, and it maintained at the same time the necessary cohesion of action and thought, while it was strong enough to oppose the dominative tendencies of the minorities of wizards, priors, and professional or distinguished warriors. Consequently, it became the primary cell of future organization, and with many nations the village community has retained this character until now. It is now known and scarcely contested that the village community was not a specific feature of the Slavonians, nor even of the ancient Teutons. It prevailed in England during both the Saxon and Norman times, and partially survived till the last century. If I follow the opinions of to name modern specialists only Nas, Kovalevsky and Vinogradov, and not those of Mr. Sibom Mr. Denman Ross can only be named for the sake of completeness, it is not only because of the deep knowledge and concordance of views of these three writers, but also on account of their perfect knowledge of the village community altogether, a knowledge the want of which is much felt in the otherwise remarkable work of Mr. Sibom. The same remark applies in a still higher degree to the most elegant writings of Fustel de Coulanges, whose opinions and passionate interpretations of all texts are confined to himself. It was at the bottom of the social organization of all Scotland, all Ireland, and all Wales. In France, the communal possession and the communal allotment of arable land by the village folkmold persisted from the first centuries of our era till the times of Turgot, who found the folkmolds too noisy and therefore abolished them. It survived Roman rule in Italy and revived after the fall of the Roman Empire. It was the rule with the Scandinavians, the Slavonians, the Finns in the Pitaya, as also probably the Kila Kunta the Kurs and the Lives. The village community in India, past and present, Aryan and non-Aryan, is well known for the epoch-making works of Sir Henry Maine and Ethelstone, as described it among the Afghans. We also find it in the Mongolian Ulus, the Kabyle Tadort, the Javanese Desa, the Malayan Kota or Tofa, and under a variety of names in Abyssinia, the Sudan, in the interior of Africa, with natives of both Americas, with all the small and large tribes of the Pacific archipelagos. In short, we do not know one single human race or one single nation which has not had its period of village communities. This fact alone disposes of the theory according to which the village community in Europe would have been a servile growth. It is anterior to serfdom, and even servile submission was powerless to break it. It was a universal phase of evolution, a natural outcome of the clan organization, with all those stems at least which have played or play still some part in history. The literature of the village community is so vast that but a few works can be named. Those of Sir Henry Maine, Mr. Seebohm, and Walter Dast, Alte Wallis (born 1859), are well-known popular sources of information about Scotland, Ireland and Wales. For France, P. Violet, Précédé l'histoire du droit français, droit privé, 1886, and several of his monographs in Bibliothèque de l'École des Chartes, Babou, le village sous l'Ancien Régime, the Mere in the 18th century, third edition, 1887, Bonne-Mère, Deniol, etc. For Italy and Scandinavia, the chief works are named in Lavelaille's Primitive Property, German version by K. Butcher. For the Finns, Rens Forelasnigon, first, 16, Koskinen, Finnish, Geskich, 1874, and various monographs. For the Lives and Cours, Professor Lutschitskis in Servienia Vesnil, 1891. For the Teutons, besides the well-known works of Morea, some are Dutch Richtson, Gerrit Verfazon, also Dan Uzet, Volkerwaderung, Langobardisch, Tudian, Janssen, Welch, Arnold, etc. For India, besides Etchmain and the works he names, Sir John Fear's Aryan Village. For Russia and South Slavonians, see Kavelin, Postnikov, Sokolovsky, Kovalevsky, Efimenko, Ivanishev, etc. Open bracket, copious bibliographical index up to 1880 in the Shonik Zvedeny Obshnich of the Russian Geographical Society. Close bracket. For general conclusions, besides Lavelay's Propriété, Morgan's Ancient Society, Lippert's Kulturgeschichte, Post Dargun, etc. Also the lectures of M. Kovalevsky, open bracket, Tableau des origines et de l'évolution de la famille et de la propriété, Stockholm 1890, close bracket. Many special monographs ought to be mentioned. Their titles may be found in the excellent list given by P. Violet in Droit privé and Droit public. For other research, see subsequent notes. Close footnote. It was a natural growth and an absolute uniformity in its structure was therefore not possible. As a rule, it was a union between families considered as of common descent and owning a certain territory in common. But with some stems and under certain circumstances, the families used to grow very numerous before they threw off new buds in the shape of new families. 5, 6, or 7 generations continue to live under the same roof or within the same enclosure, owning the joint household and cattle in common, and taking their meals at the common hearth. They kept in such case to what ethnology knows as the joint family, or the undivided household, which we still see all over China, in India, in the South Slavonian Zadruga, and occasionally find in Africa, in America, in Denmark, in North Russia, and West France. Open footnote. Several authorities are inclined to consider the joint household as an intermediate stage between the clan and the village community, and there is no doubt that in very many cases village communities have grown up out of undivided families. Nevertheless, I consider the joint household as a fact of a different order. We find it within the gens. On the other hand, we cannot affirm that joint families have existed at any period without belonging either to a gens or to a village community or to a go. I conceive the early village communities as slowly originating directly from the gens and consisting, according to racial and local circumstances, either of several joint families or of both joint and simple families, or open bracket, especially in the case of new settlements, close bracket, of simple families only. If this view be correct, we should not have the right of establishing the series gens, compound family, village community, the second member of the series having not the same ethnological value as the two others. See Appendix 9. Close footnote. With other stems or in other circumstances, not yet well specified, the families did not attain the same proportions. The grandson and occasionally the sons left the household as soon as they were married, and each of them started a new cell of his own. But joint or not, clustered together or scattered in the woods, the families remained united into village communities. Several villages were grouped into tribes, and the tribes joined into confederations. Such was the social organizations which developed among the so-called barbarians when they began to settle more or less permanently in Europe. A very long evolution was required before the gens or clans recognized the separate existence of a patriarchal family in a separate hut. But even after that had been recognized, the clan as a rule knew no personal inheritance of property. The few things which might have belonged personally to the individual were either destroyed on his grave or buried with him. The village community, on the contrary, fully recognized the private accumulation of wealth within the family and its hereditary transmission, but wealth was conceived exclusively in the shape of movable property, including cattle, implements, arms, and the dwelling house, which, like all things that can be destroyed by fire, belong to the same category. Open footnote. Stop. Beitrag zur Geschichte des Deutschen Rechts, page 62. Close footnote. As to private property in land, the village community did not and could not recognize anything of the kind, and as a rule it does not recognize it now. The land was the common property of the tribe or of the whole stem, and the village community itself owned its part of the tribal territory so long only as the tribe did not claim a redistribution of the village allotments, the clearing of the woods and the breaking of the prairies being mostly done by the communities, or at least by the joint work of several families, always with the consent of the community. The cleared plots were held by each family for a term of 4, 12, or 20 years, after which term they were treated as parts of their arable land owned in common. Private property or possession forever was incompatible with the very principles and the religious conceptions of the village community, as it was with the principles of the gens, so that a long influence of the Roman law and the Christian Church, which soon accepted the Roman principles, were required to accustom the barbarians to the idea of private property in land being possible. Open footnote. The few traces of private property in land which are met with in the early barbarian period are found with such stems (the Batavians, the Franks in Gaul) as have been for a time under the influence of Imperial Rome. See Inama, Stiernex, Die Ausbildung der großen Grundherrschaften in Deutschland, 1st 1878, also Breslau, Neubruck nach dem älteren Deutschen Recht, pages 11 to 12, quoted by Kovalevsky, Modern Custom and Ancient Law, Moscow, 1886, first 134. And yet, even when such property or possession for an unlimited time was recognized, the owner of a separate estate remained a co-proprietor in the wastelands of forests and grazing grounds. Moreover, we continually see, especially in the history of Russia, that when a few families acting separately had taken possession of some land belonging to tribes which were treated as strangers, they were soon united together and constituted a village community, which in the third or fourth generation began to profess a community of origin. A whole series of institutions, partly inherited from the clan period, have developed from that basis of common ownership of land during the long succession of centuries which was required to bring the barbarians under the dominion of states organized upon the Roman or Byzantine pattern. The village community was not only a union for guaranteeing to each one his fair share in the common land, but also a union for common culture, for mutual support in all possible forms, for protection from violence, and for a further development of knowledge, national bonds, and moral conceptions, and every change in the judicial, military, educational, or economical manners had to be decided at the folknotes of the village, the tribe, or the confederation. The community being a continuation of the gens, it inherited all its functions. It was the universitas, the mer, a world in itself. Common hunting, common fishing, and common culture of the orchards, of the plantations of fruit trees was the rule with the old gens. Common agriculture became the rule in the barbarian village communities. True that direct testimony to this effect is scarce, and in the literature of antiquity we only have the passages of Diodorus and Julius Caesar relating to the inhabitants of the Lipari Islands, one of the Celt-Iberian tribes, and the Sueves. But there is no lack of evidence to prove that common agriculture was practiced among some Teutonic tribes, the Franks and the Old Scotch, Irish and Welsh. Moreas mag Genossenschaft Lamprecht Wirtschaft und Recht der Franken so seit der Vostrecht in History, Taschenbuch, 1883, Siboms, The English Village Community, chapter 6th, 7th and 9th. As to the later survivals of the same practice, they simply are countless. Even in perfectly Romanized France, common culture was habitual some 25 years ago in the Morbihan Britannie, Le Tourneau in Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie 1888, volume 11, page 476, The Old Welsh Civil or joint team, as well as the common culture of the land allotted to the use of a village sanctuary, are quite common among the tribes of Caucasus, the least touched by civilization. Walter Das Alte Wallis, page 323. D.M. Bakrats and N. Kudadov in Russian Zapiski of the Caucasian Geographical Society, 14th, part 1st, and like facts are of daily occurrence among the Russian peasants. Moreover, it is well known that many tribes of Brazil, Central America, and Mexico used to cultivate their fields in common, and that the same habit is widely spread among some Malayans in New Caledonia, with several Negro stems, and so on. Bancroft's Native Races, Waste Anthropology, 3rd, 423, Montrosier, in Bulletin Société d'Anthropologie, 1870, Post-Studian, etc. In short, communal culture is so habitual with many Aryan, Ural, Altayan, Mongolian, Negro, Red Indian, Malayan, and Melanesian stems that we must consider it as a universal, though not as the only possible form of primitive agriculture. A number of works by Horry, Lureau, Ledes, and Sylvestre on the village community in Annam, proving that it has had there the same forms as in Germany or Russia, is mentioned in a review of these works by Jobé Duval in Nouvelle Revue Historique de Droit Français et Étranger, October and December 1896, a good study of the village community of Peru before the establishment of the power over Incas has been brought out by Henrik Kuno (Die Soziale Verfassung des Inkaret Stuttgart, 1896). The communal possession of land and communal culture are described in that work. Communal cultivation does not, however, imply by necessity communal consumption. Already under the clan organization, we often see that when the boats laden with fruits or fish return to the village, the food they bring in is divided among the huts and the long houses inhabited by either several families or the youth, and is cooked separately at each separate hearth. The habit of taking meals in a narrow circle of relatives or associates thus prevails at an early period of clan life. It became the rule in the village community. Even the food grown in common was usually divided between the households after part of it had been laid in store for communal use. However, the tradition of communal meals was piously kept alive. Every available opportunity, such as the commemoration of the ancestors, the religious festivals, the beginning and the end of field work, the births, the marriages, and the funerals, being seized upon to bring the community to a common meal. Even now this habit, well known in this country as the harvest supper, is the last to disappear. On the other hand, even when the fields had long since ceased to be tilled and sown in common, a variety of agricultural work continued and continues still to be performed by the community. Some part of the communal land is still cultivated in many cases in common, either for the use of the destitute or for refilling the communal stores, or for using the produce at the religious festivals. The irrigation canals are digged and repaired in common. The communal meadows are mown by the community, and the sight of a Russian commune mowing a meadow, the men rivaling each other in their advance with the sieve, while the women turn the grass over and throw it up into heaps, is one of the most inspiring sights. It shows what human work might be and ought to be. The hay in such case is divided among the separate households, and it is evident that no one has the right of taking hay from a neighbor's stack without his permission. But the limitation of this last rule among the Caucasian Ossetes is most noteworthy. When the cuckoo cries and announces that spring is coming and that the meadows will soon be clothed again with grass, everyone in need has the right of taking from a neighbor's stack the hay he wants for his cattle. Kovalevsky, Modern Custom and Ancient Law, First 150. The old communal rights are thus reasserted, as if to prove how contrary unbridled individualism is to human nature. When the European traveller lands in some small island of the Pacific, and seeing at a distance a grove of palm trees, walks in that direction, he is astonished to discover that the little villages are connected by roads paved with big stones, quite comfortable for the unshod natives, and very similar to the old roads of the Swiss mountains. Such roads were traced by the barbarians all over Europe, and one must have travelled in wild, thinly peopled countries, far away from the chief lines of communication, to realize in full the immense work that must have been performed by the barbarian communities in order to conquer the woody and marshy wilderness which Europe was some 2000 years ago. Isolated families, having no tools and weak as they were, could not have conquered it. The wilderness would have overpowered them. Village communities alone working in common could master the wild forests, the sinking marshes, and the endless steppes. The rough roads, the ferries, the wooden bridges taken away in the winter and rebuilt after the spring flood was over, the fences and the palisaded walls of the villages, the earthen forts and the small towers with which the territory was dotted, all these were the work of the barbarian communities. And when a community grew numerous, it used to throw off a new bud. A new community arose at a distance, thus step by step bringing the woods and the steppes under the dominion of man. The whole making of European nations was such a budding of the village communities. Even nowadays the Russian peasants, if they are not quite broken down by misery, migrate in communities, and they till the soil and build the house in common when they settle on the banks of the Amur or in Manitoba. And even the English, when they first began to colonize America, used to return to the old system. They grouped into village communities. Palfrey, History of New England, 2nd 13, quoted in Maine's Village Communities, New York, 1876, page 201. The village community was the chief arm of the barbarians in their hard struggle against a hostile nation. It also was the bond they opposed to oppression by the cunningest and the strongest, which so easily might have developed during those disturbed times. The imaginary barbarian, the man who finds and kills at his mere caprice, existed no more than the bloodthirsty savage. The real barbarian was living, on the contrary, under a wide series of institutions imbued with considerations as to what may be useful or noxious to his tribe or confederation, and these institutions were piously handed down from generation to generation in verses and songs, in proverbs or triads, in sentences and instructions. The more we study them, the more we recognize the narrow bonds which united men in their villages. Every quarrel arising between two individuals was treated as a communal affair, even the offensive words that might have been uttered during a quarrel being considered as an offense to the community and its ancestors. They had to be repaired by amends made both to the individual and the community. Königswarter, Études sur le développement des sociétés humaines, Paris, 1850. And if a quarrel ended in a fight and wounds, the man who stood by and did not interpose was treated as if he himself had inflicted the wounds. This is at least the law of the Kalmucks, whose customary law bears the closest resemblance to the laws of the Teutons, the Old Slavonians, etc. The judicial procedure was imbued with the same spirit. Every dispute was brought first before mediators or arbiters, and it mostly ended with them, the arbiters playing a very important part in barbarian society. But if the case was too grave to be settled in this way, it came before the Folkmot, which was bound to find the sentence and pronounce it in a conditional form, that is, such compensation was due if the wrong be proved, and the wrong had to be proved or disclaimed by 6 or 12 persons, confirming or denying the fact by oath, ordeal being resorted to in case of contradiction between the two sets of jurors. Such procedure, which remained in force for more than 2000 years in succession, speaks volume for itself. It shows how close were the bonds between all members of a community. Moreover, there was no other authority to enforce the decisions of the Folkmot besides its own moral authority. The only possible menace was that the community might declare the rebel an outlaw, but even this menace was reciprocal. A man discontented with the Folkmot could declare that he would abandon the tribe and go over to another tribe, a most dreadful menace, as it was sure to bring all kinds of misfortunes upon a tribe that might have been unfair to one of its members. The habit is in force still with many African and other tribes. A rebellion against a right decision of the customary law was simply inconceivable, as Henry Maine has so well said, because law, morality, and fact could not be separated from each other in those times. Village communities, pages 65 to 68 and 199. The moral authority of the commune was so great that even at a much later epoch, when the village communities fell into submission to the feudal lord, they maintained their judicial powers. They only permitted the lord or his deputy to find the above conditional sentence in accordance with the customary law he had sworn to follow, and to levy for himself the fine (the thread) due to the commune. But for a long time the lord himself, if he remained a co-proprietor in the wasteland of the commune, submitted in communal affairs to its decisions. Noble or ecclesiastic, he had to submit to the Folkmot, where Dazelbs Wasser on wed genus mus Gehorsam sein, who enjoys here the right of water and pasture must obey, was the old saying. Even when the peasants became serfs under the lord, he was bound to appear before the Folkmot when they summoned him. Mourer (Just der Marktverfassung, sections 29-97) is quite decisive upon this subject. He maintains that all members of the community, the laïc and clerical lords as well, often also the partial co-possessors (Markberechtigt), and even strangers to the mark, were submitted to its jurisdiction (page 312). This conception remained locally in force up to the 15th century. In their conceptions of justice, the barbarians evidently did not much differ from the savages. They also maintained the idea that a murder must be followed by putting the murderer to death, that wounds had to be punished by equal wounds, and that the wrong family was bound to fulfill the sentence of the customary law. This was a holy duty, a duty towards the ancestors which had to be accomplished in broad daylight, never in secrecy, and rendered widely known. Therefore the most inspired passages of the sagas and epic poetry altogether are those which glorify what was supposed to be justice. The gods themselves join in aiding it. However, the predominant feature of barbarian justice is on the one hand to limit the numbers of persons who may be involved in a feud, and on the other hand to extirpate the brutal idea of blood for blood and wounds for wounds, by substituting for it the system of compensation. The barbarian codes, which were collections of common law rules written down for the use of judges, first permitted, then encouraged, and at last enforced compensation instead of revenge. Königswater, Locksit, page 50. G. Thrupp, Historical Law, Tracts, London, 1843, page 106. The compensation has, however, been totally misunderstood by those who represented it as a fine and as a sort of carte blanche given to the rich man to do whatever he liked. The compensation money (were geld), which was quite different from the fine or thread. Königswater has shown that the thread originated from an offering which had to be made to appease the ancestors. Later on it was paid to the community for the breach of peace, and still later to the judge or king or lord when they had appropriated to themselves the right of the community. Was habitually so high for all kinds of active offences that it certainly was no encouragement for such offences. In case of a murder, it usually exceeded all the possible fortune of the murderer. 18 times 18 cows is the compensation with the Ossets, who do not know how to reckon above 18, while with the African tribes it attains 800 cows or 100 camels with their young, or 416 sheep in the poorer tribes. Bostein and Afrikanische Jurisprudence, Oldenburg, 1887, volume 1st, pages 64 sequence, Kowalewski, Locksit, 2nd, 164 to 189. In the great majority of cases, the compensation money could not be paid at all, so that the murderer had no issue but to induce the wrong family by repentance to adopt him. Even now in the Caucasus, when feuds come to an end, the offender touches with his lips the breast of the oldest woman of the tribe, and becomes a milk brother to all men of the wrong family. O. Miller and M. Kowalewski in the mountaineer communities of Kabardia in Vesnik, Evropy, April 1884, with the Chakse of the Mugan steppe. Blood feuds always end by marriage between the two hostile sides. Markov in appendix to the Zapisky of the Caucasian Geographical Society, 14th, 121. With several African tribes he must give his daughter or sister in marriage to some of the family. With other tribes he is bound to marry the woman whom he has made a widow, and in all cases he becomes a member of the family whose opinion is taken in all important family matters. Post in African Jurisprudence gives a series of facts illustrating the conceptions of equality enrooted among the African barbarians. The same may be said of all serious examinations into barbarian common law. Far from acting with disregard to human life, the barbarians, moreover, knew nothing of the horrid punishments introduced at a later epoch by the laic and canonic laws under Roman and Byzantine influence, for if the Saxon code admitted the death penalty rather freely, even in cases of incendiarism and armed robbery, the other barbarian codes pronounced it exclusively in cases of betrayal of one's kin, and sacrilege against the community's gods as the only means to appease the gods. All this, as seen, is very far from the supposed moral dissoluteness of the barbarians. On the contrary, we cannot but admire the deeply moral principles elaborated within the early village communities, which found their expression in Welsh triads, in legends about King Arthur, in Brehon commentaries. See the excellent chapter Le droit de la vieille Irlande (also le haut nom) in Études de droit international et de droit politique by Professor Ernest Bruxelles, 1896. In all German legends and so on, or find still their expression in the sayings of the modern barbarians. In his introduction to the story of Burnt Nagel, George Dasent very justly sums up as follows the qualities of a Northman as they appear in the sagas: to do what lay before him openly and like a man, without fear of either foes, fiends, or fate; to be free and daring in all his deeds; to be gentle and generous to his friends and kinsmen; to be stern and grim to his foes (those who are under the lex talionis), but even towards them to fulfill all bounded duties; to be no truce breaker, no tale bearer, no backbiter; to utter nothing against any man that he would not dare to tell him to his face; to turn no man from his door who sought food or shelter, even though he were a foe. Open footnote. Introduction, page 35. Close footnote. The same or still better principles permeate the Welsh epic poetry and triads. To act according to the nature of mildness and the principles of equality, without regard to the foes or to the friends, and to repair the wrong of the highest duties of men. Evil is death, good is life, exclaimed the poet legislator. Footnote. Das Art Wallis, pages 343 to 350. Close footnote. The world would be full if agreements made on lips were not honorable, the Brehon law says, and the humble shamanist Moldovan, after having praised the same qualities, will add moreover in his principles of customary law, that among neighbors the cow and the milking jar are in common, that the cow must be milked for yourself and him who may ask milk, that the body of a child reddens from the stroke, but the face of him who strikes reddens from shame. Open footnote. Mainoff, Sketches of the Judicial Practices of the Moldavians in the Ethnographical Zapiski of the Russian Geographical Society, 1885, pages 236-257. Close footnote. And so on. Many pages might be filled with like principle expressed and followed by the barbarians. One feature more of the old village communities deserves a special mention. It is the gradual extension of a circle of men, embraced by the feelings of solidarity, not only the tribes federated into stems, but the stems as well, even though of different origin, joined together in confederations. Some unions were so close that, for instance, the Vandals after part of their confederation had left for the Rhine, and thence went over to Spain and Africa, respected for 40 consecutive years the landmarks and the abandoned villages of their confederations, and did not take possession of them until they had ascertained through envoys that their confederates did not intend to return. With other barbarians, the soil was cultivated by one part of the stem, while the other part fought on or beyond the frontiers of the common territory. As to the leagues between several stems, they were quite habitual. The Sicambers united with the Cherusks and the Sueves, the Quads with the Sarmats with the Alans, the Copts and the Huns. Later on we also see the conception of nations gradually developing in Europe, long before anything like a state had grown in any part of the continent occupied by the barbarians. These nations, for it is impossible to refuse the name of a nation to the Merovingian France or to the Russia of the 11th and 12th century, were nevertheless kept together by nothing else but a community of language and a tacit agreement of the small republics to take their dukes from none but one special family. Wars were certainly unavoidable. Migration means wars, but Sir Henry Maine has already fully proved in his remarkable study of the tribal origin of international law that man has never been so ferocious or so stupid as to submit to such an evil as war without some kind of effort to prevent it, and he has shown how exceedingly great is the number of ancient institutions which bear the marks of a design to stand in the way of war or to provide an alternative to it. Henry Maine, International Law, London, 1888, pages 11 to 13. E. Nice, Les origines du droit international, Bruxelles, 1894. In reality, man is so far from the warlike being he is supposed to be, that when the barbarians had once settled, they so rapidly lost the very habits of warfare that very soon they were compelled to keep special dukes followed by special scholars or bands of warriors in order to protect them from possible intruders. They preferred peaceful toil to war, the very peacefulness of men being the cause of the specialization of the warrior's trade, which specialization resulted later on in serfdom and in all the wars of the state's period of human history. History finds great difficulties in restoring to life the institutions of the barbarians. At every step the historian meets with some faint indication which he is unable to explain with the aid of his own documents only. But a broad light is thrown on the past as soon as we refer to the institutions of the very numerous tribes which are still living under a social organization almost identical with that of our barbarian ancestors. Here we simply have the difficulty of choice, because the islands of the Pacific, the steppes of Asia, and the tablelands of Africa are real historical museums, containing specimens of all possible intermediate stages which mankind has lived through when passing from the savage gens up to the state's organization. Let us then examine a few of those specimens. If we take the village communities of the Mongol Buryats, especially those of the Kudings steppe on the upper Lena, which have better escaped Russian influence, we have fair representatives of barbarians in a transitional state between cattle breeding and agriculture. A Russian historian, the Kazan Professor Chapov, who was exiled in 1862 to Siberia, has given a good description of their institutions in the Izvestia of the East Siberian Geographical Society, Volume 5, 1874. These Buryats are still living in joint families, that is, although each son, when he is married, goes to live in a separate hut, the huts of at least 3 generations remain within the same enclosure, and the joint family work in common in their fields, and own in common their joint households and their cattle as well as their calves' grounds (small fenced patches of soil kept under soft grass for the rearing of calves). As a rule, the meals are taken separately in each hut, but when meat is roasted, all the 20 to 60 members of a joint household feast together. Several joint households, which live in a cluster, as well as several smaller families settled in the same village, mostly debris of joint households accidentally broken up, make the ulus or the village community. Several uluses make a tribe, and the 46 tribes or clans of the Kudings steppe are united into one confederation. Smaller and closer confederations are entered into as necessity arises for special wants by several tribes. They know no private property in land, the land being held in common by the ulus, or rather by the confederation, and if it becomes necessary, the territory is reallotted between the different uluses at a folkmote of the tribe and between the 46 tribes at a folkmote of the confederation. It is worthy of note that the same organization prevails among all the 250,000 Buryats of East Siberia, although they have been for 3 centuries under Russian rule and are well acquainted with Russian institutions. With all that, inequalities of fortune rapidly develop among the Buryats, especially since the Russian government is giving an exaggerated importance to their elected Taishas (princes), whom it considers as responsible tax collectors and representatives of the confederations in their administrative and even commercial relations with the Russians. The channels for the enrichment of the few are thus many, while the impoverishment of the great number goes hand in hand, through the appropriation of the Buryat lands by the Russians. But it is a habit with the Buryats, especially those of Kudings, and habit is more than law, that if a family has lost its cattle, the richer families give it some cows and horses that it may recover. As to the destitute man who has no family, he takes his meals in the huts of his congeniers. He enters a hut, takes by right, not for charity, his seat by the fire, and shares the meal, which always is scrupulously divided into equal parts. He sleeps where he has taken his evening meal. Altogether, the Russian conquerors of Siberia were so much struck by the communistic practices of the Buryats that they gave them the name of Bratskis, the brotherly ones, and reported to Moscow, with them everything is in common, whatever they have is shared in common. Even now, when the Lena Buryats sell their wheat or send some of their cattle to be sold to a Russian butcher, the families of the ulus or the tribe put their wheat and cattle together and sell it as a whole. Each ulus has moreover its grain store for loans in case of need, its communal baking oven (the four-banal of all French communities), and its blacksmith who, like the blacksmith of the Indian communities (Sir Henry Maine's Village Communities, New York, 1876, pages 193 to 196). Being a member of the community, is never paid for his work within the community. He must make it for nothing, and if he utilizes his spare time for fabricating the small plates of chiseled and silvered iron which are used in Buryat land for the decoration of dress, he may occasionally sell them to a woman from another clan, but to the women of his own clan the attire is presented as a gift. Selling and buying cannot take place within the community, and the rule is so severe that when a richer family hires a laborer, the laborer must be taken from another clan or from among the Russians. This habit is evidently not specific to the Buryats. It is so widely spread among the modern barbarians, Aryan and Ural Altayan, that it must have been universal among our ancestors. The feeling of union within the confederation is kept alive by the common interests of the tribes, their folk molds, and the festivities which are usually kept in connection with the folk mults. The same feeling is however maintained by another institution, the Abba or common hut, which is a reminiscence of a very remote past. Every autumn the 46 clans of Kudings come together for such a hunt, the produce of which is divided among all the families. Moreover, national Abbas, to assert the unity of the whole Buryat nation, are convoked from time to time. In such cases all Buryat clans, which are scattered for hundreds of miles west and east of Lake Baikal, are bound to send their delegate hunters. Thousands of men come together, each one bringing provisions for a whole month. Everyone's share must be equal to all the others, and therefore before being put together they are weighed by an elected elder (always with the hand; scarce would be a profanation of the old custom). After that the hunters divide into bands of 20, and the parties go hunting according to a well-settled plan. In such abbas the entire Buryat nation revives its epic traditions of a time when it was united in a powerful league. Let me add that such communal hunts are quite usual with the Red Indians and the Chinese on the banks of the Ussuri (the Kada). Nazarov, the North Ussuri Territory (Russian), St. Petersburg, 1887, page 65. We the Kabyles, whose manners of life have been so well described by two French explorers (Hanotaux et Le Tourneau, La Kabylie, 3 volumes, Paris, 1883). We have barbarians still more advanced in agriculture. Their fields, irrigated and manured, are well attended to, and in the hilly tracts every available plot of land is cultivated by the spade. The Kabyles have known many vicissitudes in their history. They have followed for some time the Mussulman law of inheritance, but being adverse to it, they have returned 150 years ago to the tribal customary law of old. Accordingly, their land tenure is of a mixed character, and private property in land exists side by side with communal possession. Still, the basis of their present organization is the village community, the Tadat, which usually consists of several joint families (karubas), claiming a community of origin as well as of smaller families of strangers. Several villages are grouped into clans or tribes (or). Several tribes make the confederation (Zakebil), and several confederations may occasionally enter into a league, chiefly for purposes of armed defense. The Kabyles know no authority whatever besides that of the Jema or folkmark of the village community. All men of age take part in it in the open air or in a special building provided with stone seats, and the decisions of the Jema are evidently taken at unanimity, that is, the discussions continue until all present agree to accept or to submit to some decision. There being no authority in a village community to impose a decision, this system has been practiced by mankind wherever there have been village communities, and it is practiced still wherever they continue to exist, that is, by several 100 million men all over the world. The Jema nominates its executive, the elder, the scribe, and the treasurer. It assesses its own taxes, and it manages the repartition of the common lands, as well as all kinds of works of public utility. A great deal of work is done in common. The roads, the mosques, the fountains, the irrigation canals, the towers erected for protection from robbers, the fences, and so on, are built by the village community, while the high roads, the larger mosques, and the great market-places are the work of the tribe. Many traces of common culture continue to exist, and the houses continue to be built by or with the aid of all men and women of the village. Altogether the aids are of daily occurrence, and are continually called in for the cultivation of the fields, for harvesting, and so on. As to the skilled work, each community has its blacksmith, who enjoys his part of the communal land and works for the community. When the tilling season approaches, he visits every house and repairs the tools and the ploughs without expecting any pay, while the making of new ploughs is considered as a pious work which can by no means be recompensed in money or by any form of salary. As the Kabyles already have private property, they evidently have both rich and poor among them, but like all people who closely live together and know how poverty begins, they consider it as an accident which may visit everyone. "Don't say that you will never wear the beggar's bag, nor go to prison," is a proverb of the Russian peasants. The Kabyles practice it, and and no difference can be detected in the external behavior between rich and poor. When the poor convokes an aid, the rich man works in his field, just as the poor man does it reciprocally in his turn. To convoke an aid or be some kind of meal must be offered to the community. I am told by a Caucasian friend that in Georgia, when the poor man wants an aid, he borrows from the rich man a sheep or two to prepare the meal, and the community bring in addition to their work so many provisions that he may repay the debt. A similar habit exists with the Moldovians. Moreover, the Jemas set aside certain gardens and fields, sometimes cultivated in common, for the use of the poorest members. Many like customs continue to exist. As the poorer families would not be able to buy meat, meat is regularly bought with the money of the fines, or the gifts to the Jema, or the payments for the use of the communal olive oil basins, and it is distributed in equal parts among those who cannot afford buying meat themselves. And when a sheep or a bullock is killed by a family for its own use on a day which is not a market day, the fact is announced in the streets by the village crier, in order that sick people and pregnant women may take of it what they want. Mutual support permeates the life of the Kabbales, and if one of them during a journey abroad meets with another Kabbal in need, he is bound to come to his aid, even at the risk of his own fortune and life. If this has not been done, the Jema of the man who has suffered from such neglect may lodge a complaint, and the Jema of the selfish man will at once make good the loss. We thus come across a custom which is familiar to the students of the medieval merchant guilds. Every stranger who enters a Kabyle village has right to housing in the winter, and his horses can always graze on the communal lands for 24 hours. But in case of need he can reckon upon an almost unlimited support. Thus, during the famine of 1867-68, the Kabyles received and fed everyone who sought refuge in the villages, without distinction of origin. In the district of Dilis, no less than 12,000 people who came from all parts of Algeria and even from Morocco were fed in this way. While people died from starvation all over Algeria, there was not one single case of death due to viscose on Kabylian soil. The Jemas, depriving themselves of necessaries, organized relief without ever asking any aid from the government or uttering the slightest complaint. They considered it as a natural duty, and while among the European settlers all kinds of police measures were taken to prevent thefts and disorder resulting from such an influx of strangers, nothing of the kind was required on the Kabyles' territory. The Jemas needed neither aid nor protection from without. Hanoto et Lutwune, La Kabylie, Second, 58. The same respect to strangers is the rule with the Mongols. The Mongol who has refused his roof to a stranger pays the full blood compensation if the stranger has suffered therefrom. Bastien, their mens in their Geskich, 3rd, 231. I can only cursorily mention two of the most interesting features of Kabyle life, namely the anaya or protection granted to wells, canals, mosques, marketplaces, some roads, and so on, in case of war, and the kofs. In the anaya we have a series of institutions, both for diminishing the evils of war and for preventing conflicts. Thus the marketplace is anaya, especially if it stands on a frontier and brings Kabyles and strangers together. No one dares disturb peace in the market, and if a disturbance arises, it is quelled at once by the strangers who have gathered in the market town. The road upon which the women go from the village to the fountain also is anaya in case of war, and so on. As to the kof, it is a widely spread form of association, having some characters of a medieval Burgschaften or Gegilden, as well as of societies both for mutual protection and for various purposes, intellectual, political, and emotional, which cannot be satisfied by the territorial organization of the village, the clan, and the confederation. The kof knows no territorial limits. It recruits its members in various villages, even among strangers, and it protects them in all possible eventualities of life. Altogether, it is an attempt at supplementing the territorial grouping by an extraterritorial grouping intended to give an expression to mutual affinities of all kinds across the frontiers. The free international association of individual tastes and ideas, which we consider as one of the best features of our own life, has thus its origin in barbarian antiquity. The mountaineers of Caucasia offer another extremely instructive field for illustrations of the same kind. In studying the present customs of the Ossetes, their joint families and communes, and their judiciary conceptions, Professor Kovalevsky, in a remarkable work on modern custom and ancient law, was enabled step by step to trace the similar dispositions of the old barbarian codes, and even to study the origins of feudalism. With other Caucasian stems, we occasionally catch a glimpse into the origin of the village community. In those cases cases where it was not tribal but originated from a voluntary union between families of distinct origin. Such was recently the case with some cave Sioux villages, the inhabitants of which took the oath of community and fraternity. And Kudadev notes on the cave Sioux in Zapyski of the Caucasian Geographical Society, 14th 1 Tiflis 1890, page 68. They also took the oath of not marrying girls from their own union, thus displaying a remarkable return to the old Gentile rules. In another part of Caucasus, Dagestan, we see the growth of feudal relations between two tribes, both maintaining at the same time their village communities (and even traces of the Gentile classes), and thus giving a living illustration of the forms taken by the conquest of Italian Gaul by the barbarians. The victorious race, the Lesgines, who has conquered several Georgian and Tartar villages in the Zakatali district, did not bring them under the dominion of separate families. They constituted a feudal clan which now includes 12,000 households in 3 villages, owns in common no less than 20 Georgian and Tartar villages. The conquerors divided their own land among their clans, and the clans divided it in equal parts among the families, but they did not interfere with the gemas of their tributaries, which they still practice the habit mentioned by Julius Caesar, namely the gema decides each year which part of the communal territory must be cultivated, and this land is divided into as many parts as there are families, and the parts are distributed by lot. It is worthy of note that although proletarians are of common occurrence among the Lesgines (who live under a system of private property in land and common ownership of serfs), D.M. Bakrad's notes on the Zakatali district in same Zapiski, 14th 1, page 264, the joint team is as common among the Lesgines as it is among the Ossets. They are rare among the Georgian serfs who continue to hold their land in common. As to the customary law of the Caucasian mountaineers, it is much the same as that of the Longobards or Salic Franks, and several of its dispositions explain a good deal the judicial procedure of the barbarians of old. Being of a very impressionable character, they do their best to prevent quarrels from taking a fatal issue. So with the cave swords, the swords are very soon drawn when a quarrel breaks out, but if a woman rushes out and throws among them the piece of linen which she wears on her head, the swords are at once returned to their sheaths, and the quarrel is appeased. The headdress of the women is anaya. If a quarrel has not been stopped in time and has ended in murder, the compensation money is so considerable that the aggressor is entirely ruined for his life, unless he is adopted by the wrong family, and if he has resorted to his sword in a trifling quarrel and has inflicted wounds, he loses forever the consideration of his kin. In all disputes, mediators take the matter in hand. They select from among the members of the clan the judges, 6 in smaller affairs, and from 10 to 15 in more serious matters, and Russian observers testify to the absolute incorruptibility of the judges. An oath has such a significance that men enjoying general esteem are dispensed from taking it. A simple affirmation is quite sufficient. The more so as in grave affairs, the cave Sioux never hesitates to recognize his guilt. I mean, of course, the cave Sioux untouched yet by civilization. The oath is chiefly reserved for such cases, like disputes about property, which require some sort of appreciation in addition to a simple statement of facts, and in such cases the men whose affirmation will decide in the dispute act with the greatest circumspection. Altogether, it is certainly not a want of honesty or of respect to the rights of the congeniers which characterizes the barbarian societies of Caucasus. The steppes of Africa offer such an immense variety of extremely interesting societies, standing at all intermediate stages from the early village community to the despotic barbarian monarchies, that I must abandon the idea of giving here even the chief results of a comparative study of their institutions. See Post-Africanist Jurisprudence, Oldenburg, 1887, Munzinger, Weber das Recht und Sitten der Bürgers, Winterthur, 1859, Casalis, Les Basutos, Paris, 1859, Maclean, Kaffir Laws and Customs, Mount Cook, 1858, etc. Suffice it to say that even under the most horrid despotism of kings, the folk modes of the village communities and their customary law remain sovereign in a wide circle of affairs. The law of the state allows the king to take anyone's life for a simple caprice, or even for simply satisfying his gluttony, but the customary law of the people continues to maintain the same network of institutions for mutual support which exists among other barbarians or have existed among our ancestors, and with some better favoured stems (open bracket) in Bornu, Uganda, Abyssinia (close bracket), and especially the Bogos, some of the dispositions of the customary law are inspired with really graceful and delicate feelings. The village communities of the natives of both Americas have the same character. The Tupi of Brazil were found living in long houses occupied by whole clans which used to cultivate their corn and manioc fields in common. The Arani, much more advanced in civilization, used to cultivate their fields in common, so also the Ukagas, who had learned under their system of primitive communism and long houses to build good roads and to carry on a variety of domestic industries. Open footnote. Waits, 3rd 423 sequence. Close footnote. Not inferior to those of the early medieval times in Europe. All of them were also living under the same customary law, of which we have given specimens on the preceding pages. At another extremity of the world we find the Malayan feudalism, but this feudalism has been powerless to unroot the Negaria or village community, with its common ownership of at least part of the land and the redistribution of land among the several Negarias of the tribe. Open footnote. Post Zu Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts Oldenburg 1889, pages 270, sequence. Close footnote. With the Alforis of Minahasa we find the communal rotation of the crops. With the Indian steppe of the Wyandots we have the periodical redistribution of land within the tribe and the clan culture of the soil, and in all those parts of Sumatra where Muslim institutions have not yet totally destroyed the old organization, we find the joint family (open bracket suka) close bracket and the village community (open bracket kota) close bracket, which maintains its right upon the land, even if part of it has been cleared without its authorization. Footnote. Powell, Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnography, Washington, 1881, quoted in Post Studien, page 290. Bastians, Inselgruppen in Oceanian, 1883, page 88. Close footnote. But to say this is to say that all customs for mutual protection and prevention of feuds and wars, which have been briefly indicated in the preceding pages as characteristic of a village community, exist as well. More than that, the more fully the communal possession of land has been maintained, the better and the gentler of the habits. Thus positively affirms that wherever the institution of a village community has been less encroached upon by the conquerors, the inequalities of fortunes are smaller and the very prescriptions of the lex talionis are less cruel, while on the contrary, wherever the village community has been totally broken up, the inhabitants suffer the most unbearable oppression from their despotic rulers. Open footnote. The Stuers, quoted by Waits, 5th 141, close footnote. This is quite natural, and when Waits made the remark that those stems which have maintained the tribal confederations stand on a higher level of development and have a richer literature than those stems which have forfeited the old bonds of union, he only pointed out what might have been foretold in advance. More illustrations would simply involve me in tedious repetitions. So strikingly similar are the barbarian societies under all climates and amidst all races. The same process of evolution has been going on in mankind with a wonderful similarity. When the clan organization, assailed as it was from within by the separate family and from without by the dismemberment of the migrating clans and the necessity of taking in strangers of different descent, the village community, based upon a territorial conception, came into existence. This new institution, which had naturally grown out of the preceding one, the clan, permitted the barbarians to pass through a most disturbed period of history without being broken into isolated families which would have succumbed in the struggle for life. New forms of culture developed under the new organization. Agriculture attained the stage which it hardly has surpassed until now with a great number. But domestic industries reached a high degree of perfection. The wilderness was conquered. It was intersected by roads dotted with swamps thrown off by the mother communities. Markets and fortified centers, as well as places of public worship, were erected. The conceptions of a wider union, extended to whole stems and to several stems of various origin, were slowly elaborated. The old conceptions of justice, which were conceptions of mere revenge, slowly underwent a deep modification, the idea of amends for the wrong done taking the place of revenge. The customary law, which still makes the law of the daily life for two-thirds or more of mankind, was elaborated under that organization, as well as a system of habits intended to prevent the oppression of the masses by the minorities, whose powers grew in proportion to the growing facilities for private accumulation of wealth. This was the new form taken by the tendencies of the masses for mutual support, and the progress economical, intellectual and moral which mankind accomplished under this new popular form of organization were so great that the states, when they were called later on into existence, simply took possession in the interest of the minorities of all the judicial, economical and administrative functions which the village community already had exercised in the interest of all. End of chapter 4. Recording by Enko.